put my coat on.
Hello and welcome to the Forces from Beyond Seasonal Tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am your host for the day, Charmer, and I am joined on the desk by the magnificent Mo, the wonderful What Am I, and I gotta find out how you gentlemen are feeling today. Mo, let's start with you. How does it feel to be back on the seasonal broadcast?
It feels really good. Feels good to be back. I had got my little competitive season in there, but time to take another break before getting ready for Worlds and all that type of stuff. And what a better way to relax than to get on the caster desk with some of you amazing gentlemen.
And What Am I? This is your first time on the seasonal broadcast. Obviously, no stranger to the seasonal tournaments. How do you feel about your first time on the broadcast? Are you excited?
I'm definitely excited. It's going to be a little bit strange being on this side of the mic for once, but I think it's going to be a really good time. And even if I don't have a shot to take home the victory today, I'm looking forward to seeing the really powerful players who do.
Well, speaking of victory, let's talk about what they are competing for. Yes, obviously, the glory, the fame, all of that jazz, but also money. Turns out first place is going to get $10,000. There's over $20,000 total in the prize pool up for grabs today. Everybody who we are seeing today will get some of that over $20,000 because the top 32 are all in the prizes. But again, first place, $10,000. That is a lot of money for playing cards. And let's talk about the format, the way that they are competing for this money. So if you're not familiar, if this is your first time watching a seasonal event, players bring 3 decks. The decks can only contain champions one time, meaning you cannot have Kai'Sa in 2 decks, for example. Also, your region combinations can only show up once. If you're a degenerate like me and you don't like to play with champions at all, you can only do that one time as well. Then once you bring your 3 decks, each player bans 1 deck, and then you have to win with your remaining 2 decks. Finally, just to keep things moving along, there is a time limit of 70 minutes per round. So with that in mind, let's take a look at the players who have qualified for the top 32. Again, these are the players that we expect to see as of right now. It would not be a seasonal if we didn't have at least the chance that maybe somebody misses a check-in, but these are the players that have qualified for the top 32. Mo, I want to start with you. Who is jumping out at you from this list?
Yeah, so the person jumping out at me is going to be my boy Aneda. Aneda has been kind of on a hot streak. This is his second seasonal top cut in a row. He only has 2 top cuts as these last 2, but it's mostly because he hasn't been able to play in seasonals before this. The way his life schedule is worked around, he usually actually doesn't wake up until 3 p.m., and it was too hard on him to wake up in time for these seasonals. But now he's gotten his schedules flipped around. He's top cut his back-to-back 2 seasonals, and it's going to look really good. He ended rank 1 on the ladder. Takes a lot of inspiration from JO1. Everybody knows JO1 is the ladder god of LoR. So he takes a lot of inspiration from APAC players, JO1 specifically. Ended rank 1 this season, and I think he's going to keep the momentum going with this top cut.
What am I? I also want to hear from you. Are there any players that are jumping out at you from this list, or perhaps maybe some names that folks are not familiar with, some newcomers to the scene?
Well, there's definitely a couple that jump out at me immediately. Floppy Mudkip, in case people don't know, is an absolute destroyer of some of these tournaments, and also, coincidentally, I think yesterday was his birthday, so it would be a pretty awesome birthday present to give him if this was the first time taking down a seasonals for Mr. Floppy there. And then, of course, I also have to give the shout out to my boy, Mr. Jason Florent, over at NoFreeAdvertising.com. This is the second seasonal he has topped in a row, and I'm backing him up on this one, hoping he takes it down.
Yeah, of course, you say no free advertising. We know Jason's part of the Mastering Runeterra crew. I also just want to give a shout out to some players not there. Obviously, you two not competing today, though you are very much in the running every time you do. Another player who's traditionally in that top cut is Majin Bay. And if you're wondering why he is not there, he just missed the cut, but he's also all the way in France. He was playing at like 4 in the morning and just missed the cut. It was actually pretty riveting to follow that leading up to this point. So also with, those players in mind, I know that we kind of highlighted some ones we're excited for, but there are some players that I think we need to mention that are trying to repeat as seasonal champions. A little bit of history there. Mo, who do you want to highlight in that regard?
Sure. So there's, like you said, there's a couple of seasonal champions returning, and there's my boy Prodigy, who was in my playtest group for last season. And he's looking back. He didn't win the last seasonal. I believe it was 2 seasonals ago was the seasonal that he won. He was on a 4 top cut streak when he won that seasonals. He's back at it again this season. He's been feeling really hot. He is an amazing mid-range player. Mid-range is his play style. He lost the very first round of this current seasonal, but he immediately turned around, won the next 8 in a row because he's a mid-range god in the mid-range meta, and this meta really, really suits him, and I think he's going to go extremely far.
Who do you want to highlight as well? Because again, there's 2 there, so we know who the other one is, right?
True. We have Trevo, who's the champion of our last one. Definitely looking to see some very impressive plays from Mr. Trevo. I think it would be kind of awesome. I know, Mo, you wanted to be the first 1-2 in Americas, but if we could get Trevo versus Prodigy in our grand finals today, that would be an absolutely amazing story to see which one of them could battle it out at the very top level to take it home. There's one other player that is not the most well-known that I want to call out while we're doing this, though. We were talking about Mr. Majin, who didn't quite make it here. The person who beat Majin, of course, is going to be someone we should all keep our eyes on for some potential really cool plays and maybe to go far in this tournament. Frozen Thrall took it down at 8-1, so we're gonna be keeping our eye on them to see how they do today.
Yeah, there are a number of players that I cannot wait to keep my eyes on, but we want to talk about the decks that we expect players to bring to kind of give the folks at home a look into what the meta has been like. And so we're going to feature some decks that we maybe will see on the broadcast today, starting with the first deck. Mo, why don't you tell me a bit about Darkness? I know that you're a huge fan of this deck, right?
No, what you can expect from Darkness is free losses and a quick swift out of the top 32. I think this deck is easily the worst top tier deck that people bring. It doesn't really do its job the best, and its job is, as the Darkness player, is to beat mid-range. You usually get 1 to 2 mana Darknesses, so they usually deal about 5 damage. So in theory, you think, oh, well, 1 or 2 mana spells that manage to deal 5 damage should be really good, right? The issue is the amount of tempo that you lose playing Darkness makes it extremely hard to come back to, or if you don't have these insanely good hands of Catalyzer on 2, Catalyzer on 3, Viger on 4 with the way to keep him alive, then you really fall behind. And if your goal is to beat aggro, you just play SI Freljord. If your goal is to beat mid-range, you can pick up one of these Nasus decks, Nasus Kindred, Nasus Thresh, something of that nature. There's just so many other decks that do what Darkness wants to do better in just about every regards.
Well, I had a feeling that you were not going to be a fan. Obviously, this is not a very aggressive deck, but it has been very talked about on Twitter. I know a lot of people say that they don't enjoy a Darkness meta. Some people love the Darkness meta. It seems like it's really like feast or famine as far as player opinions, but let's talk about another deck here. I know that this is a favorite of yours, so walk us through Ezreal Kennen and what we can expect from this if we see it.
So this is taking us to the complete other end of the spectrum. We got that hard control deck from Darkness, and now we're going completely all in on our combo. This plan is to get leveled Ezreal, and then 1 or sometimes even more leveled Kennens in play with the help of that King Cow Wayfinder, and just absolutely burst lethal your opponent down, sometimes all the way from 20 Nexus health. This deck, if you let it get into that late game where it can draw these cards with Synen, where it can set up these crazy combo turns, will blow out almost anything. And it uses those powerful Ionia permission tools, like that Concussive Palm, and those 5 homecomings, if you include Ionian Tellstones, to make sure it gets there. We're definitely a little bit scared of aggro when we're playing this deck, but if it's got its thing going, I don't know that there's anything more powerful in this format, and I would love to see some high-level play with this deck today.
Well, as we move on to the third deck that we want to talk about here, I know that the meme is always Mo is Captain Aggro, etc., etc. So clearly he's not going to like Jace Heimerdinger, right? What do you think about this one, Mo?
No, this deck's the best deck in the game. Not literally, but it's easily a top 3 deck right up there. I think it goes Pirate or Kaisa Pirates and then Jace Heimer easily. If we remember last season, what won seasonals last season? Jace Heimer. What came in second last seasonals in that mirror match in the grand finals? Jace Heimer. Hey, what won EMEA today? What's that? Jace Heimer. Like, this deck was absolutely insane last patch, And then we just had a humongous balance change about 10 days before seasonals, a week or so ago, and literally 0 cards were nerfed out of Jace Heimer. I know not everybody super respects this deck and super likes this deck, and it could look kind of clunky and bad, but this deck is one of the most raw power decks in the entire game, and it's been that way for multiple seasons. And if it doesn't get nerfed or anything gets changed out of it going into the next season with the next expansion, it looks like it might just continue its dominance for a 3rd season in a row.
You know, it's really interesting that you talk about how it continues to kind of just show up and continues to be good, even though some players are not all that high on it. It kind of reminds me of Lee Sin, even though it doesn't play the same way Lee Sin did. Lee Sin was one of those decks that was always around in metas, and some players just didn't respect it. But then every time a tournament came around, every time seasonals rolled around or the community events, Lee Sin overperformed, was really good. I think that is potentially what Jace Heimerdinger is becoming. But we're going to move on to another deck that we might be seeing today. This is kind of the boogeyman. We know that players have strong feelings about Kai'Sa. So what am I? Why don't you give us the rundown of this particular deck?
So this may be one where I am kind of the hot take guy here, unfortunately, on the opposite side of a lot of chat. I think this deck is awesome. I love these mid-range tempo decks that have a bunch of different cool ways to win the game. The deck we're seeing on screen right now is Mono Kai'Sa, that is a lot more all-in on that Kai'Sa and that Void Abomination, but there's so many different ways to build this deck. You can build it as Sivir Kai'Sa, you can build it as Akshan Kai'Sa, and depending on how you build this deck, sometimes it's this crazy combo where we're just trying to make sure our one big unit gets it done. But sometimes you almost play as this weird semi-control deck where your plan more than anything is to use those tempo tools to force out those answers from your opponent until you get into the late game where they just don't have enough things that stack up well against these big Void Abominations or these Rite of Negation plus Golden Aegis turns. I think this deck is incredibly high skill cap. I love watching it see play, and I might have to apologize to chat in advance for the gushing I will do over this deck today.
Oh, I'm sure that's going to go over extremely well, and nobody will be upset whatsoever.
I just found out I'm the best. I'm probably the most favorite caster here now.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't me to begin with, but after a take like that, I think it actually might be Mo. But speaking of gushing over decks, let's take a look at the 5th deck that we expect to see a lot of today. This is the kind of current version, current iteration of Pirates, and I know that you're a big fan of this one, Mo, so walk us through this version of Pirates, which is a little bit different from past versions.
Yeah, I have the feeling we're going to see Pirates a lot today, so I'll just give the general overview of Pirates. And the thing I like most in the entirety of card games, and specifically LoR, is playing aggro decks not like aggro decks. I tend to play a lot of aggro decks, see like, okay, how mid-range can I get? How late can I take this? How much value can I get out of each card? And this version of Pirates does that super well. We're playing 3 Riptide Sermon and 2 to 3 Eye of Nagakoboros, which has really just completely changed this deck and out of this, I'm going super swarm, super heavy. If I don't kill you on 5, I lose the game. Into this, no, I can play this super, value game plan, this mid-range game plan with these Riptide Sermons and Eye of Nagakoboros.
Yeah, I think that you kind of see that shift as well with going with Twisted Fate. Yes, you still have the direct damage, but it's a bit more of a flexible tool as opposed to the old all-in kind of Gangplank Misfortune versions. But with that in mind, we've seen some decks. Let's talk about what it's like when you're building a lineup for one of these, because this is not like the ladder where you just pick whatever your favorite deck is or whatever you think the best deck is and you jam it. Here, there's a lot of thought that goes into it. So walk us through your philosophy when you're selecting your 3 decks for an event like this.
So when I'm selecting 3 decks for an event like this, I like to use what I call the pillars of the metagame philosophy. The idea is that we have this metagame, and it's this big disc, right? And it's being held up by these 5 different pillars, which are the most played, most powerful decks. And when you're trying to build a lineup, you want to have a cohesive plan. So you want to have 2 of those that you want to see, that you want to beat those. You want to have 2 of those that you want to ban, that you want to make sure I don't want to play against those. Those aren't fun. And then if we get all the way to 5, then I'll let you have 1 that you can dodge, right? Sometimes you gotta say aggro isn't real, right, Mo?
Yeah. If I had $1 for every time someone said aggro isn't real and aggro can't hurt me, I'd probably have a total winnings of about $10,150 in LOR. Just random number. It's just an estimate.
Just random, just
Pulled it out of
arbitrary.
nowhere.
Yeah, just random number.
Yeah.
Random
No.
winnings number.
No real meaning behind it, but I'm just glad that What Am I was talking about eating things, banning them, bringing them. Because if you've seen me on a broadcast before, you know I talk about the 3 Bs of building your lineup, and him agreeing with me makes me feel really smart. But you two gentlemen, you're not competing today, but as a fun thought experiment, we thought that it would be great for you to build a lineup. If you were competing, what would you bring? So Mo, let's start with you. Run us through your lineup if you were going to play today.
Sure. So I'm going to start things off with people thinking, oh, it's a meme. Of course, it's Mo playing triple aggro. But I legitimately would bring double to triple aggro this seasonal. You see here, my lineup is going to be double aggro with the Kai'Sa. I start off with the Jhin Annie. And that's because I'm one of the players that likes to go for broke. If I'm playing in a top 32, I want to win the whole damn thing. I don't want to just win a couple rounds, maybe get top 8. I'm here to go for broke. I want to win the whole thing. And I think triple aggro, or at least double aggro with Kai'Sa, is a really good way to get there. Because I think we're in a state where you do one of 3 things in a triangle. You either bring the best decks, which are the Kai'Sa, the mid-range decks, the Shadow Isles decks. You bring the decks that beat those, like your control-style decks or weird combo decks, infinite, stuff like that. Or you bring what I bring here, which is going to be 2 aggro decks, and then Pirates, which is what the pillar of this entire lineup is on, that beats the decks, that's tier 1 in the top deck. So that would be my game plan here, because after thinking about it for a long time, I really wanted to give you guys an idea of what I would honestly bring if I was playing today. And this is it. Off the back of Pirates, off the back of these other aggro decks, just try and beat things like the Kennen Ezreal, beat things like the Infinite Combo, beat just any type of random tier 9 decks that people come to the conclusion of, oh, this probably beats Kai'Sa. Card players have egos. No one's going to ban Kai'Sa. Everyone's going to try and target it with their tier 9 decks. So that's what this lineup really preys on, is beating those tier 9 decks. And, you know, maybe sometimes you get lucky, you can kill a Kai'Sa player before they get Radiant Guardian online.
All right, so we know what Mo would bring. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Jordan, aka What Am I, would bring, because surely it's going to be similar, right?
I think I just got called out, Charmer. I think Mo just called my decks tier 9. I'm gonna come down on the other side of that. I think these decks are still very powerful. First of all, I obviously showed up with Kai'Sa, right? We were talking about that. I think this deck is quite powerful. I think you can play it in a bunch of different ways. But secondly, we have this Ezreal Kennen deck here, and I was talking about that one a little bit earlier too. The idea here is that if there's anyone who's going slow, whether it's Kai'Sa or all of these SI mid-range decks that we see trying to target Kai'Sa, that Nasus, that Kindred, that Gwen multi-attack deck, when we're seeing those, Kennen Ezreal is going to be able to prey on those decks, because really, the only way you have a chance against this deck is if you are putting pressure on it from the start. If you're not doing anything that I care about for the first 3 or 4 turns, then you are just going to get rolled over in that mid and late game by this barrage-leveled Kennens. So let's look at this next one here. The other deck I was just starting talking about was Akshan Kai'Sa, and my version of this is a much more kind of slow controlling version. My idea is I have so many different powerful threats here that I can take tempo in almost any situation, and I'm going to be able to hold on to that tempo and use it as my control tool to get to that late game where those 3 Void Abominations just take over against basically anything. And again, I'm looking to try to fight against those more slow style SI control decks. So I've kind of decided with this list, I don't care how many Vengeances or Ruinations you have, I'm going to play another 4-mana 6/6. I'm going to bring another Void Abomination back to life with my Kai'Sa. I'm going to Write a Negation that. And we're going to be really happy to go into the late game with those. Our third deck coming up here is one that people who have been into Runeterra for a while will definitely recognize. This is the Sundisk deck. And this is another one that has just been a control and mid-range killer for its entire life. It's definitely been tuned down once or twice or, half a dozen times, but it still has the power to pack a punch. We've got those triple Rite of Negations running in there, and if we get to our Emperor's deck, again, if I'm not under pressure, I almost don't care what my opponent's doing.
Yeah, so again, they kind of just asked us to do this on our own. So I didn't know this before seeing Jordan's lineup, but I'm pretty sure one of our lineups would absolutely smoke the other person's lineup. So I think this is what I was talking about. Jordan's really trying to target the Kai'Sa, or he's trying to target the things targeting Kai'Sa, which is the Shadow Isles mid-range decks, the Kai'Sa deck. They're really good, stuff like that. And I would be preying on Jordan's lineup, saying like, "Oh, that's a really nice tier 9 Sundisk deck you have there. Oh, that's a really cool combo deck you have there." Like, I guess I'll ban out this really broken Kai'Sa deck if I have to.
See, but that's the thing, though. I know that no one who managed to get to top 32 would be enough of a psychopath to bring those decks, so I'll do great, right?
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but the whole time that I was going through his lineup, he kept saying the words, "Well, if my opponent doesn't do anything for like the first 3 or 4 turns, or if they're not pressuring me," and in the back of my head I went, "That's all Mo's doing is pressuring you. This is not going to go well." But again, you two are not competing today, which is to our benefit because we get to hear your expert analysis. But there were some folks that were competing today. Earlier today, we had 2 regions already finish their events. We're going to take a look at some of the winning moments, both from APAC and EMEA, because these are people that have won on the current patch with lineups that I think we are going to be covering and going over how different they are. So here we're going to see Mike Check. This was the victory earlier from the European region. There's that Jace Heimer deck that we were talking about, Mo.
Yeah, and this is just showing it off. Obviously, there are a bunch of steps to get here, but it looks to me like maybe Heimer Dinger kind of went unchecked. There was a Hextech Handler somewhere in the mix, and you just kind of get there on these super large, 0 mana, by the way, units.
Yeah, it was also interesting. The Jace Heimer player was at 2 health there and then came back. Here, on the other hand, we see HKG getting a victory with a really cool Gwen deck that I can't wait for us to talk about. I think this was a fantastic one to watch.
Yeah, watching this all go down, this deck has been kind of the dark horse of this tournament, right? This is one that we didn't see that much before, and it has shown some really crazy results. I'm curious to see if it can keep that up in the high skill cap game of this top 32.
So as we go through the winning lineups here, we have first and foremost the European region. This is that Jace Heimer list. And again, we know, Mo, you are a very big fan of this. Do you have anything else you want to say about this before we move on to the more interesting bits of this lineup?
Not really. It looks very standard. 2 Piltovian Telstones, that might just be an APAC meta call. I know a lot of people in that spot like to add in maybe a 3rd Forge Chief, maybe a Box or a Whale or something like that to help with your Monkey matchup, but other than that, it looks very standard.
So as we move on to the second deck here, this is a great deck. It's something else that pops up from time to time in different metas. This time we have Twisted Fate Nami. This is the Go Hard version. Jordan, what stands out to you about this particular list?
So this list, Charmer, is actually built a lot more controlling than some of the traditional Nami TF decks. There's not as much focus on the combo element with those faded memories to just spam down Wiggly Burblefish and finish it out. Instead, you see things like these Go Hards, this line 'em up, that one of Box and Whale to punish aggro. So this one was definitely deciding that aggro was real and being ready for it.
And the third deck in the European winning lineup was Nasus Kindred. And this is something that I was really excited to see. I'm a big fan of these kind of Kindred Nasus control style decks. And it wasn't something I was expecting to really see super prevalent in this meta. Mo, why do you think this was a deck choice for the European players?
Yeah, I think these mid-range decks, these Shadow Isles, mid-range maybe into more control package, is going to be based off of the hate spike buff and just how good this deck can do into Kai'Sa. And the goal is really just focus Kai'Sa, focus the maybe Poppy Taric, other mid-range decks, and obviously they were able to do that. And at least I'm sure they beat some amount of mid-range on their way to getting this championship.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that. And as we transition to the APAC winning lineup here, again, we see Nasus with the Shadow Isles. This time it's Thresh. No Kindred, none of the Undying. This is the more aggressive version. So real quickly, why do you think that this was the choice in APAC?
So this one is definitely looking to be able to punish lineups like mine that we're not expecting to have to deal with an early game. This one is saying it still wants that late game power of that Nasus and Deny, but if you don't have something in the early game, Besai, Reaper, and Butcher are ready to clean up.
And we also know that Atrocity on big units has just kind of been a staple in Legends of Runeterra history, so always a good fallback. Here, very quickly, I'm not sure what else we can say about Pirates at this point, but Mo, do you think that we're going to be seeing Pirates win today as well in the Americas, or was this just something that was specific to APAC?
I think Pirates will probably be the most played deck in all of top 32, and I think it'll either get banned or win every single round. That's my prediction.
All right, and then this final deck is the one that I was really excited to talk about because I'm a big fan of Gwen, love that kind of deck style, but also the Katarinas here. What am I? Start us off. Why was this deck so successful? Because it's a bit non-standard, I think, in the current meta.
So it was non-standard before, but we'll see how true that is after today. This deck was our dark horse, as I talked about earlier, and the reason it's so powerful is because it has so many alternate game plans. This is a very real, aggressive mid-range style strategy. It has that solid removal with those flocks, hate spikes, and vile feasts, while it's still executing its own very powerful linear game plan, building up those hollowed triggers, pulling in Fallen Reckoner and Eternal Dancers, and even getting double attacks with giant units, with that Ruined Reckoner potentially buffing a Quinn, all waiting for Harrowing to come down and close out these games. This deck has more power than it looks like on the surface, and I'm looking forward to seeing it some today.
Well, whether you're a Marvel fan who just wants an excuse to play a Spider-Gwen deck, or maybe you just like saying the phrase, hallowed be thy name. Either way, I think that deck is really fun. I can't wait to see it hopefully on the broadcast today. We'll have to wait and see what our players bring, but we're going to be taking a short break in just a moment and then come back with our top 32. But before we do, Mo, I want to start with you. Any final thoughts? Now that we've talked about the meta, we've seen some winning lineups, we've talked through your own potential lineups if you were playing. Anything that you want to end on before we jump to the break and get into the action?
I swear, if I have to cast a single infinite combo game, I'm gonna lose it, get fined by Riot, and they're gonna have to bring in a new caster for that top 8.
And you, what am I? Any final thoughts before we jump to this break?
Final thoughts before we cut out is just this. I think that this meta is extremely wide, and it has a whole bunch of mid-range, high skill cap decks. I love this kind of metagame, and I'm looking forward to the plays that we're going to see today.
All right, with that in mind, we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, the top 32 of the Forces from Beyond Seasonal will be getting started. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. and welcome back to the Forces from Beyond seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am still your host, Charmer. We still have What Am I on the desk, but we are welcoming Blevins to the broadcast. So, Blevins, how excited are you to kick things off and get this top 32 underway?
Very excited. It's been a little while since I've been on the seasonal broadcast, so happy to be back and happy to be with good friends here. I know, What Am I? This is your first time here, so welcome on to the broadcast. And Charmer, of course, you know, this ain't our first rodeo.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised they let you and I work together again. I thought we were just going to shut it down, but I'm excited to share. We know who we're going to be covering in this first round. So, gentlemen, we're going to see Random 7 taking on Frozen Thrall. So to give the folks at home a little bit of context here before we dive into this particular matchup, Random 7, I know during the open rounds brought Darkness. We talked a bit about that at the top of the broadcast. They have been successful with it every time they've brought it, essentially, was what they were sharing on Twitter. Meanwhile, Frozen Thrall is the player who ultimately eliminated Majin Bay from the event yesterday. So with that in mind, What Am I? I want to start with you. Which of these two players do you think potentially has an edge here? Just knowing what we know from the open rounds going into this. Obviously, we're going to get into it a bit further, but which one do you think has the edge?
Just based on open rounds knowledge, Charmer, I've got to back Frozen Thrall on this one. They took down Majin, who is one of the top players in NA and arguably the world, so they're riding that high going into this top 32, and if anyone's going to beat my boy, then they better keep going.
All right, Blevins.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely a feat to take down Majin, though. Like you mentioned, Majin was in a different continent at about 3 a.m., and I think in a local pub in Lille, France at 3 a.m., so I don't know if I put as much stock into that, especially when we have Random 7, who has, I believe this is their third top cut for seasonal. It may even be more than that. I feel like I've talked about Random 7 more times than that for top cuts, so I really hesitate to rule them out.
Well, we're gonna go ahead and take a look at their actual kind of head-to-head here, because I think Random 7 has a bit of a leg up. We know they're very familiar with the Darkness deck, and I also can't wait to talk about Frozen Thrall, because of course they brought Thralls, but there is a Nautilus sighting here as well. What am I want to start with you. What jumps out to you about these lineups?
Oh my goodness. What jumps out to me about these lineups is that we have 3 control-killing decks going into double SI, plus a Kaisa that's going to get banned. If I'm sitting in Frozen Thrall's place right now, I am absolutely happy with what is happening right now.
God, this is crazy, because if you showed us these lineups without the names next to them, yes, we know Random 7 brought Darkness, but we see that deep. I'm going, oh, that's obviously Random 7's lineup. He's, given the nod to the casters, to Casanova, of course, because we always love to see Random 7 playing deep. But no, it's Frozen Thrall, who I'm not convinced is not Cameron Hanzo wearing a Groucho Marx mask and taking the name Frozen Thrall, because I imagine that's something that they would do. They're a huge fan of Thralls, but no, this is like you said. What am I? This is an anti-control lineup going into 2 control decks. Let's be honest. Like, Kaisa is getting banned. We're gonna see anti-control into control. It could be a bloodbath. Yeah,
I know Random was playing deep even earlier this month, because they were of course tweeting about it. They're known for it, but they didn't bring it. Let's take a look at the actual decks that they did bring, starting with their Heimerdinger Jace. This is obviously something that we expected to see today. It keeps winning, so let's dive into this. Jordan, tell me what this deck can do against that anti-control lineup.
So this deck starts off in a bad spot, but there are a couple of really important things that this deck has going for it, even in those bad matchups that give it a chance to shine. First of all, those Heimerdinger turrets spam coupled with that Hextech handler will sometimes let you flip into being a really aggressive mid-range deck. And second of all, especially if we decide to leave Thralls up, we have 2 ways to deal with those Thralls with Piltovian Telshock and that Aftershock, and Thralls got nerfed. It's a little slower now, so I wouldn't count this deck out.
Let's go ahead and jump to the second deck in the lineup here. This is the Kai'Sa. Again, not a real surprise. We expected to see this a bunch. Blevins, what can this deck do, assuming that this one isn't banned? Because obviously I think this has a target on its back.
Yeah, it definitely does. Like, you know, what am I, of course, one of the top players in the world, pointing it out aptly that this is likely the ban target. But hey, you know what? When it comes to the top 32, it comes to tournament time, it's a game time decision. You know, you may go into this thinking, oh, this is absolutely going to get banned, and your opponent goes, no, I have a different strategy going into this. So, you know, obviously it speaks for itself. You get a Kai'Sa on 5, she's leveled up, goes, attacks multiple times, and the game's just over. So that certainly could still happen.
All right, and then of course we know that the last deck here is Deep. We've covered Deep quite a bit already on the broadcast. Not really too many surprises here. We also know that this is going to be really rough. Give me one quick hit, Jordan, on if this even has a shot at beating some of those decks, and if so, how?
It definitely has a shot. You know me, I'm all about playing to your outs. The big one's going to be that Vygar. If they can stick it early, they're in it.
All right, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at the other side of things. So this is the Frozen Thrall lineup, starting with the Ezreal Karma list. A little bit of instant karma, if you will. Blevins, what stands out about this?
Oh yeah, what stands out about this is that I thought this is a deck that, you know, Casanova and I have been casting since the very, very beginning of Legends of Runeterra, and both of these champions are actually kind of close to what they used to be, at least in a lot of ways. So this is a deck that's a throwback. It is the pinnacle control deck, I think, of you know, when I think of Legends of Runeterra and what the deck can do. It also kind of feels combo-y because you can just get a bunch of burst spells with leveled up Ezreal, and the game will literally end because of how Ezreal procs these days. It actually doesn't even need to be burst spells. It can also be fast spells, and just ping, 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 Ezreal ends the game.
All right, and the second deck from Frozen Thrall, of course, another control killer. We've got the namesake, right? Thralls here. What is this trying to do against those control decks? Just real quickly, why is this so good against them?
This deck is so powerful against control simply because it does everything on one turn. You set up all of those Frozen Thralls to pop up and attack at burst speed, and they just do not have the mana to deal with all the threat you put on at the same time, especially with that Rite of Negation to back you up.
Yeah, one thing I want to point out about this deck before we go to the last deck here is this is a deck that traditionally I would call, it's a deck that can win without caring what your opponent is doing. It can also kill itself. If you don't have those early thralls, you don't have those enablers, you can just have sort of an awkward, clunky draw. Now, of course, over time, this deck has gotten more tools to be more consistent, but it certainly has the ability to just lose if you get an awkward draw, and you know that's what makes that's why we play out the games here, Charmer. It's not just matchup diff, we go next and that's it.
I hate to cut you off, but you mentioned games, and it sounds like the games are ready to go, so we're actually not even going to get to see that Deep on the screen. Hopefully we'll see it here in the actual match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Absolutely. Thank you, Charmer. What am I? We're in here. Random 7 versus Frozen Thrall. Game number 1 of our top 32 here. Looks like we've got the Ezreal Karma on the top here. And is that the Jace Heimer on the bottom?
I think that's our Darkness. And this
Darkness.
is actually... Okay. This is really cool to talk about because a lot of Darkness players aren't playing Aloof Travelers, or at least they're not playing all 3. And this is going to give a really powerful way for an unfavored matchup to be brought back in Random 7's favor. If you just discard their karmas, then if it's just an Ezreal deck, you're not that impressed.
Yeah, I mean, this is... I love it's like, oh yeah, Darkness, you know, sometimes it'll run an Aloof Traveler, sometimes it doesn't run any. Yeah, opening hand, we've got the full Monty here. We've got all 3. Now, I will say, you know, I think in a lot of games, if I see this hand on ladder, I'm probably like, well, I'm going to die on turn 4. But in this matchup, we know it's control, it's control. It looks like Frozen Thrall's banned on the top here. And yes, as you pointed out, what am I... That Kai'Sa, yeah, I'm sure that was an instantaneous pick.
Yeah, we just snapped that off. And I wanted to talk about these Aloof Travelers just a little bit more. I think this is a big deal. We were talking about playing to our outs, right? Where you say in a normal ladder game, we would just not be wanting these at all. We might be worried we'd be dead. But we know that the only way we win this at the end of the day is either Vygar or these Aloof. So keeping these in the opening hand is really solid. And another really great play we just saw, that time trick at the top, even though there were already 2 Ezreals, Frozen Thrall intentionally picks up their 3rd Ezreal, knowing they're going to have to fight through all this removal from Random 7. I love that line.
Yeah, absolutely. Heads up awareness on the side of both players here, but given this board state right now, given what we see in the hands, initial thoughts on this matchup. I mean, we already know the deck is sort of an anti-control deck in general. How are we feeling right now if you're, say, on the side of Random 7? What am I?
If I'm sitting here with Random 7 with these triple Aloof Travelers, and we just top-decked the Veigar, then I started this match going, well, this is not a good thing, but I'm feeling a little bit cautiously optimistic here.
Sure.
I'm feeling like I might actually have some solid chances.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, right now, we'll have the first aloof will actually not hit Karma, even if it's drawn here. Of course, we see the 6-drop in hand, and there it is.
And so this is one of these kind of skill testing moments, right? This is we see Random sad that the Karma
sad
wasn't
Poro.
hit. Those Aloof Travelers, our Karma opponent knows they're there, so they're going to do things like open keeping those scattered pods, like holding on to mana to make sure a thermogenic beam bites the bullet instead of that Karma. Aloof Travelers is a surprisingly nuanced card in this matchup.
Oh, absolutely. And we're already seeing... this is why I love seasonal Top Cuts. I love casting them. I love casting these high-level matches, because these are the types of things, these are the types of plays that, unless you're in your seat, what am I playing top players on ladder? People like me, I'm never playing a game like this, right? Like, I'm never playing myself this well. I'm also, generally not playing against, top-tier players on ladder. So this is the type of nuance in these cards, like the Aloof Travelers, like some of these other cards that we're seeing, and these interesting plays that you, at first look, be like, why in the world are you keeping a 6-drop in your hand? Well, I need to be protecting my Karma because that is my win condition in this game, and I know that, and my opponent knows that.
I want to draw attention to what just happened, though. That second Aloof Travelers discarded a 4-drop, and we saw Random emoting there. That's because they suddenly have a huge amount of information about their opponent's hand. They know that there's no more deep med there. There's no Karmas. They know that they have all the time in the world to set up this darkness, and you were asking how I felt if I was in Random 7's spot. I feel like I'm in the driver's seat now.
Yeah. And that is a spot that is certainly scary if you're a Darkness opponent, because any champion coming out immediately ramps the game up, and you have to deal with the champion right off the bat, right? Like, that is a non-starter, really. You need to kill the Veigar, you need to kill the Senna, and if you can't, the game's going to end very quickly, even though it's a control deck. And, as we see in Random 7's hands, got both champions already.
We do see that the opponent, the Karma Ezreal player, has managed to pick up that Hexite Crystal, and in some matches that would be absolutely destructive, but this is a deck that doesn't care about most of its units that much. Oh, though that Veigar came down with no protection mana, this is going to hurt.
Yeah, it is going to kill the Veigar, but even if we're just looking at card economy here, I mean, Random 7 has 2, 4, 6, 7 cards and 3 in play versus the 1 in play for Frozen Thralls, and going on 4 cards now in hand. But there's a Rekindler! What am I?
Oh, that's nasty. That's a rough one. Though, we should remember that Karma Ezreal is a deck that will often look like it's going to run out of cards, but if they get to turn 10 and they manage to have a Karma dodge its way ninja-like through all those Aloof Traveler landmines, then one time trick and they can chain draw into their entire deck. So this is not nearly as over as it looks.
Very true, yes. The deck can have as few as 1 card in hand, and a leveled up Karma comes down, and
there she is! There's the girl!
Oh, but is Random 7 going to pull the trigger on the Aloof here?
He's not gonna have a chance. She has to come into play right now. So this is actually a really cool spot, right?
Okay.
Because, oh no, we didn't play it! No!
What's the draw, though? What's the draw? We hit the Karma!
It was a 50-50
And the Jinx emote was what I was doing in real life when that happened.
it was a 50-50 too, because that Thermo Beam was sitting there at 5 mana trying to protect Karma, but it just couldn't do it.
Oh,
That's so rough. And the thing is, I think we could have just played that Karma there. Am I right, Blevins? Can Darkness answer her at 4 mana?
Yeah, Darkness is... Yeah, there's no Darkness in hand, though there could be... You could generate a Darkness, but I don't think you can generate
But I think our Darkness still costs 3, though.
No, it only costs 1. There's been 2,
Oh, no. Okay, so...
Yeah.
The Darkness could have come down. But how much damage does our
enough
Darkness
to kill.
do? No, it doesn't.
I think the Darkness is still at 2 damage.
Yeah, I think Karma was safe if we just put her on the field. It's one of those really weird moments where she would have been safer on the field than she was in our hand.
Right. Now, this is, of course, after having already seen 2 Aloof Travelers, so not an unreasonable percentage play to make, I don't think.
So the question you want to ask in spots like that, at least for me, right, is what's the punish doing it one way versus the other? And I think there's actually, since there's no punish to putting the Karma down, and there's actually an upside because she ends up giving you an extra spell, I actually do think Karma's the only play there. You're right that the getting punished by the Aloof is rare to happen. Oh, but there's another Karma.
Okay. This one, though, can be answered with Mini Morph.
It's true. She's going to get taken off the field as soon as she comes down.
That will be 2 Karmas answered.
This Darkness deck is showing it has what it takes.
I mean, this open attack is already threatening lethal, so like, we forget these. What are you talking about? These champions? We're just gonna beat down with followers here.
So sometimes you just gotta throw up your hands and say, "Look at me, ma! I'm an aggro deck."
Yeah. Wait, this is lethal.
No, we've got that. We've got the Tellstones. We've got the Tellstones. We can survive. Okay. But the problem is, I don't know that this helps, because this Karma's just gonna die as it hits the field.
Was there a lethal with, oh, no. Okay, we needed... The self mini-morph was almost lethal.
Self mini-morph would have gotten us 1 off lethal.
The Mr. Emotional Special, using the 6 mana, give your unit +1 attack, almost gets there.
Oh, and Thrall has tried to be so patient and hold this Karma for so long until the opponent goes under that mana or they have a burst speed spell, but they finally get the deep bed, and this mini-morph just gonna crush all of their dreams.
Yeah, mini-morph. Yeah, the look on the mini-T's face, I think, is probably close to what Frozen Thrall is at least feeling like right now.
Yeah, there's no response to that mini-morph. You don't get time to double up those spells and draw, and all of these Thermo Beams that might have protected our Karmas from those Aloof Travelers early in the game just showing up too late to help.
Yep, we get a Vygar back via the
Rekindler.
The Shen emote comes out, and there it is. Game number 1 going to random 7. And what am I like we previewed before this match? Yes, we saw a lineup diff, an anti-control going into control lineup, but this is why we play out the games. What am I?
100%.
Play differences. Yeah.
This is something that I like to talk about a lot. People look at a 60 or even a 65% matchup and go, "This game is over. He's dead." But guys, 35 or 40% is a lot of the time, especially with these top pilots on these decks.
Right. Imagine if you are a 40% matchup, you can still win 6 in a row and maybe lose the last 4, but like that still lines, right? Like, that's people think, "Oh, I'm favored here, therefore I'm always winning," and it's just that's not how these things work.
That's not how that works. That's not how any of this works.
But how it does work is deep going into the Jace Heimer here, and I mean we started it with random 7 here as our champion that we're looking at from their hand perspective. Let's do it again. We'll start off the game. How do you feel in the seat of random 7 given this hand state in this matchup?
So we saw that open pass on turn 3 from the deep player that represents that they have those Jaw Hunters. So we definitely want to be aware of that and make sure we're trying to protect our champions. Against the deep deck to win this match, I think you've got 2 really probable lines. You could either get a Heimerdinger down and get some really solid value to take over tempo, or you can find an answer to every Nautilus that hits. And looking at our hand, I'm not seeing any Heimerdingers, so I am not feeling the best for Random 7 here.
Right, and I got to point out, that open pass does represent the Jaw Hunters, but if you're Random 7, you're a top player, and Jaw better be ready for this when the Jaw Hunter comes down, and you don't want to throw it in. I would have had to leave the broadcast if I didn't say Jaw ready for this. I'm not pressing the button like the old days, but I had to say it.
I understand. It was a contractual obligation, Blevin. Sometimes you have to hurt us because you love us.
It's more of a moral code. The contracts say explicitly not to do that, but sometimes you just gotta stand for what you believe.
Well, we were talking about that secondary line to win, just trying to be able to answer every Nautilus, and that pickup on the Dawning Shadow will help us get there, right?
Yeah, we have 2 of 3 Nautilus answers in hand right now. Right, like that's.
Is it Nautilus's, Blevin? Is it not a lie? I never really understood.
Nautilusks, not a
Nautilorum?
Not a lorem.
The question really is whether Nautilus is Latin. That's an important thing we got to find out today.
Yeah, I don't know if Latin exists in the realm of Runeterra. I mean, English does apparently, so maybe.
So this attack looks really scary coming in from Random 7, but that lifesteal is going to keep our deep player in a pretty solid position. Yeah. And it's important to note, they still have another set of healing in hand from that Megatusk as soon as they hit this deep marker.
We see the Megatusk, we see we see Atrocity, right? So in a Nautilus, of course, that Nautilus has a very big bullseye painted on its back. But it is possible. I mean, we saw Random 7 navigate this and really be able to find the spot to take out the Karma. Maybe Frozen Thralls can find a spot to stick the Nautilus, get a little bit of chip, and throw off an Atrocity. Not going to be at this point, because I think that one of these kill spells is going to windmill slam down, as they say. There it is.
Yeah, there was no thought there. There was no, oh no, what am I going to do? You see a Nautilus, you kill a Nautilus. That boy ain't staying on this board.
Now, I think there's a decent amount of thought here as to which kill spell you use. A lot of times you want to be resource efficient, therefore spending the full 7 mana there, but is there any thought to firing off the Vengeance instead, or is it just sort of a menial decision?
So I think there's a couple things you want to consider. One of the going down to 1 hit point on deep side. This is not looking good.
No, I mean at this point.
Yeah. The thing I was talking about wanting to consider, though, is whether you want to reveal that random card that you got off of Reggie. And I think it's worth it in this case, specifically because keeping that fast speed answer is a really big deal.
Sure. Yep, definitely makes sense.
Oh, no! So many Vengeances!
Yeah, just in case there wasn't enough. We got a 3rd Vengeance in hand.
Yeah, I mean, I was talking about this alt win con, and Random 7 might just be able to answer literally everything that their opponent tries to do.
Oh, the True Shot Barrage, almost lethal on its own.
Getting us to that one-off lethal spot. I actually wonder whether it would have been right to point that at face right now, just to set up a Mystic lethal.
Yeah, I'm wondering. It's tough because a lot of times when I try to set up these like 2-turn lethals, unless I have it already, I feel like I end up getting punished. Especially with a card like True Shot Barrage, which A, did not start in Random 7's deck, and B, is honestly not a common choice, I would say, or a common card to play around. It's not seen in any decks really, and it's honestly a lot of times a pretty weak card. So it's a bit of a surprise factor. I think Frozen Thrall may be more likely to take a little bit of chip, maybe put themselves down to 3 and not be too worried, especially since, there's no get excited or anything.
It's definitely worth keeping the surprise factor of these Reggie spells in mind, but we're also seeing Deep really start to turn the corner here, right?
Yeah.
And Random's trying to put on the little bit of pressure they need at the end to clear this board, but we've got a Devour Fish. There's no damage getting through on the ground. That's not a Devour Fish, Blevins.
It is not, but it is still there. We also have a Vile Feast. But there's Heimer. Heimer can get a wide board very quickly. We do see an open pass, though.
They want that Devour Fish to be tapped under. They're hoping that they can see that come down so that their Heimer will be safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Oh, Maokai recently buffed, though. We can set up this free blocker in response to this Piercing Darkness.
Yeah, and I don't know what Maokai's level up is at. Oh, love the Vile Feast on your own unit just in case there's some shenanigans. And that's a leveled up Maokai.
Oh!
The clock
Now we're
has
on a
now
clock.
been set.
Beautiful. And this is kind of the 1-2 punch that Deep operates on, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have that necessary to answer Nautilus turn, and that, oh wow, the early GG. Hold up.
But here's the thing, though. 6-cost Heimer's unit is elusive, right?
Yeah.
And the Vengeance can go on the Abyssal Eye here.
Yeah, the game ain't over yet, Blevins. That was
Right.
that shed coming out just a touch early for my taste here.
Yep. Okay, we can see the Vengeance in response to not only kill the unit, but also save the Heimer here and generate the elusive.
And we have another Vengeance sitting in our hand here.
Right.
And we're going to be able to send that in to clear the way from the elusive.
We absolutely are. The question is, are we going to see the atrocity?
Huge elusive threats.
We are.
Oh,
Atrocity
good
comes
call.
out. Okay. But the damage has been dealt in the form of the 7-2 elusive coming down.
And there's no answer to this right now.
Yeah, we're going to have 11 mana. Ruination, potentially a useful spell normally, but not here.
I think Random's going to close this out.
Yeah, this is going to...
We're setting up a 2-turn lethal here, so
Right.
our deep opponent's going to need to top deck out of this.
Yeah, they're going to need to top deck something because the True Shot Barrage potentially doing that last damage.
Reggie coming through for Random once again.
Yep. There's the Nautilus. Ironically, of the 3 Vengeances, none of them used on Nautilus.
So this is actually hilarious. This open attack, if Random makes the right block, won't save them from True Shot Barrage, because we have this tough turret. Lifesteal's only gonna heal for 2. Random, no!
Oh, no!
Random, no!
Oh, this is
No!
devastating.
Oh, you had it, buddy!
But, I mean, so we can still just...
We can still
attack.
just kill with the elusive. Like, we're still gonna get there. It's gonna be fine.
Also, you get the flex that you got to use a thermogenic beam on a Nautilus. Hey, the Shen coming out, and that's going to be it. Random 7 wins it again in a 2-0.
Wow. We got that tiny misstep at the end, not blocking the extra lifesteal, but no punish, no way to shut down that elusive, and Random 7 gonna crush it in those bad matchups. Well done.
That was not the way I expected it to go for one, but that was very exciting to watch. I was, obviously you gentlemen know, really hyped up watching this behind the scenes. I was saying during the Darkness matchup, hey, there's a chance they could just go wide. They kept playing units.
Yeah.
The other opponent didn't really have answers, so they stole that win with Darkness. Then on the other side, Random doing his best Batman cosplay. He says, I've got a fist full of vengeance, and I'm going to ride that to a victory, right? So congratulations to Random. Wow, what a game. I'm honestly a bit flabbergasted. That was not the way I anticipated that going whatsoever.
Yeah, and this was really, I love the fact that we saw it here. Yes, Random 7 winning 2-0 versus Frozen Thrall. Huge congrats to Random 7 and consolation to Frozen Thrall. But we talked about this during the pre-game. What am I is There was a matchup diff. I said it could have been a bloodbath. Now, of course, I was talking about Frozen Thrall potentially causing the bloodbath. And I guess in a way they did cause it because it was their blood on the battlefield here. And but you know, certainly Random 7 able to take that out and have, you know, through some, you know, I think not necessarily overtly crazy plays, but some very succinct plays. What am I caused them to get those little advantages and take these games home?
Yeah, they were able to set up those plays really well and just kind of build over time. We saw multiple times those wide boards against the decks that really aren't ready for that. And that paid off for them big. That's why we put so much emphasis on having these comfort picks. Random knows how to play the bad matchups, and that showed.
Well, Random didn't get Mo's memo, which was that apparently Darkness is supposed to give out free wins, and Random's moving on. So with that in mind, we still have action going on right now, so we're going to jump into Ptash taking on ABG's Wei Feng. Gentlemen, jump into this one.
All right, thank you, Charmer. Here we go into another game here. As Charmer mentioned, Ptash versus Wei Feng. This looks like another potentially Karma Ezreal versus...
That's not Karma Ezreal, Blev. There's no way that's Karma Ezreal. I see some allegiance, my dude. We be playing Ezreal Kennen today.
Yes! I love it. I saw the regions and assumed, of course, foolishly, and then of course we have I'm assuming it's a Jace Heimer on the top, but who knows at this point.
I think it's very likely to be Jace Heimer, and I love this decision to deny this early 6-mana spell, because that would allow the Heimer deck to get a huge amount of pressure in, and we didn't have that good a play this turn anyway. But instead, now the board is relatively equal, Eye of the Dragon's here to clog things up, and we're going to start just spamming these Kennens with all of these Allegiance triggers.
Oh yes, I definitely enjoyed for a little bit, because I was playing at the original iteration of the Ezreal Kennen when Wayfinder would be able to just pull out 2 Kennens. Of course, no longer the case. That was nasty.
That
was definitely nasty, but hey, you know, the deck has survived, of course, here, and potentially going to be seeing it. We'll still be seeing quite a large number of Kennens, just maybe not as many as the old
Ptash here deciding not to go for that Ghost Block plus Recall so that they can get their landmark down and ticking this turn. They might decide to... There's an option to recall this Ephemeral Kennen, but I think given that our opponent is back to 2 mana, courtesy of that little 1-drop giving it back to them, we're more likely to let this die, as we don't really want to let our recall get wasted. Oh, they tapped back under it, though. Maybe we recall here?
We might. Looks like not going to be, and it seems as though we saw the bans there on the side. I believe Kaisa banned on the side of Ptash, and I'm not... I didn't quite catch who the ban on the top was, but... We are here in this game.
So Ptash has a bunch of different options here. They can do a non-committal Kennen. Yep, and that seems to be what they're going to go for. They could also choose to open pass, because the way that this deck plays, most decks going into the late game with Heimer Jace are going to be in some trouble, because those big SI spells will be able to come down and do basically whatever they want. Ezreal Kennen's happy to go basically as long as you want, because if they can get all of their setup done, then they don't care how much mana you have. Take 20 at burst.
Right, yeah. You can have... Okay, yeah, you've got these really big spells. Well, I've got 1,000 paper cuts for you. I hope you like it.
Just like any good ninja. And I love that pass back there by Ptash, deciding they're willing to go down 1 on that Ezreal trigger so that they can not allow Heimer to be developed that turn.
Yeah, and just another very high-level understanding of what matters in the game, right? Like, yes, I want to play my spells, I want to be efficient. That's great as a base level 1 learning the game. You want to be efficient, but once you get to these high-level games, you have to understand what's the win condition for yourself as well as your opponent, and knowing that, Ptash says, you know what? I'm going to stop you from being able to develop the Heimer. Let's go next turn.
All right, so there's our second Kennen down onto this field, and we're going to work on pointing a whole barrage of lightning at this Heimer to try to take it off.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to need 4 marks, but that's something this deck is extremely capable of doing. As next turn, we're going to see 3 leveled Kennens on this board, I think.
That sure is a large number, but for this deck, that's just par for the course, right? With potentially even an additional one in hand if you need it.
Just in case 3 wasn't enough, we've got this backup allegiance. We can just keep them coming, you know. There's that beautiful Kennen bringing the storm.
Yep, absolutely. And 2 more times for good measure, and another God will see. I was joking about the other one in hand, but we may very well see it.
Oh, so this is actually really dangerous here. Ptash is playing this a little bit aggressive. They're deciding that they're willing to burn some hand space if their opponent wants to block. Hand space is a thing that becomes a really big deal with this Kennen Ezreal deck. Because even when we put this mark on the stack, we're going to go up to 9 cards in hand before this block comes down. So we're not necessarily going to be able to get all of these extra Kennen triggers.
Right. We'll have the 3 from the attacks, and then we'll get 1 additional if there's a block, right? And then if they want to block more, there will not be any additional marks created.
The only issue here is that if we don't choose to take this open attack, because we used our deny earlier, we open ourselves up to a big spell like that Shock Blast. So I like this decision. I just want to point out the pros and cons of it.
Sure, absolutely. Looks like for Ptash ends up working out, as we still did get maximum number of marks here.
Yep, and I expect a flurry of... I'm surprised we let them get off the stack there. I'm not sure I like this Heimerdinger still being alive right now. What do you think, Blevins?
Yeah, I am definitely of the opinion that if there's a Heimer in play, I want it to not be in play anymore unless it's mine. And I want that to happen as soon as possible, especially considering we gave our opponent an additional option to play something like that Shock Blast and get an additional unit. Now, perhaps that is fine in the grand scheme of things for Ptash. They're not worried about, and maybe they even just want to get more information about, you know, what is Wei Feng actually looking to play here, and have more information about maybe how you want to use your last mark.
It's a defensible line to try to go for more information. I guess I'm just scared of those big slow spells coming down and giving them turret value that we didn't need to let them have. Because is there a better target in this deck than this? Yeah, and there it is, right? We just gave them a 6/1 elusive.
Yeah, we gave them a 6/1 elusive for basically no reason. I
mean, and the thing is, I think Kennen is enough in the driver's seat at this point. I don't think it's going to matter. I think Ptash, we're probably going to see them bury this poor little 6/1 elusive. Maybe it's a 7/2 under another avalanche of lightning spells. Right. But that doesn't mean that we want to give our opponent free resources, right?
Is it also possible that we want to weave in an Ezreal beforehand and actually get some damage down? I don't know how close Ezreal is to leveling here. Well, it looks like that's...
No. Looks like we're just going to spend all of these.
Okay.
And this, with all of these gone, this does definitely put the pressure back on the Heimerdinger player to take their action and play that fleeting turret.
Right.
But I think we have... the question is whether we kill it this turn or next turn, or if we're okay just taking that 7. Because we have enough Kennen procs that we can just get 2 more Kennens and kill that off as well. The only issue with that line is it does allow the Jace to come down free.
I'm wondering if this extra 7/2 is going to cascade into something that puts Ptash into a predicament. Now, like you said, it's probably not, and it seems a bit innocuous as it's easy enough to deal with, but every bit is an extra resource that needs to be used to kill the 7/2 that's not being used for another Heimerdinger, another Jace, etc.
Yeah, but now this Ezreal's in play. The Heimer deck is already down to 8. We only need 4 more spells before this game is completely closed out.
Right. And we have, I mean, we can generate additional with the seedling here on Kennen if we want. Jace does come out.
This level Jace is powerful, and it's going to be trying to threaten this Ezreal to stop this clock. But, again, this deck is pretty okay at protecting its threats. So... we have a Homecoming on protection. We're going to see how the interaction goes next turn if this Vengeance versus Homecoming battle can take out this Ezreal.
Right. It does seem on board that an open attack would threaten to kill Ezreal, which would force out the Homecoming, which would then force out the Vengeance.
Yeah, so we're going to see what all the top decks are here to see how that plays out next round.
Yeah.
But Ptash wanting to just make sure they get that Ezreal damage in this turn. I like that line because we don't know if it's going to be around next turn. And this gives them a much higher chance to top deck into Burst Lethal. We only need one more.
Deny is pretty good. Gotta say.
Yeah, that was...
definitely like Deny here.
I cannot argue with that top deck, Blev. That's what we were looking for.
Pretty good. Vengeance comes out. Let's
oh wait, it's level Jace! It's level Jace, Blev! It's not good enough!
Okay, never mind. I
Hold
mean,
up,
I still like the
hold up.
Deny.
This is actually a huge deal. This actually argues for pre-homecoming the Jace last turn.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it would have had to have been instead of the Seedling, of course, but yeah.
It's just a different, interesting line we can talk through, right?
Yeah, without the Deny in hand, it does seem weird to do that for sure.
Yeah, because we don't know we're getting the Deny.
Right.
Now, this is a really interesting spot from the Kennen Ezreal deck, because at this point, our Ezreal's gone, but our opponent, we've gotten them all the way down to 4, so we only need to push a little more damage to get this closeout.
Right, yeah. Ezreal is not the only win condition, we must remember, of course. As open attack looking pretty decent right now. Block, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I mean, open attack is threatening lethal.
Yup.
It would have to be a pretty good progress day.
We actually have 2 denies, so even if Jace had managed to copy something, we would have been able to stop it.
Right. But we do get double progress day, which is going to reduce things by 2, but with only 1 resource, with 1 mana remaining, don't think that's going to be enough, and it looks like Ptash going to tie up this series 1-1.
That Jace deck was almost able to pull it back, but the power coming in from that wide board of Kennen, getting that little bit of last chip damage in after the combo does its job, managing to take it down.
Yeah, it's those games, that you look back at the game, and that's not the game I would necessarily showcase the deck with, right? It's like, if I want to sell someone on the deck, I'm not going to go, oh, well, you can get a little bit of chip damage here with Ezreal, do like maybe 6 damage, and then I'll finish the rest off. It's like, no, I want to show the 20 damage combo with Ezreal from 0, OTK, but hey, it gets the job done. We see the versatility of the deck, being able to get that chip in with the units, some spells here or there, go back and forth with the interactive spells, and then end the game with a clunky open attack. But hey, a win's a win. What am I?
And I actually want to draw attention to that. It's not the thing you use to showcase the deck, but when we're talking about these really high-level players, I think it's almost more important than talking about what the deck does at its peak. Because when you're firing on all cylinders, you know what you're supposed to do. When something goes wrong, that's when you have to show your real skill and find the way to get it done anyway.
Yeah, most players can win when the deck is firing on all cylinders. It's how do you, like you said, how do you win with the deck when it's floundered? Can you win with the deck? Can you outskill your opponent, or does the deck not have legs in those matchups? And that's okay in some cases too. It's just you have to know that going in. And of course, we saw there Ezreal Kennen able to pull it out. But here is this final game number 3. Of course, the Jace Heimer still on the side of Wei Feng, and you've got Ptash here with the Misfortune Pirate Aggro.
Yeah, this new Pirate Aggro deck, with the addition of those tentacle cards to give it just a little bit of extra reach, being willing to still rush its opponent down and look for those burnout scenarios, but trying to not run out of gas quite as fast as it used to.
Oh yeah, the tentacle cards are great because it does exactly what you sometimes need the deck to do, which is deal with units on board, because you don't always have that extra burn that needs to be pointed at face. Sometimes you need a Noxian Fervor to go to a unit, and that always stinks when you're the pirate deck and you can't necessarily point it at face. well, the tentacle cards kind of give you the best of both worlds. You're able to deal with a unit, deal damage to a unit, and also have a unit left behind to attack your opponent's Nexus with.
And we've already got 2 decimates in the hand of Ptash, as well as this wide board coming in, and this Misfortune is going to make blocks really hard.
Yeah, and as is usual...
No, she's not.
Misfortune on board, Misfortune no longer on board. And, man, the Vile Feast doing what it's done since the very onset of Legends of Runeterra, which is just make the aggro decks day just awful. Like, the attack just looks terrible now. I don't think that there can be an attack. Yes, you can push 3 damage here, but that's going to be at the cost of your board, essentially.
I think I actually disagree here, Blev. I think we have to take this attack. With these 2 decimates in our hand, we're looking to go into full burnout mode as quickly as possible. If I can get my opponent down to 15, Ptash disagrees.
Okay. Well, we're already seeing a divergent choice here. I mean, we'll see how it plays out. This is why, and I know you were an advocate that is on the side that I'm on for aggro decks, which is, it's not just, oh, me go face, me kill, me play cards. There's a lot of nuance to these aggro decks. What am I?
Very much agree. And Ptash is actually going to get rewarded for this play with this top deck Twisted Fate. Perhaps this was something that they were playing around as a potential draw to make this very worthwhile. That way we can look to potentially get rid of some of these blockers with this red card and try to go wide and powerful on our turn 5 attack.
Yeah, we have, of course, the 3 Twisted Fates. There's a pair of Make It Rains. And, you know, there's a couple other, like, you know, the Riptide Sermon, of course, though we're a little bit away from that. But, yeah, there's definitely some answers here to potentially clear off this board and allow what you have in play to actually get through and get a little bit more than just the 3 damage through.
So this block is hard representing that TF, especially when you don't play anything here.
Right.
So we're basically playing with our Twisted Fate face up here. So our opponent knows that, and we're going to see those 2-1 Reggies hang out just comfortably there in hand until TF is on board.
Yeah, definitely representing a card pretty heavily, but hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to do it, right? It's the card, it's there, your opponent knows it, you know it, and that's fine.
But this is actually a great line, especially with this next 1-drop that got drawn. Ptash is going to be able to fill up this board. Oh, I'm surprised we didn't play the 1-drop first there.
What's the reasoning behind playing it first?
So it's about how many actions we're giving our opponent to use cards that Twisted Fate is forcing them to hold on to, right?
Okay.
So when we play this Twisted Fate now, our opponent can respond, and they're going to get a chance to play 2 Pharaoh's Financiers this turn if we want to get this 2-1 down. Or we're just deciding we're not going to play this 2-1 this turn, which I don't really see the reason for.
It's a very good point. Yeah, I think even though the Twisted Fate is, you know, quote unquote face up because of how Ptash blocked last turn, I do agree with you. I do like opening with the 2-1. If your opponent wants to say, all right, you know, pass, then you have the option to, all right, I'll just take this attack. Or potentially then you develop the Twisted Fate, but then there's one fewer action that your opponent got to take. So no, I think I'm in the same boat as you here. What am I? But we'll have to see. Maybe this is part of Ptash's line here. Maybe they're not wanting to play the Precious Pet.
Perhaps. And I also just like the idea of the face-up Twisted Fate holding my opponent hostage, right? If I've told them that I have Twisted Fate, they can't play anything with 1 health until I develop it. And that's a great spot for me to put them in. As it turns out, they were going to play the Heimerdinger this turn anyway, so it doesn't end up mattering.
All right, and
but this looks like enough damage.
2, 4, 6, and 7 coming through, going to put opponent down to 7, and there is 8 damage in hand and a healthy enough life total that I don't think you care about what your opponent can play here.
Ptash navigating this very well.
Yeah.
And that ability to know what you can play around and what you can't, showing through.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to imagine Ptash just slamming Decimate here.
Yeah, I think at this point we're just throwing Decimates at their face and hoping they don't have enough heal to stop us.
Yeah.
And this may honestly be Blevins a deck list thing, because I don't have this deck list in front of me. I don't know if this version of Heimer Jace has things like Whale in it. So I don't know if there were things we're supposed to be playing around.
I'm looking at it right now. We have 2 Piercing Darkness, no Withering Whale, 3 Vile Feasts as our life gain spells. So no Withering Whale to be worried about here. And really the only fast speed lifesteal that's not randomly generated is going to be Vile Feast. So this should actually just be locked here for Ptash.
Yeah, that given the lack of Withering Whales, I actually really like the lines that Ptash took here. Ptash knew what was in their opponent's deck, knew how to play this matchup, and despite the traditional ability of SI to gain health out of these bad situations, is just going to be able to lock this up with some Decimates and some really clean, precise plays.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if perhaps the Heimerdinger was it just didn't do anything in this case, right? Like, yes, obviously you can generate a lot of damage with Heimerdinger, but
yeah, I'm not so sure about the Heimerdinger play. I think we kind of needed to play down these Regis to look for some kind of lifesteal that could save us. I'm not a big fan of that line coming out of the Heimer player, not gonna lie.
Sure, but either way, Ptash gonna be able to navigate themselves into a round number 1 win. Gonna advance them onto the top 16. Charmer, what a series there.
Yeah, that was a fantastic series for us to kind of come into after seeing the other one to start the broadcast. I want to give a special shout out to Mo, because at the top of the broadcast, when he was talking about this Pirates deck, he said, I know that in the past it's been an all-in, go-wide aggro, but there is a case to be made about slowing things down, maybe making this a bit more mid-range. And we saw precise plays there by Ptash to get the most out of it, properly reading the opponent's deck and riding that to victory. So well done to Ptash. Congratulations, obviously moving on to the top 16. And again, 2 great rounds for us to, well, 1 round, 2 great games, 2 great series to start things off there. And as we see how this went, game 3s are always great when you're a spectator.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You love to see those game 3s. It's very, I mean, hey, we just get more Runeterra to watch on broadcast, which we love to see, but also like it's really great having you in the booth, what am I, as a top level player to really think through these lines. Now, I may be a little rusty in my play these days, but having, you obviously thinking about these lines very analytically, I love to see it, love to hear it, and hear these, like, it's because it's not usually in these top 32s, it's not the overwhelming plays that end up winning the seasonal. It's these little plays that end up mattering 4 or 5 turns down the line that crown a seasonal champion.
Yeah, the higher up you get in these tournaments and the closer the play skill gets, the more you have to look for those minute edges. You have to look for those 1 and 2 points of damage, or the way to deny your opponent a single card, or make it a little bit more likely that you're going to be able to push lethal even a couple of turns from now. And as long as you're looking for those, as far as I'm concerned, you're doing it right and you're improving, right? And so I always love to try to find these cool lines, and I love the lines that these top-level players get to showcase when they're piloting these decks to the best of their ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing as we leave that score screen, I gotta point out a deck that was talked a lot coming into this event, the Heimer Jace. Just saw it get 0-2, just saw it get 2-0'd, so perhaps was a little bit too big of a target on its back coming into this top 32, and perhaps we'll see more decks and more lineups trying to target that specific deck and trying to 2-0 that deck, Charmer.
You say that, but we also saw it find some success against an anti-control lineup, so it might just be the way things are boiling. We need to highlight, right, lack of Withering Whale in this particular one, so the healing could be a bit of a difference maker as well. But again, congratulations to Ptash. You're moving on to the top 16, and I'm really excited for what we're going to see for the rest of the day, because it's been some great games so far. Unfortunately, for what am I, no Kai'Sa yet, but I know that they might be the only one hoping to see that deck. I don't know. With that in mind, I apologize. We're going to be not going to a break like I thought. We're going to be going to the Ptash deck. Let's talk about this. What am I? We haven't seen Kai'Sa, but I know you're a huge fan of this Ezreal Kennen deck. I was actually just tweeting while I was off, while you guys were casting, about how whenever you're playing against this deck, it's like, oh, hi, Mark, because Kennen is just constantly making nothing but marks, right? So tell me, what am I about this particular deck, because I know you're a big fan.
This is honestly one of my favorite decks in the format. Now that it's been tuned down to be not completely oppressive, we've seen that hard nerf on that King Cow Wayfinder. This deck sets up to be this very cool inevitability engine, where we're just going to start generating those marks. We're going to get a leveled Ezreal. Kennen, with this recent buff, taking mercs to 3 damage, clears the board of almost anything our opponents can do, and at the same time, these traditional Ionia tools that we see time and time again, these permission spells, Nopify, Deny, the ability to stop these gigantic threats with these homecomings, 5 homecomings in this deck with those Ionian Tellstones helping out, and protect our creatures, gives this deck a really powerful ability to just take any game as late as it wants. On the flip side, if you're looking to be good against this kind of deck, then what you need to be doing is putting it under pressure as soon as possible. They have very few cards they can play effectively in the early game, and like we saw in that last matchup with that Pirates deck decimating down Heimer Jace, if you get wide on the board, you will blow through this deck's defenses.
I will say, though, perhaps to the dismay of many aggro players, we do still see 3 Eye of the Dragon, so even in some of the more aggressive decks, still has game against it. And like we saw in the match with this deck, it was not the cleanest of victories. Not that there was poor play, it was just the deck did not function as smoothly as you would show in a demo reel for the deck, right? It was a grindy, it was a slobber knocker, as they say, but was able to take it down. Ezreal coming in, getting a 6 to 8 points of damage, dying, and then coming through with the just wide attack of units, still able to get it through. Like you mentioned during the cast, this deck is able to play when it doesn't have its supreme draws. It's able to actually find wins out of the less than spectacular draws of the deck, because it has so much versatility with all of these Ionia spells.
Yeah, and that versatility... Oh, sorry, I'll throw it back to Charmer.
No, you're fine. I just was going to point out that we also have other decks that Ptash played. So I was going to say, let's take a look at the other stuff that Ptash piloted. We didn't get to see this, and I know that it's still worth talking about because this was obviously a banned target. This is different from the versions we've seen on the broadcast so far today, though. When we have talked about it, this is the Sivir Kai'Sa deck. What about the Sivir one stands out? What am I?
So the Sivir version is the one that you're bringing when you're looking for a little bit more of a secondary win condition, and you're willing to give a little bit in that early game against aggro. Sivir is that really powerful 4-drop that, with the help of things like Absolver, can win the game all on her own. And this plays a lot like old school Sivir Akshan, where you're just a powerful tempo deck looking to run over whatever answers your opponent has coming for you.
And of course, a third deck in the lineup, because we didn't get to see this one. Ptash winning that last round with Pirates. Blevins, again, I want to give that shout out to Mo, because at the start of the broadcast, he said, this is a deck that can slow things down. So tell me, Blevins, how you felt about the way Ptash navigated that, because there was a few times where I think all of us thought that they were going to turn on the gas. We saw those decimates, but they stayed reserved.
Yeah, I think, that draw of the Twisted Fate, whether calculated or not from Ptash, really did change the texture of that game, right? Like, we talked about the play as it was happening. We could have essentially sacrificed the integrity of our board for 3 damage on that turn, which, like what am I said, was probably the play that they would have made in that moment, having given it, 15 seconds of thought, right? But that draw of the Twisted Fate ends up changing how the rest of that game plays out, because now you save the integrity of your board. You make a block that is kind of showing that you have a Twisted Fate, but ends up opening up the board to do even more damage in subsequent turns. And as we saw, 2 decimates drawn early means all you need to do is get your opponent down to that 8 or fewer life, and all of a sudden the game's over.
Well, again, I've said it a few times, but one last time, congratulations to Ptash for moving on. Also, congratulations to Random, because we started the broadcast with them winning a very uphill battle, but we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, the round 16 of our top 32 will be kicking off, so don't go anywhere. More Legends of Runeterra when we return. Hello and welcome back to the Forces from Beyond Seasonal Tournament. I am still your host, Charmer, once again joined on the desk by the magnificent Mo, but for the first time on the broadcast today, the amazing Jay Doza is here as well. Jay Doza, how excited are you for not only this broadcast, but especially after seeing that first round of the top 32?
I am very, very excited. One of the games that stuck out to me is we saw Random in that first round, ironically taking down Deep, which is usually Random's deck of choice in a lot of these tournaments. So it's awesome to see the tournament start off like that. So very, very excited.
Yeah, we have seen some great matches already. Let's go ahead and catch folks up on how things are going in the bracket thus far. Again, round one of the top 32 is over. So here, this particular quarter of the bracket, we had Spids taking out Samson the Martyr. We also had Rick GXP from NNT taking down Santa TCG, which is a bit of a surprise to me because Santa, known quality player. And then obviously we saw Ptash taking on Wei Feng just before the break, and Dusty Buns eliminating Floppy Mudkip. What do you think about that, gentlemen?
Yeah, Dusty... No, go ahead, Jay Doza.
No, I was just going to say, well, first off, the names are hysterical. But,
Yeah.
Floppy's a 3-time top cutter. So to see Floppy already out in the top 32 there, I mean, that's nuts to me. Well,
Yeah, that wasn't a very good birthday present from Dusty Buns here. He dusted Floppy's buns by beating him 2-1, and that was the best. That's the best thing I could come up with. I hope that was Blevins quality. I tried to mimic Blevins. He's my caster inspiration. Yeah, much more hair than Blevins. You know, I just try to be Blevins 2.0 basically.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't make a 1980 sports reference, but you were pretty close. Yeah. So I'll give you at least partial credit there. Let's take a look at another section of the bracket here. Again, top 16 is all that is left. Here we have another big upset. Mekas eliminating Jason Florent, and then we had Fansora eliminating Chunkser. What do we think about Jason dropping in the first round here?
Yeah, I would not call that an upset. I think Mekas...
I was going to say that too.
Yeah, I wouldn't call this an upset. I think Jason is definitely not a bad player by any means. Don't get me wrong. Don't take this as flame or I hate the guy. But Mekas, he used to be known as Macon Jackson, is an insane player. He's been insane, played in the first Worlds last year, was an amazing Brazilian player, and if there's any region that I would not call an upset if they ever win, it's Brazil. Even going back to that first set of brackets there, I forgot who it was, but they took over, I think it was Santa TCG, took a loss to an NNT player. Brazil is just absolutely insane, as we can see it from the bottom half of this bracket also.
Yeah, and I got to point this out. Thomas Zamo, I really wish we could have seen this game, guys. Thomas Zamo and 4LW. You have Thomas Zamo topping for the 5th time and 4LW topping for the 4th time. That's a match. Would have loved to see it. It looks like 4LW coming out on top there. Yet another Brazilian player, like you mentioned, Mo. So that was definitely, almost certainly an incredible game. But now we'll see if 4LW can make it through the top 16.
Yeah, I will say for the folks at home, internet culture has ruined me. So when I say big upset, that was actually meant to be absurd. Macon Jackson, insane. Honestly, the whole Hydra team is also fantastic. We can see 4LW, another legend of the entire community, doing well. A big fan of Kid with the Pig just on the name alone, however, so we're going to keep an eye on that one. But we got more bracket to cover here real quick, gentlemen. Let's hop to the other side. We had Prodigy falling, and then we obviously saw Random 7 with what I think is not necessarily an upset because Random is great, but I think a bit of a shocker based on how those lineups matched up. And then down below, probably not a real surprise, but Trevo with a big victory, 2-0, again returning seasonal champion, and then Y Rebellion with a win. Y Rebellion not a slouch either in the Runeterra community.
Yeah, I think... To me, Y Rebellion, I will say that's a little bit of an upset to Insolinato. I think Insolinato is a fantastic player, but what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on for this side of the bracket is if we inevitably get Random versus Trevo in the quarterfinals. Those are two of my favorites for this particular tournament, and unfortunately we won't be able to see them in the finals because they got paired up in the same bracket, but that would be an absolute banger of a game to see in the quarterfinals if we get there.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the most going to be the most devastating or upsetting things in this entire bracket, because these players are extremely good friends. They share lineups. Random wrote Trevo, Jace Heimer that he won last season with. Random actually wrote that guide for Trevo. He taught Trevo how to play the deck that won Trevo that seasonal championship title. They play together. They're both on Wombats. They play all the time, and to see them not be able to make it, get matched up in the same side of the brackets here is just really unfortunate.
And so with that in mind, we've got the last quarter of the bracket to cover here. We've got Adamu with the victory over Beeb, and then we also have the Cup is Mine with a victory. That's actually the matchup that we're going to be seeing on broadcast here in just a moment. And then, of course, we have another member of ABG being successful, Rogio. Finally, we have another Brazilian from the Hydra falling to AJ. I think that's a bit of an upset as well, because that's a fantastic player, and I would not have expected, one, the loss, but to lose 2-0 like that is a bit of a surprise to me.
Yeah, the only thing I want to point out there is that, Ian Nogueira already out in a semifinalist from way back in the day and has been playing for quite some time, so sad to see him go, but looks like we're about to get into the other game, so...
Yeah, I was just about to say, the game is ready, so we're going to be seeing the Cup is Mine taking on the other player in Adamu. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right, Mo, our first time casting together. Let's go, man.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. It's going to be... I'm excited. I don't know if you're excited as I am, but I'm
a little bit. I get those little tingly feelings in my tummy, all right? It's awesome, man.
Let's go. All right, so the first matchup here, Cup is Mine... On that slower version of Nasus, he did bring Nasus Kindred with this guy is on triple Undying. Not 2, but 3 Undying. Only 1 real 1-drop in that Treasure Seeker, so not really respecting aggro.
Yeah, well, and I think we saw that in the other regions. I think it was EMEA, maybe, that was also playing 3 Undying, which this card, for so many years, like, everybody is up and down, like, it's a terrible card, it's a good card, but in a deck like this... That whole not block thing, yeah, sure, that's a detriment sometimes, but when you have all these kill cards now, especially with things like Hate Spike, there's just so many different ways to kill the Undying and have it be a threat, and then also buff up that Nasus. So you're going to see with 2 Nasus early how quickly Cup is Mine can actually get this bad boy on field.
Yeah, this is a really good start from Adamu. I wouldn't even say it's necessarily a good start for him as much as this isn't an explosive start that you want to see from Cup is Mine. While you do want to go down in a third Nasus picked up there, it's kind of crazy. While you can play that super late game, you still want some amount of mid and early game agency.
Yeah, I think 3 Nasus early is actually bad, no? Because you don't have nearly as many units to actually kill stuff, and there goes one of them thanks to Aloof, and there's 2 more Aloof in hand. We might actually be able to kill all of these Nasus before they even come out.
Yeah, I'm checking the deck list right now for Cup is Mine, and I believe the only card he has that's more expensive than Nasus is that Atrocity. So one way or the other, whether you get rid of the threat itself or you get rid of that Atrocity, you are getting rid of a win condition.
Yeah, those are all really, really good hits. And I don't know about you, but I feel like we're seeing a lot of Aloof Travelers floating around now, and they seem to be very, very impactful in a lot of different matchups. So, and here we go. Undying, already getting some work done, taking out some units from Atimu.
Yeah, being able to get a bunch of value there, being a killable target, fetching out that Kindred. We're going to see a Nasus get discarded here again. And then also trading in for that unit is really crazy from this Undying card.
Like, what do you... if you're entering with a Nasus deck, I don't think you're expecting all the Nasus to just be discarded from your hand in any matchup. Like, this is not something you're prepared for.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's really weird, and it's really going to show us how good of a player Cup is Mine is of thinking on their feet, right? Because most players would just crumble. They just think, no pun intended, with the card in the hand. But they, sorry, I'm still doing my Blevins impression.
Blevins impression.
Yeah, my Blevins impression. I don't have the soundboard for it, but are y'all ready for these puns? Anyways, most players aren't ready to have all of their win conditions, or 80% of their win conditions gone by turn 6. He didn't play the Nasus down, and it's just gone.
What?
So,
dude, and oh my god.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy here.
What kills me is Atimu actually just back-to-back-to-back Aloof Travelers, not even thinking to wait, because the other consideration is, like, do you wait to play the aloof, like to wait for Cup is Mine to actually draw into Atrocity and Nasus. We just ripped it. We just went with it, and it worked.
Yeah, he just said, I'm just going to play them here. Because, like, what's the worst value you get? If you look at his deck list here, the most expensive cards in the deck are going to be that Nasus and that Atrocity. But, hey, what's the second most expensive card in your deck? Oh, yeah, Kindred, Spirit Leech, Rite of Negation. So it's like, we know you just got a champion because he played Rite of Calling, right? So we know that we are guaranteed to hit either another Nasus or an Atrocity, both huge win conditions, or, we're probably going to hit this Kindred here because it's, again, the most expensive hit card in your deck past those Nasus.
All right, but so the real question is, use that G word there, Mo. Are we guaranteed to win on the side of a Temu now that all 3 Nasus are gone?
No way. In fact, it actually looks like he could be in a bad spot here. Because this is... Unless we get a really good turn, was this going to be a turn 9 board wipe? Because next turn we have this big board wipe from the Buried in Ice. It's going to freeze Cup is Mine's board, and then we can immediately play this It That Stairs, this humongous one-sided Ruination combo that everyone talks about. Of course, it is very slow. It's 17 mana, but if you get both of them in your hand and your opponent can't do anything about it, I mean, it seems to be pretty good to me.
Yeah, we got 2 more pretty big attacks coming in, so I imagine Adamu, going to set up these trades here. Feels so bad throwing stuff underneath this Undying. It just keeps growing and growing and growing. And that's the thing, like, you want to try to block it so that it's not killing it right away, so it doesn't get so big so fast. But at some point, it's just not going to matter. You need to get rid of it somehow. And honestly, like, there's no mini more for anything in this deck. There's no cards like that are going to be able to permanently get rid of this Undying, so it's going to continue to do work.
Yeah, fortunately for Adamu, we actually have exactly one wave Doza to deal with this Undying.
What is it? What do we got?
It's exactly Buried in Ice, because that exiles it or obliterates it. And then exactly It That Stairs, because it will get rid of the landmark.
Oh, you're just saying that back-to-back combo. Yep.
Yeah, so that's the only thing, really, that can deal with the Undying. And what did you look at Adamu's hand? That's exactly what they have.
And is it... How many copies are we playing of the Buried in Ice? Is it just 1?
I believe it's 2 copies of Buried in Ice. So, yeah, it's 2 copies of Buried in Ice and 2 copies of It That Stairs. Because you don't want to go to just 1, because this one-sided board wipe is extremely good, as we see here, and as we see against a lot of mid-range decks. But also, you don't want to go to 3, because that's going to be extremely clunky.
I'm just wondering if, like, is the Undying the actual way that Cup is Mine takes a victory here? And if so, I mean, are we needing to draw into another one? Like, is that now the win condition? Because it's really... Honestly, the Undying is the only thing that's going to get up to be big enough to Atrocity, too, right? It's the only thing that's actually going to possibly hit, like, 6, 7, 8 to threaten a decent amount of damage for lethal onto the Nexus.
Right, especially since we know all 3 Nasus are gone. We've already lost 1 Kindred. So the only things that grow in this deck now is 2 more Kindred, which you've already seen 4 champions, and then also these other Undyings, but it's going to be kind of late. So it's really smart by Cup is Mine to play around that ice block we see here. He didn't develop last turn, not developing this turn. Granted, there isn't too much he could develop, but this is an extremely heads-up, really good hand read from Cup, saying, hey, you know what, man? I'm not going to play anything. You don't have a Trundle in play. You're not threatening a pillar here. There is absolutely no pressure coming out of the side of Adamu, so I'm just going to play the slow game.
But we do have a War Mother's Call, and I don't know about you, Mo. Were you playing in, like, beta?
Oh, yeah, I was playing on the Shadow Drop weekend.
Okay, yeah. So when I see a War Mother's Call on one side of the field and an Undying on the other, I'm getting flashbacks to beta right now.
Yeah.
And it feels really good, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's one of those where you think, whoa, what season? Like, you take a screenshot of this, you remove the hands, take a screenshot of that the War Mother's Call on the stack, and you just say, what year are we in? And I'd say 2019. Very easily 2019.
All right. So Undying killed. Rite of Calling going to grab a Kindred, because that's all that's left in the deck right now. And the problem with Kindred is it doesn't grow like Nasus in the deck, right? So it's a lot easier once Kindred comes down for Adamu to kill it with something like a Thermo Beam or a Mystic Shot, or really all the removal suite that you see in their hand. So we'll see if we're able to take care of it.
Yeah, and we see that starting to get leveled here, and now Adamu previously said, you know what, Cup is mine, you don't have enough pressure to force this Buried in Ice out of my hand. Well, now we see, you know, our second to last champion, a 7/7 Undying in play. I'd say this is a pretty good spot to go ahead and get rid of the entire board here.
Yeah, and it looks like maybe we're trying to bait out some additional units by playing the 1-drop here. So we'll see if Cup is Mine goes into anything else. I imagine if Cup is Mine has been playing around it this entire time, the Buried in Ice, maybe we're not going to play anything. And yeah, actually going to preemptively kill the Undying so that if Buried in Ice comes out, it's not on the field. That's another really heads-up play, I feel, from Cup is Mine.
Yeah, that was a sweet play. The other option
awesome.
you had there was do something like Atrocity to the Nexus in response to Buried in Ice, but oh no, this is sick. You're going to level up the Kindred here. We got, you know, that's going to start finally growing next turn. Maybe you start some amount of pressure here. Now that Adamu has gone underneath that Buried in Ice mana, we can kind of just say, hey, you know, I'm going to start popping off.
Yeah, and there's that Thermo Beam, like I mentioned. Very easily takes care of the Kindred. And, you know, now that I keep seeing this Undying die over and over and over again, after seeing all 3 Nasus, you know, get discarded from the hand, I really am not even thinking Nasus is required for this deck to pick up a victory because there's so many ways to protect the Undying from something like a Buried in Ice if your opponent actually has a way to remove it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those cards where you would like it because it's really nice, but you definitely don't need it. And we saw an extremely heads-up play there by Cup is Mine. So the way Kindred reads is Kindred just says, if you kill the marked target, I level up. So he killed it with the Hate Spike there, leveled up the Kindred, it lived at 1 HP, and because the Kindred flipped and leveled up, it completely reset its text. So now he killed another unit with the Slate Trigger, gets another buff here from that Kindred, and now you're just facing down this extremely large open attack.
Yeah, just the way that the Cup is Mine is ordering everything is just really, really heads up. Just very aware of what a Temu could possibly have in hand, how to play around it. Just really love to see it on the side of Cup is Mine. Now I'm curious, now that we have 2 pretty healthy targets, and it looks like a decent attack coming in, we might start to be able to set up this Atrocity. We actually have 2 Atrocities, so over the course of a couple of turns, I think Cup is Mine is going to start to look to close out this game now.
Yeah, and this was a very interesting not attack with Kindred. I would have loved the attack with Kindred here, because you want the Trundle Ice Pillar player to use their mana on the open attack for a couple of reasons. The main reason being you don't want them to just be able to play Pillar, get all their mana for free. But also, you do have Atrocities. One of the very few ways to interact with Atrocity is Frostbites. So if your opponent, Adamu, is using a Frostbite to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and Frostbite your Kindred and kill it with Trundle, you say, thumbs up, you're not going to Buried in Ice me this turn. You're not going to Pillar me this turn. And you don't have a Frostbite for my future 2 Atrocities.
Yep. Yeah, getting that
push,
Frostbite out, super critical.
Right, and you also push an extra 8 damage because you either block this 8 damage Undying, or you block the 9 damage Kindred, right? So one way or the other, you get to push an extra 8 to 9 damage that puts your opponent in actual Atrocity range. It's no longer, I need both Atrocities to win. It is quite literally, this Atrocity can win me the game.
Yeah, and just a note, too. So we see the 3 Sisters in hand. There's only one other Frostbite effect, it looks like, and that is the Harsh. There's actually a main decked Harsh Winds, which you don't typically see a lot of. Technically, there's Troll Chant, which can reduce the attack by a couple if there's something like an exact lethal with the Atrocity. But if we do get rid of that one, like you're talking about, yeah, that's a very, very big deal. And we might end up starting to have to use it because of how like ridiculously big this board is from Cup is Mine. Now, this is a very large field.
Yeah, this is a very large field from Cup is Mine, so we're going to see the Buried in Ice here for sure, and we're going to pop off at least 1 Atrocity, probably onto the Undying, so you get it back next turn, and then that way, if your opponent taps out for that 8 mana, I'm going to go ahead and kill you play, guess what, I keep calling you Blevins, you're not Blevins. I'm fake Blevins.
It's the beard. I get it. Blevin's beard is much better than mine, though. I get it.
No, don't tell him I said this, but your beard's much better than his. His is just bigger.
Oh,
bigger
thanks.
isn't always better. Size is not what matters.
It's just the motion of the ocean, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, if your opponent tries to go for this 8 mana board wipe you play, you you say, okay, well, now you can't frostbite me. I'm going to kill you with my second atrocity in hand.
Yeah, this is looking like critical mass here for Cup is Mine. I mean, there's not too much else that we have to do sitting on this atrocity here. We have a crumble as well if we want to get rid of any of this threat from Adamu here. I mean, like Trundle as an example, coming in with the overwhelm damage might be a little bit of a concern, as well as the Captain Farron on board. So this is a big old attack. Wait a second. Hold on.
Is that lethal?
Is this just lethal now? But then how do we prevent... We have the Frostbite. We have the Frostbite for the atrocity.
Right.
Back up, Mo.
Wait a minute. I think the play here is you
second.
crumble. I think you're supposed to crumble your landmark, and then you kill off the Trundle. That way, because the thing is, crumble can target your landmarks, and this is what I was saying about earlier. Is we're going to see how much these players can actually think on their feet. Because yeah, we actually could have crumbled away the Trundle, and then that way we block. Oh wow, this is just that. That's right, because Undying can't block.
This is just lethal because Undying can't block, and we had the buff from Trundle. It wasn't lethal, but then Trundle's effect came in, buffed it, and now the Frostbite's going to prevent the lethal, and this just swung completely back in a team who's favor in one turn, Mo. A team who taking the victory for game one from Cup is Mine. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, that game. If you were to tell me on turn 6 that Adamu wins this game, I would say, yeah, I would hope so. You just got rid of 4 champions. But then you show me 2 turns later and you say Adamu wins this game. I'm like, I don't know about that one.
That was so back and forth. Yeah, I got to agree with you. The Aloof Travelers really made me think like, okay, Cup is Mine just does not have this. Nasus is gone. What's a Nasus deck without Nasus? And apparently a Nasus deck without Nasus can still function pretty well. But apparently Overwhelm doesn't care about that. So, wow.
Right.
What a crazy game.
Yeah, we saw a lot of RNG coming in that game. We saw, you know, the War Mother's Call, of course, making it so the only reason you're in there, and then the Farron getting generated. So it brings a lot of discussion on like how much RNG is too much RNG. Sometimes it's good for you, sometimes it's bad for you. We know exactly which player benefited that match.
You had to go there, huh, Mo? You just had to go there.
I mean, I didn't give my opinion. I'm just saying it's good for some players and not good for others, and we most certainly saw which side of the RNG favored that game.
Oh, man. All right, so we're going to get Nasus yet again due to it losing the first game. And now we get to see Heimer Jace, which, you know, you guys were talking about this earlier on, you and What Am I at the beginning of the cast. Just how good this deck is. I mean, it did well in Europe. It just seems like overall it's a really, really good deck, and I'm curious to see how it does in this Nasus matchup.
Yeah, we saw it not get the W against Ptash, a little bit of piloting error could be blamed there, but the deck overall gives very winnable matchups against everything, especially these Kindred and Nasus decks where your opener isn't too explosive, and they say, oh, if you ever try to go for Atrocity, I could just have double Vengeance, or I could just play extremely slow and try and, you know, grind you out that way.
Yeah, and Vile Feast going to take care of the early elusive turret, so that's going to feel really good for Cup is Mine. What's going to feel good for Adamu, though, is this Heimerdinger already in hand, as well as the Handler. So we get the Mech Train potentially rolling early here. We'll see if that's going to actually get on board. Vile Feast. Vile Feast just everywhere, man. Vile Feast is just such a versatile card. It's in so many decks, and it saves a lot of control decks. It saves the early game because it not only gets rid of some of those like 3 attack, 1 health units, but also that Spiderling blocker, man, is just so crucial in so many games.
Yeah, I think Vile Feast has been one of the strongest cards in the entire game since its existence. But I think it's just on the verge of being too good, that where people don't complain about it, because I don't think people really realize how strong and how much value it gets you on average here.
Because how strong can a 2-cost spell really be, Mo? Let's be honest here. Come on.
Yeah, how strong could 2/1 Pale Cascade be? That would never get. How strong
that would never be good.
Could Sharp Sight be? That card will never get nerfed.
As an aggro player, I'm sure you hate Vile Feast. So
yeah, Vile Feast there are some cards where as an aggro player, you sit across from your opponent and you're like, well, if you have this on turn 2, I just concede. But if you don't, then this is just a free victory. Right.
Yeah. All right, we get the quick attack coming in. The early Undying again for the Cup is Mine. So curious to see how that impacts this particular game. What we do know and I'm hoping I'm not gonna want to hold my tongue later on for this. I'm trying to think of any possible cards Team could have, but Nasus should be in this game somewhere. I'm hoping we should see Nasus. So
yeah, Nasus will in fact eventually come down. The couple things is Vengeance on the side of Adamu, so just hard removal spells. And I think the most important thing for Adamu is going to be getting a level Jace in play for that Vengeance, because the thing is that this Nasus Kindred deck plays denies. They play some of the not Pactive Negation. Oh my goodness!
Wow!
Wow! It's not that good. It plays a couple of Rite of Negations. So if you try to Vengeance the Nasus, we can say, oh, well, I have Deny. But if you have Jace, level Jace in play, the same thing with level Karma, is you can't effectively deny 2 Vengeances.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be rough. We actually, we saw it earlier on in this tournament too. So that doubling up comes in handy quite a lot from Jace. Let's see what we pulled here. All right, and speaking of Vengeance, it looks like we were able to find one for free off of Reggie, as you call him. That's going to come in handy. You know, that's why this Financier is so good. Some of these cards you can pull between P and Z and Shadow Isles are just absolutely ridiculous value late in the game.
Yeah, and the thing is, I was trying to see if we were on triple P and Z, but we're not. But in both P and Z decks that Adamu did bring, he is on this, 6 Reggie, or 2 Reggie on the first deck, 3 Reggie this deck. Like you were saying, Reggie is just so much value. He's just saying, oh, you know how I want to play 4 Vengeance, but I don't make room for it? Or you know how sometimes I just want a War Mother's Call in my Freljord P&V deck?
Because why not?
Yeah, it's like, but I can't actually main deck it because that would be bad. You know, What if I just got it for free? Oh, and it came attached to a 2/1 blocking body.
Undying just showing yet again its ridiculous value. Not only does it keep getting bigger, we're getting some free cards from it, Mo. Just, nice little 2 draw there from the Spirit Leech. No big deal. Going to grow +1/+1 as well.
Yeah, very nice. We can deny this, but if your cup is mine, you kind of have to sniff out at this point that this Kindred is not going to be worth it. You have to be able to stop them from killing your Nasus. Giving up this Kindred so they can keep a 4/3 in play, that's perfectly fine. The 4/3 has kind of already done its job, because it's not like once you remove Hextech Handler, the buff goes away. It's very much just the buff is permanent. It's static. So removing it doesn't really do too much.
Man, where's Withering Whale when you need it, man? That is a very light board there. Let's see what comes down. Yep, we're gonna get the production surge, so only 2 turrets.
Goodness.
That feels bad. Oh boy.
Yeah, those aren't exactly what you wanted to see. Ideally, you also get like a couple 1-drops in there, because your goal with that production surge was basically just go as wide as possible. It was, I'm kind of getting smorked down here. I don't have my answer to this Undying yet. Adamu does actually play a permanent answer to Undying. He plays 1 copy of Passage Unearned. So if this Undying dies and then the turn it comes back in, you could actually Passage Unearned it to obliterate it forever.
Wait, did we? At what point were we including side decks? I didn't think this was a side deck format. It's not, right?
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, it's a new seasonal format.
Oh, this is a new seasonal format?
Yeah,
okay.
3-deck sideboard before game 1.
I'm sorry, I cannot get on board with this card. I cannot get on board with Passage Unearned. It is just, to me, it's just a terrible card. I don't like it. But hey, watch. Now we're going to see it probably get some insane value. So what do I know? We'll see what happens.
Just because you said that, it's going to get some insane value.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right. Oh, hold on. Riot's talking to me. They said I can't use the words Passage Unearned as a garbage card, and you should never main deck it. Because apparently that's talking bad about some of their designs. So I will not say that. I will say Passage Unearned is a very unique decision. That is a very cool meta call, and sometimes can possibly pay off for you at least a little bit.
Unique. Good word choice. Unique. Yes. I like it.
Yes, I got the Casters 101, how to speak as a caster right before this show happened.
I missed that class. I missed that class for 3 years now, I think. So. All right, another Vengeance. Man, this thing is just pumping out Vengeances, man. Reggie and Vengeance are just one and the same. You gotta love to see it if you're a Temu. I mean, that's gonna come in handy. The question is, I was gonna say if we can get down Heimer, but it looks like we're going with the Jace first. Gonna get that Jace spell. And Heimer, though, we got to get a Heimer down. We've been waiting for quite some time, still not able to stick a Heimer and start generating turrets.
Yeah, Heimerdinger is one of those cards where it's a very boogeyman in the sense of if you can get a Heimerdinger in play with mana, it gets really scary because you start getting a bunch of elusive turrets. You just get a bunch of turrets for free in general. You get a bunch of infinite value, essentially. But the tempo loss you face with playing that 5-mana 2/4, or is it a 2/4 or 2/5? Whenever you play that is just such low value that it's really, really hard to deal with.
Yeah, 5 mana is a pretty big swing. It's kind of why a lot of the champions tend to be 3 mana, no? So, now, Rite of Negation coming in big here does actually prevent both spells with the doubled up Jace, like you were talking about earlier, Mo, unlike something like a Deny. So, gotta love to see the Rite of Negation. Yeah,
and if your cup is mine, you go for this glimpse here because you can actually set up to kill your opponent on the attack. Because the only thing you're afraid of is fourth Vengeance. But of course you can't main deck 4 Vengeances, Blevin, so that'll never happen. Oops, just kidding. We play balanced cards that give us random Vengeances. So there is that.
I thought you were gonna say, oops, just kidding, calling me Blevins again, but you legitimately just called me Blevins again.
Yeah, it's just a thing now. You know, you're just Blevins now. Don't worry about it.
All right. Blevins V 2.0. It's fine.
Blevins, well, I'm Blevins 2.0, so your Blevins like 3.0. You're just the up. So now it's an even better version of that, because if you would open attack here, and your opponent says, okay, Vengeance your Nasus, you say, okay, Atrocity you in response, because Cup is Mine is an extremely heads-up player and knows to grow that Nasus in response to the open attack.
Yeah, here we go. Got the fearsome blocker and Jace here. The Undying coming in yet again for more damage, so I'm curious to see... I mean, do we Vengeance? Do we have to Vengeance the Undying? I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point because either way, we're still taking a little bit of chip damage, and that's going to put us within range of Atrocity. And there's the level up on the Nasus, which is going to give us Spell Shield. I think this is Spell in the end, Mo.
Yeah, I think Spell Shield is a lot less important when you have a leveled Jace in play. But guess what? Your Jace just died. So the only way you really punish Cup is Mine is if he just goes for this raw Atrocity. Which, as a good player and someone who's been extremely heads up, should know better than to just go for a raw Atrocity. I would be extremely surprised and also be removing someone from my friends list if they decided to go for that raw Atrocity right there.
Jeez, tell us how you really feel, Mo.
How I really feel is that Adamu is main decking this card called Passage Unearned and is really just playing a 39 card deck.
I would agree with that sentiment, 100%. Here's the thing. You don't even really... Compass Mind doesn't even really need to go for a naked Atrocity. You don't even need to go for Atrocity. Like, look at the field. Right. Now we have a 4/2 elusive for no reason, but, you know. So...
you know how it is. Just random keywords being generated.
Yeah, especially when it's elusive. It's not like it's a good keyword or anything. But, you know, we don't even really need the Atrocity at this point. We can continue to push, and this is usually what happens with Atrocity. You basically continue to push for the victory without Atrocity until you force your opponent into making a play. And then if you absolutely need to at the last minute because that's, you know, your last win condition, then yeah, sure, you have to rip the Atrocity. So I don't think there's really a need to push it here. And I think, honestly, Cup is Mine is going to be able to deal some serious damage on this following turn here. And they're only at 4 health on the side of a team.
Yeah, there comes a point and when you're a player and you have to come to these learning spots. And one of the learning spots you come to is to not do things you don't need to do. So for instance, a lot of maybe lower ranked players or newer players would say, hey, I have Atrocity, I have Spell Shield unit, let me just Atrocity here for lethal. And then they're going to get blown out by this, you know, Mystic Shot Vengeance combo. And that's something that you kind of have to experience before really learning how to play around it. And we see Cup is Mine, extremely veteran player, really good player, has been in that spot before, I'm sure, and knows I don't have to play Atrocity. I'm just going to attack you and turn my card sideways, hit you with these, you know, units over and over and over again until you eventually spend your mana, like we just saw there, was very proactive with a bunch of mana, and he says, okay, now that you're tapped out, I'll go ahead and just kill you.
Yeah, those mana breakpoints are always super important for things like Atrocity. When you're talking about Deny or Rite of Negation, you know, things that you have to worry about playing around. Vengeance, in the case of having Spell Shield, Vengeance plus Mystic Shot, like you had mentioned. So there's all these different mana breakpoints that, players are going to look for before going for a win condition like that, and really any win condition, not just Atrocity. So good, definitely greatly played game from Cuppa's Mine, and very excited to go into Game 3. Always love me a Game 3, baby.
Yeah, Game 3s are always exciting. It's where a lot of players make or break. We see Pirates versus Jace Heimer again. Jace Heimer hand doesn't look nearly as good as the hand we saw earlier, but the Pirates hand, they haven't mulliganed yet, but their hand also looks like it needs a couple cards to actually be made.
All right. I want to see some solid play from the Heimer player against this Pirate aggro deck. Especially like you mentioned with this hand. This is not a great hand for aggro. Usually you want your units in the beginning, right? You want to start off with the tempo and finish off with the spells, and there's no 2-drop, there's no 3-drop.
Well, we haven't seen the
Gabaros you want later. Oh, okay, he didn't even click replace. All right, thank God. All right, let's see what we get now. All right, that's much better.
Yeah, that's a much better hand.
That's much better. No 2-drop, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, we just need one more 1-drop, and we have a full, 3-unit opening. I was going to say Adamu has to play a 1-drop here and doesn't get to play a nice 3-mana or 6-mana spell on turn 3, but it's not the case because he's playing Forge Chief, which gets him a spell mana on hit.
Yeah, and I will say, just this Piercing Darkness, very good to have early on. And look at that, we have the Vile Feast, and there's another unit in hand for the Cuppa's Mine that's got Vile Feast written all over it in that Legion Saboteur. So I do think Timu's hand starting to look pretty good here for staving off this early aggression from the aggro deck.
Yeah, this is going to be really where you see how good of an aggro player Cuppa's Mine is. This will definitely be a game that I feel like most players would lose with this hand versus Adamu's hand. Like, for instance, if we just don't play this 1-drop and we pass, if we hold open the spell mana, it really will show how to maximize value and maximize damage if we can force out some amount of spells from Adamu before getting to lay down these really big bombs like the Misfortune or the, getting mana for the Noxian Fervor, stuff like that.
Yeah, I think we saw it in one of the earlier games with the Twisted Fate red card, with the last Pirate aggro, play that we saw. If we can get some serious value, like getting rid of this eventual Spiderling token from the Vile Feast, as well as the Financier with the red card, if we're able to get that sort of tempo swing on a turn, I think that's really going to help Cuppa's Mine come through here. But the issue is, what do we do here? We can float the mana. We don't really have a great open attack. This feels like Misfortune, but at 5 mana, you're starting to worry, okay, is there that Vile Feast Mystic Shot, which is actually what we saw earlier today, and it looks like Cuppa's Mine not willing to play into something like that.
Yeah, and getting having this burst speed open attack, that was an amazing pass by Cuppa's Mine. You kind of just get to make this burst speed attacker open attack, not play into Shock Blast, not play into Production Surge, anything like that, and basically just force your opponent to have these Vile Feast Mystic Shots, these sort of fast speed removal spells, and then say, okay, buddy, if you're using them now, then there's a chance you can't actually kill my Misfortune later. Yeah,
I like this. And so what this tells me too, from the aggro player's perspective, is they are kind of playing a little bit of a longer aggro game. I mean, generally a lot of times you hear aggro, you think, okay, we're just slamming our face on the board, putting our hand on the board, going face, and hoping we win. But there is some playability to holding back some units and developing them on a later turn to then push for a little bit more damage, maybe on turn 5 or turn 6. And it looks like that's what the Cuppa's Mine is looking to do. And honestly, we already have 7 more damage burn spell wise in our hand. So this might pay off for Cuppa's Mine.
Right, and we see this humongous play from Cuppa's Mine. I would have preferred to go ahead and just slam down this other 1-drop here, because this turn, it opened us up to drawing a 1-drop like we did and then playing Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate's going to be absolutely insane against Production Surge, as well as against these... any 6-mana spell Adamu plays here is going to get completely pounded by this TF if Cuppa's Mine gets the opportunity to block correctly.
Yeah, that is a really... that's a rough turn, though, for Cuppa's Mine. 2 3/3 blockers as well as Jace. I mean, it's going to be really hard from here on out to push through that unit damage, right? I mean, we have 3 Legion rear guards that'll pretty much trade with the whole board.
Yeah.
But it's not looking like we have a whole lot of damage we can push through. Maybe, we're talking what? Maybe 7 damage if we're lucky. Everything is slow speed in a Timu's hand. And look it, we have patches on Earn Mo. It's going to win us the game, right?
Yeah, I love playing 39. I think that literally has 0 hits in this, or it can hit the spawn. I think
Just
that's
spawn,
it.
yep, yeah.
But now that we already have a spawn unit in play, it doesn't work because the unit's already in play and it's just giving +1/+1. But yeah, you could in fact trade 3 mana to kill a 2/2 on exactly 1 turn.
Seems good.
Yeah, that definitely seems like a good play to me. That's something I like to do all of the time against aggro.
So we didn't play the Misfortune last turn, so we don't have the Misfortune as an open attack. And the problem is, it's really hard for this Misfortune to stick at all versus this deck, but seeing a Timu's hand from our perspective, there's 2 Shock Blasts in there. This is never sticking, and this is what you play right into here. You're going to probably get a Shock Blast.
Yeah, I don't like opening with the Misfortune there because you know they're going to be playing Shock Blast. You know they're going to have some sort of removal spell, and this is exactly what Adamu is looking to Shock Blast. Whereas if you open with the 2/1 Fearsome unit, Adamu has 2 options. They can either say, okay, I'm going to play Shock Blast now or play some sort of spell now, and then you say, okay, boom, here's my Misfortune.
Yeah.
Or Adamu just passes, and then you get an extra 2 damage on this open attack now. You're going to be, 6 wide. Your opponent's 4 blockers. You're going to be pushing a minimum of 4 damage, and, that's all we really need is just small chips of damage until we win. Now, we also are forced to use this Noxian Fervor, which is going to be your main counter against the spell that I don't remember its name of, Piercing Darkness. Because now Adamu is just going to be able to say, oh, you don't have Fervor? Piercing Darkness. I'm going to go ahead and gain 5 life now.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the end of the road here for Cuppa's mind, just looking at this game. So like I said, those Forge Workers, those 3/3s are really tough to deal with. We have this Twisted Fate that's been chilling in hand. Sure, it can take care of turrets. We don't have turrets. We have Forge Workers, and that's really, really difficult to deal with. Now we're not getting any more unit damage through likely for the rest of the game. We only have what basically represents 5 damage in hand between the TF and the Decimate. Okay, or we can just top deck Decimates and win the game. There's that too, Mo.
Yeah, the downside is we very much see these Piercing Darknesses.
Yeah.
Unless Adamu really, really misplays here, this should be a pretty done game. Honestly, it could just be done with this turn here.
Yeah, this might just be game right here.
Yeah, this could very much just be game depending on... Oh, we have the red card.
Yeah, the red card,
nice.
Yes. Yep.
We saw that.
So, listen, I'm just saying, it's possible if we get, a Decimate and then a Timu goes below 6 mana and then we get another Decimate. I'm just saying, it could happen.
If we draw a Fervor and Adamu just doesn't have a target for this second Darkness, we get Decimate here, open attack, that puts it to, what, to 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, it puts him to 5. We're only 1 damage off lethal with this Decimate. We really just need a Fervor.
Noxian Fervor!
Make it rain.
That's not it.
Yeah, so Adamu has to first action gain life here.
Yeah, you almost wish this precious pet was ephemeral at this point.
Yeah.
If
or
it
had
was, you'd
one
actually
more
win the
power.
game. Yeah. Yeah, because if this was not here, or if a Timu for some reason does not Piercing Darkness, this precious pet, I think Cuppa's Mind wins, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, if a Timu does literally anything that isn't Piercing Darkness, Cuppa's Mind wins the set. Timu's getting knocked out in top 16.
Okay, hold on. We pulled it back. Is this two Heimers misplaying versus aggro in one top 32, Mo?
Yeah, this will be the play that Adamu plays on repeat, and will.
Oh my God! He did it! Oh no! Wait, no. Oh, okay. I was gonna say if he doesn't put it on the chain, but it doesn't matter. You just played in response. I can't.
What is a chain, Dajo?
I played Yu-Gi-Oh. Give me a break, all right? Jesus.
Oh no!
Oh,
it's like
why?
Players don't like winning. I swear, man. This deck is good. I said so much about this deck is good, and then the people play Jace Heimerdinger and don't win with it, and it makes me sad and look like an idiot. I promise this deck is good.
Why? Why is this happening with Heimerdinger?
That's kind of a wild end. Game 3. Congrats.
Don't say
it's hard
that.
for me
Don't
to
say
even. Congratulations to Cuppa's Mind, right?
No, not right. Don't say that. Don't congratulate him.
No. I mean, listen, it might not have been a congratulations there because of the way that went down, but I do want to highlight something from the game where they lost, right? Cup is Mine did have that really good sequence. You two highlighted it beautifully, where they led with the crumble on the 8-8.
Yes.
They had the mana back for the atrocity in case they tried to answer that. And then after that, because of the crumble, it marked the unit that was hate spikeable. So then when they came with the thermal beam, they were able to save the kindred. Like, the navigation from Cup is Mine to play to their outs. Like, yes, your opponent let you do that there in that game 3, but that was also because you set it up. Like, it would have been very easy to mail that one in, but they said, hey, you know, maybe my opponent won't Piercing Darkness my 2-1, and it turned into a victory. So I do think Cup is Mine deserves at least some congratulations for playing to their outs.
Yeah, and one thing I actually didn't consider, we might have to think about this a little bit, is not Piercing Darknessing there? Is that technically not a miss? Like, are you playing around something else there that could possibly happen? I'm just trying to think of what other cards that Cup is Mine might have had that you might be trying to play around in that instance.
I mean, it just have to be Fervor. Fervor is really the only thing that stops you there. It has to be Fervor. But yeah, Cup is Mine played extremely well this set. And even to the exact point that you were mentioning, Charmer, of setting your opponent up to misplay, setting your opponent up to kind of hand you the game. As a competitive player myself, I tell people this all the time when they say things like, oh, I'd be in top 32 if my opponents handed me free wins, or, oh, you're so lucky you top decked this for lethal. There's a lot that goes on in these sequences that you're setting up to give yourself those outs. So are you setting up to say, if I top deck this, I win the game? Or if my opponent, I can't actually force myself to win, so I can force myself to say, if my opponent misplays, I win. And as a competitive player, that is most certainly a tool that you have to learn and that you have to master in order to master any card game.
Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument, right? It's like who makes the least amount of mistakes at the end of the day, right? And to also address Charmer's point, like you did, Mo, there, the Nasus deck in general, it looks like Cup is Mine has a very good knowledge of that deck, because to play into a very odd situation of 3 aloof travelers losing all of your Nasus, like that probably doesn't even happen to you on ladder, like, ever. And to still almost navigate to a victory, like, that must have probably, to your point, Mo, that might have led to the opponent, you know, just their psyche getting a little messed up. Like, man, I got rid of your Nasus and you still almost beat me with an Undying. Like, what is this? You know, so that's, awesome piloting of that deck, I think, from Cup is Mine.
Yeah, I think that it was just a really strong mental on display of always playing to those outs. Let's take a look at some of the decks that the Cup is Mine brought, because obviously they were successful. This, of course, is the Pirates list that we just saw get that victory by setting up the burn, again, playing to the outs, and you know, you get what you put into it. And so if you're saying, all right, hey, as long as I just don't give up, maybe there's an opportunity. And then guess what, Blevins, to steal a phrase from Mo all that series, you get a victory out of it.
Yeah, I was actually, it's funny, I was casting with Boulevard and we were talking about aggro, and I had made the comment that I felt like Annie Jin was very bad right now. I actually have been playing Annie Jin recently. I think it's a lot better. So I'm seeing a lot of Pirate aggro today, and I don't know. Honestly, I'm impressed with Pirate aggro too. Like, just the aggro decks in general, and you can argue that Kaisa's aggro or combo or whatever. But man, these aggro decks. I mean, if you're good at playing aggro like Mo over here, and you know your outs, and you always play to those outs, you're never in a position where you've automatically lost the game, or you're definitely going to lose, because your next draw might still win you the game no matter what. And that's fun to watch too, because there's always a top deck out, right? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the second deck that this the Cup is Mine. It's not this Cup is Mine, it's the Cup is Mine, because they are coming for that trophy. This is the one we did not get to see. This was Sivir Kaisa. Again, I expect Kaisa to be banned a lot today, or, you know, at the very least to be targeted, but so far we've been seeing the bannings, and we didn't get to see it. But Mo, what do you think about that, right? Are we you said at the start of the broadcast that card game players have a big ego, and so far we haven't seen this.
Yeah, I think maybe they finally figured out that, hey, this deck really good, we should ban this deck. Also, I think maybe some of them got slapped up a little bit during open rounds. That's what I've heard, is some people brought these super hard target Kaisa lineups and got slapped around with them. So people don't really want to risk that too much into the top 32. So hopefully they've learned their lesson. But also this specific version of Kai'Sa was very much built to beat control, which is what looks like Compass Mine was, what looks like Adamu was on. They were on that, very slow PNZ Freljord deck. They were on that Jace Heimer deck. And this deck isn't mono Kai'Sa. It's not even Kai'Sa Auction. It's Kai'Sa Sivir. Two very large champions, which is hard for control to deal with. But also, Sivir with that built-in spell shield is very hard to be dealt with by these control decks.
Yeah, and even with aggro, so you have the 2 Radiant Guardians. I just want to throw that in there too. Like, there is ways for this deck to deal with aggro as well. So overall, I feel like this particular deck has pretty good matchups across the board. So yeah, it makes sense that we're constantly seeing it banned. And I'm not mad that we're not seeing it all day, okay? I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm not angry, all right?
Well, the last deck that we know the Compass Mine brought was, of course, the Kindred Nasus deck. And I felt like, as you guys were saying, this is a deck that the Compass Mine is very clearly familiar with, and we saw them almost pilot this to a victory despite having all 3 Nasus taken away by the Aloof Travelers. Obviously, once they got to play Nasus, even more impressive as well. So, big fan of seeing this one today.
Yeah, I'm happy that Undying is a thing. Because, again, I mentioned this during the gameplay. It's just a card that for so long has kind of been like, I don't know, tossed to the side, like, this is crap because it can't block and things like that. And it's been tested in these decks previously, but for it to really be a really big part of the success of this deck, I think is really cool. And the biggest thing I think that's enabled this deck now and the Undying is Hate Spike. So I know it says 2 in the graphic there. It does cost 1 mana now. It was recently changed. And that change alone, I think, has really enabled the success of this Nasus deck and the Undying specifically.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the Hate Spike change was a pretty big deal. We know that Nasus, Shadow Isles, whether it's Thresh or Kindred, has been around for a bit as an archetype, and it's been more of a mid-range meta as of late. I know we've been talking about how well aggro is positioned at the moment, but for the most part, if you've been on the ladder, it's been kind of mid-rangey. So a deck like that where you're taking Nasus, but you're also using the Shadow Isles options, I think is also a great call. And we saw it in the other regions. We're seeing it today. It is performing well, whether you're with Thresh or with the Kindred option. I really like the Kindred option just because the effect for Kindred also gets around Spell Shield. And so if you are expecting quite a bit of that, I think that's a cheeky way to play around that as well. But again, congratulations. Yes, I'm going to give them their congratulations to the Cup is mine. You're moving on to the top 8. And with that in mind, we're going to be taking a short break. When we come back, we're going to be seeing the top 8 in action. So don't go anywhere. More Legends of Runeterra when we return. Hello and welcome back to the Forces from Beyond Seasonal Tournament. I am, unfortunately for you all, still your host Charmer, but we are joined on the desk once again by What Am I? Still have Jay Doza, and I am so excited for us to dive into the top 8 because we are going to have a fantastic matchup for you all with quite a bit of history that we're going to cover here. I don't want to spoil it though. With that in mind, real quickly, let's take a look at the bracket so that we see what's happened up until this point, and then we will go ahead and hype up our big heavyweight fight that we're going to see. So here we've got Ptash, who we saw move on, taking on Spids. We've got the Hydra folks going up against each other, so a little bit of friendly fire there. Jay Doza, how do you feel about that?
Oh man, I just want to say the match that we're gonna do. I'm so excited about this. I'm sorry. So yes, Team Hydra, Makis, yes, 4LW. That's gonna be actually, honestly, a fantastic match. Makis and 4LW, like you mentioned, both on the same team, both from Brazil. We see some awesome Brazilian representation as per usual in most top cuts of seasonal, so it does not surprise me at all. It could go either way, honestly. It could go either way. So I'm just really hyped to see who ends up actually making it to the semis here.
All right, and then on the bottom half of this top 8, we have Random 7 HS, and of course Trevo there. And then we also have the Cup is Mine that we just saw with the big victory and ABG Rogio. This is a fantastic top 8. Like when I'm looking at this top 8, these are great players. I'm really excited, but very specifically, Random taking on Trevo, the last seasonal winner. That's who we're going to be watching in this next round. So what am I? Tell me as we head into this head-to-head, what are we talking about with these two? Because this is a really interesting bit.
So it's not just that Trevo managed to take down the last seasonal. That would be good enough, right? We've got a returning champion here. It is also that these two are practice partners that have been practice partners for literal years, coming up on 2 years now. And I'll do you one better than that, Jay Doza, because we're going to take this one more step. Each of these guys has 3 decks that they brought today, and 2 of them are card for card the same 40 that they gave each other before the tournament.
I honestly cannot even believe that we're going to see this. This is going to be, and you know what? When we have decks that are card for card like that, that's when, I mean, you know, depending on some of the starting hands too, but that's when skill really starts to come into play. When you have decks that are exactly the same. So I'm curious to see what the bans are. The other thing I want to mention, you said Trevo, obviously, you know, he could be the first back-to-back, not only double winner, but back-to-back. But Random, all the way back, if you guys can remember, the Empires of the Ascended season, I think that was the 3rd one, if I remember correctly, Random got 2nd place. So Random still looking for that victory there. So either way, whether it's Trevo or Random, I mean, this is going to be an absolutely insane match.
I actually do remember that. The Shuriman Desert is vast.
Oh, man.
Here we're going to go ahead and take a look. You know, you mentioned the card for card, the same lineups. Let's start with Trevo's lineup. Here we have Heimerdinger Jace. We have seen this deck falter a bit on broadcast today. And how do we think this is going to go here in the literal mirror match?
I think that the mirror of any mid-range deck is hugely play skill based, and I'm almost hoping, I don't know if it would be the right decision or not, but I'm almost hoping that these two reach some sort of gentleman's agreement and ban the only deck they don't have in common, so we just get to see these two giants of this game going at each other in pure mirror match play. That would be so cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting because, yeah, like you mentioned, we've kind of seen this deck falter versus aggro specifically. Now, again, I mentioned how Kai'Sa, I guess, you know, technically you can consider that aggro. You could argue it's combo, whatever you want. But there's only really the Elise, Gwen, Katarina. So I'm curious, and that's on the side of Trevo. So I'm curious to see if we see this Jace Heimerdinger deck have to take on kind of a different aggro deck. Because right now it's lost twice to Pirate aggro. So I'm curious to see how it would do against Elise, Katarina, Gwen.
All right, so you did mention, obviously, Trevo brought more than one deck. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at deck number 2. This is the mono Kai'Sa, the solo Kai'Sa list. This is the other deck that is card for card, the same as Random's version as well. So we've seen this banned so far every time that we've seen it on the broadcast. Is this finally where one of these players is going to get to pilot Kai'Sa in this event live on the broadcast? What do we think, Jay Doza?
So, yes. All right. So there's a couple things with this deck, and I think this has kind of been the case since Kai'Sa has become a thing. Even when it was mainly Akshan, there's no like set build of this deck, right? Now, again, it's funny that both players have the exact same build. That's not typical. We do see the three, like usually when we see this deck in any tournament, whether it's, you know, the online league series or a Master and Runeterra tournament, everybody's playing some different version of spells or followers or whatever. And obviously Kai'Sa's in there. But this one, we have the 3 Cataclysm. We also have the Ranger's Resolve, so just, you know, a couple differences than we're used to. Also the 3 Rite of Calling to really just go all in on finding that Kai'Sa right away. So I do think this is just going to come down to, especially if we get this mirror match in particular, who finds that leveled Kai'Sa on turn 5.
All right, so for me personally, I know What Am I said, hey, I want to see a gentleman's agreement. I want to see the mirror. But I really hope we actually get to see this third deck from Trevo, because I am a huge fan of just Gwen in particular. So with the third Trevo deck, as we had mentioned, this is the Elise Katarina Gwen list. I love this, and I really hope that we have the opportunity to see Katarina get a bit of a spotlight, because I'll admit I've publicly been very hard on Katarina from a design standpoint. Sorry, Riot.
No, why would you be hard on Katarina? Come on.
Well, just because they've said in the past that their design philosophy for champions is that you should be able to build a deck around a champion, live your dream. And I firmly believe that Katarina is not a deck that you build around Katarina. Never have I sat down and said, I want to build a Katarina deck. She's always something I add in after the fact. And I would still argue in this case, this is a Gwen deck that runs Katarina, not. So that's just me. But anyway, let's talk about this list. What am I? Give me the rundown if we do get to see this, if they break the gentleman's agreement that you're hoping for.
So I got to admit, I won't be that disappointed, because this is, I've called it a couple of times, this is the dark horse of this tournament. Yeah. This is the deck that we kind of didn't see coming into the seasonals, that the metagame twisted around to at the very last minute, and it's put up some really solid results. This deck has a huge amount of pressure that can come from those hollowed triggers, backed by either that Ruined Reckoner or Fallen Reckoner for those double attacks or those big overwhelm attacks that you just can't block. And you also have the kind of backup plan of that ability to control the board, those Ravenous Flocks, those Vile Feast, that Hate Spike. And this deck, even though you look at the mana curve, it doesn't look like it goes that high. Katarina is a deceptively powerful late-game card. When you start attacking more than once a turn with those hollowed triggers, this deck puts on the pressure hardcore.
Yeah, this is like the deck that Fallen Reckoner and Ruined Reckoner wanted when Scion was released. Because I feel like everybody wanted those to work, but just it did not actually happen. So very, very excited to see this deck. Hopefully it does not get banned. And I do want to mention the Hallowed trigger like you did. What am I? Hallowed, when it first came out, I wasn't in love with it. And I feel like, I don't know, it didn't seem too crazy good. But now that we've started to see it in these aggro decks, it's insane when you have this random Spiderling or something coming in now that's like a 5-1 or a 4-1 just because you had Hallowed trigger a couple times during the game. So love to see this deck. Love to see Katarina. This is going to be fun.
All right, and just real quickly, before we jump into the game, we know that Random has 2 decks identical, but the one that is different is Darkness. So on the one side, we have the Gwen list, and then on the other side, potentially Darkness. So if this is not banned, and I don't know why you would ban Darkness, we will see that break in the gentleman's agreement.
I didn't say I expected it, I said I was hoping for it, alright? I know it's not the right ban, it just might be the fun one.
Me personally, I'm not in love with Darkness. I don't think this is a great deck. I love Random. Definitely, I mean, this is a hard one for me because I want Random and Trevo to win, but I'm not crazy with this choice. It's better than Deep, so I guess there's that, but yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if it gets banned or not.
All right, well, we are going to be jumping into this game. I can't wait to see how this is going to go. It's going to be a fantastic series. And again, to steal a line from Mo, I guess what, Blevins? we are going to be seeing these teammates battle it out. Again, we talked about in the bracket the friendly fire between Hydra. We're going to have friendly fire here as well. I know they don't have the cool little acronym for their team next to each other, but these are very much two players. They play test with each other. They've been doing it a long time. Obviously, they brought very similar lineups. This is two great players, a former seasonal winner, in fact, the last seasonal, and again, somebody else who's earned second, has done very well in community events. And I just really am looking forward to seeing how this plays out. Unfortunately, only one of them is going to move on to the top 4. So real quick, before we jump into the game, I'm going to put you both on the spot. Who's going to win? Jay Doza, starting with you.
Why are you doing this to me? Man, I can't choose between them, man. All right, I'm gonna say random. Mainly because random hasn't gotten a win yet. But like, I want them to both win, man. If there was a world where they could both win, they should both win. I don't know how that happens, but
all right, what am I?
I mean, I was gonna pick Trevo anyway. I'm kind of put into where I have to because you're taking the other side, but I think Trevo won the last one. I'm looking forward to see if he can win this one. I want him to crush it.
All
right, well, we're going to find out right now, gentlemen. We're jumping into the game, so I'm going to hand it over to you two. Take it away.
What am I, man? All right, dude. I get to cast with Mo for the first time. Now I get to cast with you for the first time. And not only that, we're doing random and Trevo, dude. Like, this has got to be one of the coolest seasonals that we've ever had.
Yeah, this is freaking awesome. The storyline behind these two players where they prepped together, literally gave each other these decks, and now have to fight into each other. But we're seeing the gentleman's agreement, as we expected, has been broken, and we're going to see these two different decks playing into each other for our first match today.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how this goes now, and I am excited that we get to see the Katarina deck play, because again, as per usual, we actually did see a Katarina deck win a seasonal, right? So is this gonna be 2 seasonals where a Katarina deck wins? What am I? Are we in that world now?
Is this the timeline where Katarina needs to be nerfed?
Yeah.
Is that what you're telling me?
Whoa.
Scared.
Wow.
Oh, we see that no fear Vigar coming down. If Trevo had a flock in hand, then they might go for it here, but it's really cool. When you play that Vigar no fear like that so fast, Random's saying, I've got a Mist's Call. You can't stop this.
Yeah, that's what it kind of represents, but we are going to get the Fallen Reckoner for the no block, and that could lead to a pretty big attack. We do have one other blocker we could play. We got the Conchologist, we have the Acolyte, but it looks like we're going to actually opt for the Vengeance instead. This technically prevents 5 damage because Gwen won't be able to attack either. And we're going to Glimpse. This is really good, strong start from Trevo.
Getting that solid card draw in. I really do like the pre-Vengeance, though. A lot of people might be looking at that going, why did we Vengeance pre-combat? We could play a blocker. But we're effectively stopping a Doom Beast trigger, right? We're saying, I don't want you to drain me for 2, Gwen. Go home, come back later. So in the end, we're only going to end up taking 6 here. So Trevo's in an okay spot, but the Darkness player has a Vigar on board and 14 hit points. That's not the worst place to be.
Yeah, the only thing I would say from Random's perspective is there isn't a whole lot of life gain here. You just see that other Vile Feast in hand, which, it can kill something like this Boisterous Host that just got thrown down there. You have the Pokey Stick to get rid of the other Spiderling. So there's some good things for Random, but I do think we do need a little bit more life gain or lifesteal here at some point. And the Glimpse again. Oh my God.
And it's nice that we have the Pokey to deny the card draw there, but we're not getting our life gain. We're not getting our Spider here. This is rough. And we saw just real quick that ban graphic fly by us, letting us know that there was a gentleman's agreement. It's just that the agreement was to ban Kaisa.
Oh man, which is really, that's what we've been seeing all day, right? What am I? Generally speaking, everybody just auto bans Kaisa. That's how good Kaisa seems to be right now.
The deck continues to do busted things.
Ooh.
This is a nasty turn. We see this second Gwen coming down, and this is just going to keep stacking those hollowed triggers, because even though the Darkness is big enough to take this off the board, Trevo's small units are just going to get so big, and this Vigar still can't block. There's a bunch of damage coming in here.
That's an 8-3 coming in hot, and I'm pretty sure there's nothing that we can do about it. We couldn't even play the Event Horizon on 4 mana Wow, yeah, I'm getting a little bit concerned for Random here. I don't know about you, what am I?
Yeah, this is rough. We're completely out of life gain, and the problem is, if we kill that big Minotaur, then there's another one, and it just gets harder for us to block. This only gets worse.
All right,
and the harrowing top deck.
Well, we have a Ruination, so I mean, there's that going for us, I guess. But I don't think this is getting good for Random.
The problem is the mana points we're at. If we saw Harrowing into Ruination, that second Reckoner would just come down and clean up the game.
Yeah, we have to play this not great Vile Feast here just to have some sort of blocker, the life gain. We do still have 10 mana up, so I mean, Event Horizon's a thing.
Yeah, I think the second Vigar is going to kind of be our salvation here, right?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Because whatever crazy attack is shown, we're going to have some ability to shut it down.
We're just trading Vile Feast back and forth all game, apparently. So.
No, I get a spider. No, I get a spider. No, I get a spider.
We do actually technically have the Aloof Travelers to deal with the Harrowing as well. We do need a unit. I don't know if we want to play that or the Acolyte first here, but I guess we have something else going for us there. And honestly, we're starting to run out of resources from Trevo.
Yeah, if random can stabilize here, this Vigar will be leveled the next time a Darkness resolves, and Trevo's almost out of ways to win the game. So this game looks like Random's almost dead, and he is. Yep. But this is a really razor thin game for both sides here.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. I think this is the turn, right? I think if Trevo can push here and win, then obviously that's going to be the end of the game. But if Random's able to stabilize, I don't think Trevo has another turn of going wide like this or being able to push unit damage, right? Especially with Vigar's just been chilling. What's our darkness at now? Like,
I think we saw it at 8. I think we have an 8-point darkness.
It's like,
all right. So we're taking 3, but 3 is a lot less than 0, my man.
Yeah. There's the Vigar going back in the deck, and there's kind of a clock too, right? At some point, Vigar levels, and the darkness is going to be so big.
Oh no! The Reckoner comes down to close out the game. And that was drawn off the Aloof Travelers, too, I think. I don't think he had that in his hand.
No, it was drawn off the Aloof... Oh, no, sorry. That wasn't the hand. I think Ravenous Flock was drawn off the... Yeah, Ravenous Flock was drawn. But that's... Oh, I love that card. I love Midnight Raid with, like, Overwhelm units and things like that. Absolute crazy finish there. Thinking, I mean, we're kind of going on the Harrowing, like, oh, yeah, this could be a pretty big finisher here. But that one card alone with that Midnight Raid, with the amount of Overwhelm units and ways to prevent blocks, absolutely could just wreck things there.
A reckoner of things, you might say? Sorry, Blevins is rubbing off on me. It's dangerous.
I feel like Blevins is the star of this whole cast now. Blevins just with us in spirit the entire cast. Okay. All right. So we got Darkness again. And hey, listen, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I did mention I'm not crazy about Darkness. So let's see if Darkness can pick up a win versus kind of a control counterpart here. What am I, right?
Yeah, this game is likely to get extremely grindy. So buckle in for a long one here. These are two control decks that want to take it all the way into the late game and see who can generate more value.
Hey, as long as it's not Random playing the tried and true Spooky Karma, I'm okay with it, man.
I don't know if we're going to go quite that far, as for anybody who doesn't know, Spooky Karma was played before Gohard got here. So the win condition of that deck, quote-unquote win condition, was decking your opponent by putting more Karmas in your deck. It was awful.
The win condition was not winning. Like, it was just doing nothing the whole game. All right, we do see the Heimer in hand, though, early from Trevo. So, again, one thing we've seen with all these Heimer decks, it's really about, can we get the Heimer down and can we actually get the value off of it? And that is a great spew of turrets onto the field early on here. You got to love to see that.
Yeah, very, very powerful pressure coming in here from Trevo, and Random doesn't have their Vigar this time. So that's one of the ways to put on a lot of pressure in these control mirrors. If you have Vigar, especially backed up by Mist's Call, you kind of get to put your opponent on a clock. But with Veigar AFK and the other Yordle in this matchup showing up twice in Trevo's hands, this could be not the best spot for Random's Darkness deck.
Yeah, we do have the 2 Senna to kind of back us up. The problem with Senna, like on 5, Senna's not great. You can't really use the darkness that she generates on the attack either. So we're probably stuck until, turn 7 or even turn 6, getting her down and then open attacking for that additional darkness. But there is the Heimer. Wow, okay.
And the problem is, and Trevo knows this, right? Without any way to buff the darkness, we've reduced its mana cost, sure, but we're only shooting for 2 damage. Heimer can tank that.
So Random gave the Darius emo. Yeah, what are we... Is it playing the Senna that was a no-go? Because I feel like it was a little weird seeing Senna come down.
I actually don't mind the Senna there. The problem is once they've played that Heimer, you kind of have to be proactive. You have to do something to threaten that, right?
Yep.
And we can theoretically put 2 darknesses down and kill Heimer here, but then we'd end up taking a bunch of damage. And Random is saying they'd rather not deal with that today.
Well, this looks like a free Veigar, though. Yep. So we do have Veigar that's going to start ticking the darkness up, so that's huge. I don't know how long he's going to stick around. Let's see what's off the top. Okay, so we currently cannot kill Veigar this turn. So Veigar is going to at least get 2 ticks out of the darkness, and that could be a really big problem for Trevo here.
Yeah, that's going to be rough, because as soon as we were at 3, and 3 it wasn't that big a deal, but as soon as we tick darkness up to 4 or even 5, suddenly a single darkness kills any of the champions out of the Heimer Jace deck, even if they're leveled. And this is a really hard spot. Plus,
Random just topped a miscall, and we've had that Rekindler kind of hanging out in hand for a while. So even if Veigar dies, I mean, it's probably going to come back.
Well, it's important to note that the Rekindler is going to bring back Senna here, not Veigar.
Yes, yeah, Rekindler will, yep.
The Mist's Call is going to be kind of the end of this game, I think, honestly. But
yeah.
Though we might see the Ruination instead.
All right, we're going with the Senna first.
I think Random's just... I was going to say Random's just okay taking this damage so they can get Veigar back in play. I'm not sure why we cared about that 7 damage that much.
I'm not... Yeah, I am not in love with that. I would have loved seeing Veigar back on the field. That would have been great.
We just decided that the biggest way to win the game can not come back? Question mark? Is there a line I'm missing here, J-Doza? Help me out.
Well, no, I was going to say maybe Random is looking to just flood the board and go aggressive, but this goes right into this. It goes right into Ruination. We were at 9 mana this turn. If there was no Ruination, sure, Random would push a lot of damage there, but now this game is just like kind of back to even, to be honest with you, with no Veigar. I
mean, I think Random is still favored here, right? Random is just crazily up on
with the
cards,
Rekindler. Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
The Rekindler is going to bring back a Senna. Senna will have huge amounts of board control. I think Random is still very favored here, but I think if we made sure to get our Veigar back, then we can force a Ruination at a bad tempo point, and I think the game might have just been locked.
Yeah, let's see what Trevo decides to do here. And the awkward part for Trevo is everything on the board for Random is 4 health, and we have a Shock Blast in hand. So, yeah, we can do Shock Blast plus Vile Feast to kill a whole 1 unit, but that's not going to feel real good right now. So I do think Trevo's on the back foot. This is not looking good.
Trevo just kind of running dry of resources here. And I said at the beginning of this game, right, that this was going to be a matchup of who could grind harder. Yeah. And the Darkness deck, doing what a Darkness deck does, decides, I don't really need to win the game that much. I'll be here in 20 turns. You'll be out of stuff. I'll attack you with some 4/4s.
Yeah, and I think, the Heimer deck, I think, really relies on Heimer, the champion, sticking around on board a lot more than Senna and Veigar do, right? As far as the advantage goes. Now, obviously, you want Veigar to stick around for the increase in damage with Darkness, but there's so many card advantage generating cards in the deck that I think that's the issue that we're seeing here between this Heimer and this Darkness deck. And I mean, what are we? We're like 5-6 cards up on Trevo right now.
Yeah, for this matchup, the Heimer deck really needs to make sure that Darkness doesn't get off of 2 or maybe 3 damage if there's an early catalyzer hit. Letting it get up to this 4 or 5 point mark just means that all of your units get destroyed by these darknesses, and it's hard to keep any of those important value generation engines in play.
I imagine we get a Jace here. I don't.
Yeah, it's just gonna get eaten though.
And there's no. At this point in the game, unfortunately, I'm trying to rack my brain here and think of what kind of top decks Trevo might be able to have. I don't think one really exists. I think this is going to spell the end. Is there a second Ruination?
It starts with a Progress Day or a Ruination? Nope. I don't know. All right,
that's it.
Trevo knows it. We know it. We're going to the next one.
All right. I will say, I'm not going to lie. I would have been extremely disappointed if somehow Random and Trevo did not go to 3 games. Like, if Trevo just 2-0'd Random, I'd be like, wait a second. Something's
like,
hold on.
That's not how the script goes. Somebody get me the editor. Come on, man.
Yeah,
what's going on
this? Here? But yeah, so I think it's interesting, right? I think at the beginning of the cast, actually, you had said this. What am I? You were like, I don't understand why Heimer Jace is that good of a deck, but it is because people are winning with it. And all day today, we've seen a lot of it. A lot of people have it in their lineup, but this thing is just not having a good time in the top cut, picking up wins versus really anything right now.
Yeah, I know that we were talking at the very beginning of the day that Mo was talking about how confident he was in this Heimer deck, and I have honestly never felt that way. This is one of the decks that it honestly feels to me that the better your opponent is, the worse this deck gets. Which means it's a really awkward bring for a top 32 when there's no one here who's going to be playing badly into you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Good start here for Chief. And honestly, speaking of, people's skill levels, I think this is kind of fitting, right? We're on game 3 between Trevo and Random. Identical deck lists for kind of skill, like control oriented decks where skill ceilings are going to be quite high for 2 skilled players like this.
Yep, and we're seeing both of these boards just get flooded out with turrets, but if you look at Trevo's hand here, this is going to be an interesting dynamic. Trevo has 2 of those turret buffer cards in his hand, but no Heimer, whereas Random has the Heimer, but it looks like their turrets are going to stay small.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what kind of wins out here. I mean, one would think that it's probably having the Heimerdinger. No, but we already see the Hextech Handler come down, and now this is going to pose a really big problem with Trevo having the attack token.
Yeah, this is a huge amount of prep.
Why? We actually can't kill it yet.
This should have been a huge amount of pressure from Trevo.
Well, hey, it's still 7 damage, right? I mean, that's nothing to shake a finger at.
It's not terrible, but that was the lowest roll you could get there. Let's be real, Jdoza.
Yeah. Wow, that's rough to see. And lucky enough though, so Random didn't have something like a Mystic Shot, which you'd usually expect to have there. Now we could take care of it with Thermo Beam. Now that we're past the attack. Yep, and it looks like we are going to go ahead and
what's going to happen.
Down.
We're just going to set up our own board here, and these turrets are small, but until this Heimer gets cleared off the board, they're just going to keep coming.
So this is interesting. What you mentioned, What Am I, is exactly what's going to happen. We're going to start to see the smaller turrets come out from Random, already developing the Heimer, and then the double Hextech Handler. I imagine we're going to get another Handler that comes down soon. Going to be the larger turrets, but less turrets overall. And honestly, I think I got to favor Random having the Heimer on board and now already leveled up too.
So this Heimer levels, but Trevo can clear it, right? Even leveled Heimer, this Piercing Darkness will clear the Heimer out of the way. It's just that the tempo is kind of swinging wildly back and forth in this game, right? Because if Trevo decides to spend their mana clearing the Heimer here, then Random has a huge attack, and those are not great trades that Trevo's being presented with.
I gotta say, all the games I've seen today, there's a lot of spots where I thought, man, wouldn't Withering Whale be a good card?
Imagine if Withering Whale was a good card that people kept cutting from their decks, and it's something you should, play in your deck because it does so much. I don't know who could have told anybody that.
I mean, between turrets and pirates, I don't know, man. All I'm saying is it's not bad. But yeah, we are going to still take down 2 units, which is going to feel good. The 2 bigger ones too, which is nice.
Okay, so we're saying that we need to not take as much damage this round, but we're leaving the Heimer in play for another turn. This is scary, man.
This is scary. I'm very surprised to see that. And it looks
And
like
we're not
we're
even
still
killing
going to
it
leave it
this
around.
turn. Oh my god. Okay, Trevo's just decided that Heimer gets to live. I don't really understand this line.
I don't either, because now listen, if you played Piercing Darkness, you only have 1 mana left, which is nothing. You have Forge Chief, great. But
Yeah, it's a bad spot, but I look at this, I don't know, I look at this mirror and I feel like if one person has a Heimer in play and the other doesn't, then it's really hard to win. But, really important to note here, Random tapped under any protection, so Jace
now
is
we will
actually
be able
going
to
to get
pull
to
it.
come down.
nice.
That might have been a big misplay from Random there.
Yeah, and here we were thinking Trevo incorrectly did not get rid of the Heimer, but there we go. Jace coming in clutch. And now things, I think things are... Oh, all right, just as I say things are swinging, we got another Hextech handler, this time on the side of Random.
That Piercing Darkness there, tapping under the Vengeance and letting the Jace just come down and clean up Heimer completely free. That was rough. Oh,
All right.
We've got some interesting choices here, though.
True Shot, not terrible here. Ruination also, obviously, always a decent pick.
Ruination's always an interesting pick in this kind of matchup because it's so powerful if you get behind on tempo, but it's asking you to predict so many turns in advance what it's going to do. But I love this decision, this glorious evolution.
This is great.
Because this is going to give everything +2/+2, J-Doza, because they're all techs.
Yep, so we were going through the other 2 cards, and I'm like, but I know Trevo, especially because Glorious Evolution. Let's just be honest, that is the way more fun card to pick here. I am so ecstatic that Trevo picked Glorious Evolution, and I'm really hoping, honestly, that this card is the difference maker here.
Is it a Glorious Evolution?
No way!
Do it! Do it!
Oh, we didn't do it. Come on, Randall.
I wanted the full Glorious Evolution mirror. That would have been so cool.
That would have been great. Not only did they design their decks the same, they also picked the same cards during the game. So, all right,
we're seeing, again, this swingy tempo back and forth. The problem with this Glorious Evolution is it is a hugely powerful card, but in this matchup that so far has been so defined by tempo, Trevo's going to have to find a time to spend 10 mana where it's not going to get him killed, and that's a big ask.
Yeah, Trevo at one point was up in tempo, kind of having control of the game. Not at that point any longer, and we're going to have to get back there in order to actually play this Glorious Evolution. 10 mana is not easy, so... Oh, all right, we get the Vengeance actually out on one of the Hextech handlers, so just trading Hextechs back and forth.
On the other hand, though, we're kind of looking at resources here a little bit. Random has a bunch of control tools in hand, but as far as actually pressing tempo, he's dry.
Yeah.
These are the last 2 units we've got. Trevo's still on 14, has some solid answers, and there's the time that Trevo needed. Glorious comes down.
There it is. Oh, baby. 4-3 with Augment from the Force Chief. And we'll see if we draw any more techs. If we do at this point, if we do now draw a Heimerdinger on the side of Trevo, that's going to be really hard for Random to deal with, right?
Yeah. Even something like a Production Surge, right? Just give me like 13 mana worth of random turrets. Oh, we see the Heimer coming down from random 7 again. Apparently Heimer has chosen a side in this matchup, and Jace has chosen the other, because we've seen 2 Heimer versus 2 Jace.
Yeah, and now, honestly, if Heimer does come down, I don't know if Random will just throw this down with 7 mana still up on the side of Trevo.
No! It doesn't get copied! Okay, the Jace is gonna die anyway, so it doesn't matter, but the problem with the Progress Day is Jace won't copy a 6 mana.
It's less mana now. Yeah. Oh, man. It would have been nice to double up that True Shot barrage, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, that would have been sweet. We may see it come down here anyway, maybe just to help with this Vile Feast or the Mystic Shot and clear this board.
Yeah, I mean, we could basically remove everything.
Thinking about it. I guess the issue is, if we see this True Shot barrage gets played, then Heimer's got a clear line, right?
Yes, 100%. And then we really don't have any removal left. Like, if we go to just remove the handler and the turret, things are going to be looking real rough. And I think that's why we're starting with the Vile Feast.
Also so that we can get the extra pump on that spider, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Because all of our stuff has augment, so if we're doing anything, we want to get our units in play as quickly as possible.
And remember,
Trevo's going for it.
We still have the attack token, so that's if we do play Heimer here, there's a lot of damage coming through, so Heimer might have to block, and we do have the Mystic Shot to clean it up if it blocks the... All right, no, we're going on the turret. All right.
I think we just have to take this. Random's just got to eat the 11 and try to have Heimer win the game. Yup, good call.
This is so close, coming down to the last. Oh, my God. If you told me the end of the game was going to be a 5-3 Spiderling with quick attack, I would not have, no way. Nope.
Oh, but the Jace, the leveled Jace and the leveled Heimer are going to make so many turrets here. I think this is just lethal. I think it's over.
Yeah, this...
I don't think Trevo can stop it.
No, yeah, there's the... Yep, we have Heimer. Finally, we
Trevo
find
knows
Heimer.
it. Heimer shows up just in time to watch the combination of the two champions make all the turrets they will need to take Trevo out of this seasonals. Oh, it's rough. These keywords we're getting, Spell Shield's cool, but it doesn't even matter that much.
Yeah, it's not.
Oh wait, we can roll elusive. We can roll elusive.
We're gonna get turrets. Yeah, hold on.
Trevo can roll. Did we roll elusive on these hits?
Did we have lifesteal?
Oh, let's not get into
That's not elusive. Oh
not elusive, Trevo. You needed to be luckier. I'm sorry, my guy.
The Glorious Evolution actually played against Trevo here, not getting the elusive turrets.
Oh
my God.
Moment.
And random. Oh my God. Random taking it, what am I?
Yeah, that was an absolutely hyped mirror. That honestly, this seasonals has been awesome, but that might have been my favorite game this seasonal so far, that Heimer mirror.
Well, who would have thought that not only did we see Trevo take a Glorious Evolution, then it actually came back to bite him because of the reduced cost not getting an elusive turret at the end of the game. Like, you don't think of that stuff when you make that choice at that point, but that's a real concern that you have to think about. That's crazy.
Yeah, that was an absolutely wild series. While we had different decks to start, it's just very apropos that we had the mirror, the exact mirror to close it out in game 3. As we can see, Random taking away the victory, moving on to the top 4. So congratulations to Random. But yeah, the Glorious Evolution pick was rather interesting, and we saw Trevo take it. And then on the other side, when it was offered to Random, Random took what I called the more responsible route. In our broadcast chat, I said, all right, we're going to see whether flashy versus responsible picks ends up being the right choice here. And I think you guys hit the nail on the head. Yes, the Glorious Evolution thing, a lot of potential payoff, but the reduced cost kind of started to hurt. The other thing that I noted that I think is just really interesting is these are decks that are normally known for never running out of cards, right? Yeah. Jace Heimer usually just full of resources, but we saw both players down to like 2 cards in hand at one point until that Jace top deck. So these players navigated it incredibly well in my mind, really trading resource for resource. So shout out to both of them. I thought that was incredibly well done.
Yeah, when you see 2 decks that are usually so heavy-handed, you have these 7, 8, 9 card hands, and both of them are just drawing down to the wire, trying to use every little bit of resource and grit they can get their hands on to close out the game. That is a sign of 2 really good players piloting those decks into each other.
100%. Yep.
Now, with that in mind, that was 2 great players, but we have 2 more. We're actually going to jump into the game 3 of another series. We're going to be seeing Ptash taking on Spids. So I'm going to throw it to you gentlemen so that we can see who else is going to the top 4.
Let's do it.
Ptash, another great player. We get to see some Ptash action here on the Pirate Aggro, and oh my God, what am I? We've made it. We finally have. Oh wait, no. Is this a Sivir? Is this Akshan Sivir? Never mind.
I think no. There's no Kaisa. There's no Kaisa.
I thought we finally made it, and there's still no Kaisa.
we got the right regions, Jdozo. We were close. We tried really hard, but it was not to be.
Yeah, this is kind of like. I was just gonna. Oh wow, man, I hate when that happens. Good at sorry. I was just gonna say that
powerful play out of the Pirates deck here with this triple 1-drop hand.
I was just gonna say this is the old Kaisa, right? This is like Akshan Sivir was what Kaisa was before Kaisa came out, and then Kaisa came out and was like, nope, Spell Shield way better on Kaisa than it is on Sivir.
We're seeing kind of this intentional regression back to a slightly older deck, focused more on that mid-range tempo plan than having those huge over-the-top threats. And I think that's a little bit of a response to these heavier-handed SI decks that are going around, to be able to go back to that powerful Sivir tempo that has traditionally been very good against those.
Yeah, and already getting, speaking of Sivir tempo, already getting it down on turn 4, which is where you want to see it. And we're at 11, so that is a little concerning, I'm not going to lie. This is actually going to remove the spell shield and an additional blocker. So things are not looking too bad for Ptash here, going into what looks like a turn 5 attack. We have the Fervor for 3 more damage, and we have, really crucial here, this is why Zap Sprayfin's played. Anybody not familiar with Pirate Aggro, the only 3-cost spell usually in these decks is Noxian Fervor. So we essentially have a 2-attack elusive plus 2 Noxian Fervors for 8 damage potential total in hand.
We do also often see 1 or 2 Make It Rain in this deck, sometimes as many as 3, so Zap can miss. But what I want to draw attention to is this open attack. Oh, I thought we were going to see the Eye of Naghuboros open attack here, but Ptash choosing to go for the other spawn line in attempting to remove that Sivir. Gonna get a little bit punished by this Sharp Sight, though.
Yeah, that's a big deal. One of the reasons why this card is so good is the tempo, right? You're removing a unit plus adding a unit, so you really start to swing things in your favor. But yeah, this barrier also going to allow Sivir to block and still stay on board next turn to put some additional pressure on Ptash. Because at this point, it's a race. Spids needs to close this out next turn, most likely, if Spids expects to make it to the finals here.
Yeah, it's funny, but these burn aggro decks put you in a point where you have to race them, especially when we see these extra card draw in Ptash's hands. There's not much time left for Spids to close this game before they just get burned out.
Yeah, no really good access to heal either on the side of Spids. We have 3 in hand, 3 damage that is, and we have plenty of draw. And actually, you're right, what am I? It looks like there's 2 copies of Make It Rain in Ptash's deck, so we could get a miss there. Although Make It Rain doesn't look so terrible now.
Yeah, that's I'm not even sure that's a miss on this board. That 1 HP Sivir looking like a pretty juicy target. Though we do already have this TF sitting up here, ready to just red card, and if we develop here by Spids, it might be over.
Yeah, this is definitely looking like Ptash's game here. I'm very curious.
And this is an interesting spot that I like to talk about. And from Spid's perspective, I almost want to talk about whether we have to develop or not here, right? Because if we attack for 7 and we put Ptash on 5, are we winning the game? And I think the answer's no.
Oh, yeah.
So
I agree with you.
This is rough, and we're going to get blown out, but I think the play was still correct by Spids, honestly.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. You can't play around everything sometimes. I think that was a perfect example. It just kind of is what it is. We do have the Waking Sands, so we can get a Sandstone Charger to block, but we have the Legion Grenadier. I mean, it's just going to be too wide on the side of Ptash, especially that Zap Sprayfin. That's going to be 2 damage. Actually, we have the Quicksand, technically, for the Zap Sprayfin, but it's still not looking too hot.
The problem is we're too wide here. We can push you could even push another 2/2 into play with this burst speed draw 2 tentacle, and I don't know if Spids can survive this open attack, let alone all the burn that's going to follow. This is looking really rough for our Demacia player here.
Oh, Vicurian Bruiser
and
not
the
gonna
decimate.
That's just about going to wrap it up, I think. What am I? That is...
that's kind of an insult to injury. He didn't need it. He's already dead. Stop hitting him.
Just stop already. Stop. How many times in aggro matchups, what am I, have you said or seen somebody on cast say, oh, and the top deck decimate for the win? Oh, man. Feels bad.
Yeah. Decimate showing up to do its job, saying, I've got to be here, even if I'm not needed.
Just
we
in
always
spirit.
top deck Decimate on the last turn of the game. That's the important part of playing aggro.
Oh, man. Yeah, we're going to get Concerted Strike, it looks like, to prevent some damage. Not going to really matter at the end of the day. We have to play the Quicksand. So
Spids can technically survive this attack, but is completely tapping out to do so. So this fervor is going to come down from Ptash and is going to close out this game. Yep, there's the Shen emote, because this is deterministic.
There you go. And that is going to be Ptash closing things out with a fervor onto the Legion rear guard, taking it 2-1 over Spids to advance to the finals. Going to be taking on Random 7HS.
That was another great one. So we have another player moving on to the semifinals. We are closing in on our top 4 gentlemen. I'm excited. This was already a great top 8. We kind of saw before we started covering this some big name players. We have not yet heard who has won some of the other ones, so we'll find that out a little bit later. But when we look at this one, we can see Ptash getting the victory, winning 2-1 against Spids, and finally, getting a victory for Shurima Demacia there as well, even if it, might not have been the one we were looking for.
We at least put one on the board for the regions. We couldn't get Kaisa herself to actually manage to take a game down today, but the regions back her up. We're getting there a little.
Yeah, I gotta say, I think as far as seasonals are concerned, this is the most one-sided I've seen. Everybody seems to be on the exact same page, which is Kaisa is the best deck. You always ban Kaisa no matter what. And it's happened, I think, almost every single game now, or every single series that we've seen. And like I said, I'm not mad about it. So,
yeah, it really is interesting because at the top of the broadcast, Mo had said that there's a lot of egos in card games, and he's not wrong. I'm very surprised that we haven't at least seen somebody go, I have the secret formula. I can beat the best deck. I'm going to target that. I'm going to let it through and then just thump it. But that has not been the case. Mm-hmm. And so we've seen, as a result of that, it's really weird because sometimes the ladder experience doesn't mirror tournaments, right? On the ladder, you just jam whatever your best deck is. But here, once everybody kind of knows, okay, we can ban that out, we've seen a very diverse group of decks throughout the broadcast today. And then even further when we talked about potential decks that we expected to see, and when we start talking about what was seen in the other regions. And it's been an absolute pleasure. So we are, again, moving on very, very soon to our top 4. We're going to have semifinals in the near future. But what is left? What is left to be seen on this seasonal broadcast? How do we top something like Trevo versus Random? Because I don't know how we do it.
I'm not going to lie. I actually was going to say this back when we were casting the game. I forgot to. That felt like it was the finals. I don't know about you, what am I? But I kind of felt like I was casting the finals then in the top 8. But yeah, I mean, listen, if Random makes it to the finals, I think that's going to be just as good because, again, like I said, a long, long time ago, Random got second place. And if there's one person, honestly, that maybe just what am I being the other person? So if there's one person, sorry, I had to say it. So if there's one person that I think deserves to get a win, that's been in the community for so long, that's been outstanding, always played well, I think it's Random, and I'm pulling for Random now at this point, 100%.
When I look at the rest of this tournament going forward, I definitely feel like, and I've said this a bunch before, if you deserve it, you win it. And I'm looking forward to seeing some more really powerful games, and especially just this format, these high skill testing SI decks that we see again and again create these really cool moments to watch and to cast. And I think no matter who Random ends up going against, no matter who makes it to the finals, we're still going to see some pretty sick games.
100%.
Well, what am I unfortunately not going to be winning this seasonal, but did grace the broadcast desk. And so this is where your journey ends for the day. I want to thank you for joining us on the desk. Any final thoughts, anything that you want to end on before your time is up? What am I? And we go to this break.
It has been an amazing time casting with you guys. I'm still definitely going to be watching this from the sidelines. These games have been hyped, and I cannot imagine they will not continue to be. Thank you for having me, and I will catch y'all on the flip side.
All right. Well, we were, again, very blessed to have you on the desk. And with that, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, the semifinals will be underway. Our top 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Want to line up for your beatdowns or go all at once? Think you could fish up something to eat after this battle?
Catch and release only! Do you kill everyone you beat?
Let me show you how we did it in Acacia.
Jack said there'd be contenders out here.
Just me, or did he get a lot scarier in here?
Huh? No, Jax. I'm on your side. Don't worry.
Glad there's a chef on the team now. What's for dinner? You got nothing I can't handle. A 1,000 years of battle and I'm just warming up. Him. I'm Halvaligra. Keep it moving, team. Today, we stand. Need a weapon? You're gonna want to watch this. Winning never gets old.
To restore this legacy is my greatest honor.
So much to learn. How will I know when I'm ready?
Even as a so-called master, there is so much I do not know.
Ah!
Good, good. A clear mind. Blade and mind, honed and sharp. Concentrate, June. See the spirit realm in your mind's eye.
I can feel it. It's vast and blinding.
A quiet spirit.
In each hammer's blow, his spirit lives on.
Just the one I was looking for. My helmet could use some work. Violence is and should always be the last resort. Hope lives in the edge of my blade! A calm heart. Each strike spells a new legacy! Alpha Strike! Form before strength. Let us see if you are worthy.
Does the wind stop to consider which direction to blow, Master?
You are a fledgling child flailing his arms. Voodoo style. Meditation calms a cluttered mind.
Wu-Ting style!
Form before strength. Show me your skill. Come now, is that all? Our opponent was worthy, but inferior. My lesson is complete.
I seem to have misplaced my, self. Cup of tea? Fine by me. Fancy a cup of tea? I'll warm the kettle. I'm mad you left.
Bless my socks. Aren't you just a sight?
Step lively. Don't be shy. I got your 6 shortcakes. Oh, spittle spat. I'll just keep the water boiling then. Portals everywhere. Well, aren't you the cutest thingamadee I ever did see? Off we go. On it and on 'em.
Oh, the suspense is terrible.
I hope it lasts. Portals, up and down and all around. I think I'm quite ready for a new adventure.
Dearie me.
Home is just around the portal. A good cup of tea, just what I needed. A journey's end is just another's beginning.
The child is gone. The killer remains. They will fear my name.
And grovel before mine.
Cowards hide.
But never escape.
Yes. I do not seek redemption.
Merely power.
The rage. Let it loose.
Finally free of that mortal constraint.
The order.
Let me hear your screams. Submit to me. Time to reap. Triumph is built on a foundation of death.
Hello and welcome back to the Forces from Beyond Seasonal Tournament. I am still your host for the day, Charmer. Once again, joined on the desk by Blevins. He's actually here this time, as well as Mo. And gentlemen, we are getting ready to dive into our semifinals, our top 4. And we have big shoes to fill. The last series was fantastic, but I think that this has a lot of potential because we are going to be taking a look at Ptash taking on 4LW. But before we dive into that head-to-head matchup, let's take a look at the bracket so that we can see where we are for this event and who is left. As we can see here, as I said, Ptash taking on 4LW. That is who moved on after that Hydra head-to-head showdown. And then we saw on the broadcast Random take down his teammate Trevo. They're going to be facing off against The Cup Is Mine. So 2 players here will be moving on to the finals. A lot on the line, including $10,000 to the winner when all is said and done. Evans, I want to start with you. Let's hit that bottom part real quick since we're going to do a deep dive on Ptash and 4LW. What do you expect out of that Random versus The Cup Is Mine matchup?
Yeah, definitely going to be a contested one. Of course, both players are known quantities in LOR. We've already spoken at length about Random 7. Would not be surprised to see them move on. But Cup Is Mine also a player that has many accolades and has done well in multiple tournaments on the ladder in their own right. I'm biased because we've seen more of Random 7 today. I gotta lean that way. He's been playing very, very well in some really tough, close matchups. Also took on the current reigning champion, or I guess former reigning champion. Cannot get there again. Stopped the 2-time from happening. Stopped the back-to-back champion from being crowned. And now we will 100% have a new seasonal champion this time around, Charmer.
Yeah, and with that in mind, I just want to say the Cup Is Mine is no slouch. We saw some wonderful navigation from them earlier, as well as catching what could arguably be said a lucky break. But I always say I'd rather be lucky than good. Sometimes you need a little luck to get to the finals. And so, Mo, you got to be pretty happy as well that there is nobody who is beating you to that 2-time so that next season you can get back to it. You feeling pretty good about that?
I mean, I'm not feeling good the fact that Trevo lost, because while I'm not a wiggly wombat, I do hang out with the guys a lot, and I hang out with them. They're huge in my testing groups for multiple seasons now. But yeah, of course I'm happy. I get to be the first seasonal champion next season. Like, I'm not going to be casting next season, but I'll definitely be back on this desk around this time next season. So.
Oh, nice call out there. Well, we're going to be taking a look at 4LW. And they're up against Ptash. Let's dive into this head-to-head matchup here. We have seen Ptash on the broadcast so far today, but this is going to be our first look at 4LW's lineup. So real quick, as we're just looking at the overall lineup, Blevins, what stands out about 4LW's 3 decks there?
Yeah, definitely some decks we've seen. I mean, okay, we haven't actually seen Kaisa on camera yet, so we can just knock out those 2 decks on the left for sure. But a deck that we have seen for many, many seasons now, a deck that I think some people thought was dead, and then we realized that Drizoth still exists, the TF Nami. We've got the, I don't even know if it's considered spider aggro anymore, but any deck with Elise is spider aggro in my mind, even if it's the Trundle Elise deck. But with the addition of Katarina and Gwen this time around, so definitely a lineup that, while I think many would hesitate to call it triple aggro, I think you could make a real argument that it kind of is, or can play like a triple aggro deck for sure.
Yeah, I think that you could easily say it's 3 proactive decks.
Sure.
That might be the right way to word it, but we're going to dive into 4LW's actual deck lists here. One of the things that did jump out to me was the inclusion of this one of Jarvan here. So Mo, what do you think about that? Is this somebody trying to be clever, or is there like a real legitimate case for this one of?
For sure. So Jarvan, the real legitimate case here is 4LW very much expected a lot of mid-range. He expected a lot of mid-range, probably a lot of Kaisa decks. Maybe some Taric Poppy, stuff like that. We could see with his other list once we get there that they're very much teched for mid-range, and so that doesn't change with his Kaisa Sivir list. Jarvan is extremely good against other mid-range decks because he is this big challenger unit, has barrier, is essentially just an I'm gonna kill your largest unit for free when I attack. He's gonna kill the Kai'Sa for free. You know, he could kill a Misfortune for free. He could kill just about, you know, a Ezreal or a Kennen for free. He could kill a lot of units depending on what the board state looks like for practically no cost just because you attacked with him with an open attack. Sometimes you could Cataclysm. If you have enough mana, this is something that's extremely cool, is if you have 3 spell mana with that Jarvan on turn 6, even if it's not your attack token, all Jarvan says is when you attack, if he's in your hand and you have enough mana for him, summon him challenging. So if you're going to Cataclysm something, and you have that 6 unit mana left afterwards, Jarvan can come out at burst speed on your opponent's turn, killing their largest champion without them really being prepared for it.
Yeah, I think that is a great thing to note there. I also just really enjoy, as you said, that it's burst speed, right? So it's not even just that you're killing their best unit, but it's really burst speed removal, which is something that Demacia traditionally doesn't have. They have to deal with the unit after the fact. So I do like that inclusion. 4LW does, however, have some other lists, as we had seen when we saw the overall lineup, including this Twisted Fate Nami deck. Blevins, tell me more about the kind of resurgence of this deck, because as we said, we thought it might have went away, and then we remembered Drizzoth was still around.
Absolutely, one of my favorite players to steal decks from off of the master ladder for sure. But I mean, it's a deck that is not quite as old as time as you know, the lore boomers like myself consider this a more new age deck these days, as these champions were not around during the beta. But definitely a deck we've seen a lot of, and it has evolved. You know, the core of Nami just being a champion that loves for you to play spells, it loves for you to play elusive units. Also, you know, the same with Wiggly Burblefish and Fleet Admiral Shelly. Just you want to play all these spells, and then we've got new cards like Shadow Isles Tellstones that gives you 2 spells off of itself, and they can both be cheap and aggressive, which really plays to what this deck wants to do.
Yeah, and the difference of this deck, I've played a lot of TF Nami myself. I've played a lot of TF Nami with Drizzoth. Mike and I have played this deck for hundreds and easily 1,000 games between the two of us. And something I don't think either of us have ever played is Vengeance or Riptide Sermon in our decks. So this is, again, a testing just like that one of Jarvan we saw in the Auction Kai'Sa, in the Kai'Sa Sivir deck. This deck is very much teched for aggro, for the mid-range, where he's saying, you know, I want to go ahead and Vengeance your mid-range unit. I'm going to go ahead and Riptide Sermon, kill off another mid-range unit. You're still playing the Fading Memories and the Go Hard, so that way you have this chance to go get this really combo-esque finish. But we see the 1 Ruination, the 2 Vengeance, this 2 Riptide Sermons. This is very much looking like an I'm tech to beat mid-range style list.
Yeah, I love those inclusions. 4LW, obviously great player, seems to also have a real pulse for what to expect, and that's why they are in the top 4. Let's take a look at their third deck that they brought to this event, and this is that Spider Gwen deck, or you know, the Katarina Spice, however you want to refer to it. This is the deck that I've been a big fan of. I love seeing it. Blevins, take me through this. Obviously, great inclusion.
Yeah, I really liked this deck when I saw it. I don't know if we can call it Spider Gwen. I think Disney may be on the line right now, but definitely a deck, like I said, I call it Spider Aggro regardless, but we do see the top end being a little bit heavier on that side than we normally see. Of course, the Harrowing there is a finisher. 3x Fallen Reckoner, a card that and even the Ruined Reckoner, cards that I think have sort of slipped under the radar a lot of times. And then even those Eternal Dancers, one of the new cards in the Gwen package that certainly can allow a normally aggressive style of deck to really go over the top.
All right, and then on the other side, Ptash, we've already seen him on the broadcast ones today, so we know what this lineup is, right? We've got Sivir and Kai'Sa. Didn't get to actually see it in action because this one was banned out, but this is one of the lists that Ptash, of course, has brought. The second list, naturally, again, we saw this earlier today, the Pirates list. We've seen a lot of players bring this. It's been very effective. And obviously, it's going to continue to be. And then the third deck that we know Ptash brought was, of course, the Ezreal Kennen list. And we heard What Am I gush over this. We've seen it be very effective. So we know what to expect out of Ptash here. But this is going to be our first time seeing 4LW. I'm really excited to see how this plays out. These are two great players. And one of them is going to move on to the finals, gentlemen. So real quick, because the game is imminent, who do you have as the victor? Blevins, starting with you.
Yeah, it is definitely a tough call. We did see Ptash. I think they played very, very well. I got to lean towards 4LW. I just like the lineup a little bit better. It's a fractions of a percent in my mind, but I'm definitely leaning more towards 4LW.
Yeah, I'm also going to have to go with 4LW. I think his lineup is built for this matchup. I mean, he's very much anti-mid-range. And then what do we have on the side of Ptash? We have a mid-range deck in Kai'Sa Sivir. And then we also have this aggro, but really pseudo mid-range version of Pirates. Also with 4LW, this might be his last season of competitive Legends of Runeterra before he goes back to finish his doctorates. I remember he was talking to me about scrimming. I said, I can't. And then he said this could potentially be his last competitive season.
All right, well, we'll see if he can end it with a victory because the game is ready. Gentlemen, we're jumping into it, so go ahead, take it away, Blevins and Mo.
Thank you, Charmer. Mo, we're jumping in here. We both picked 4LW, which I don't know if there's a bigger curse that you could have, but we get to see it, Mo. We get the Kai'Sa on camera, finally.
Yeah, this is
get banned.
Yeah, it's extremely exciting. I know everybody at home that's only played against Kai'Sa for the last 2 months has just been waiting to actually watch Kai'Sa be played. I'm sure this is what is not going to trigger any amount of PTSD, and everyone's going to absolutely love the gameplay.
Here's the real thing that is disappointing about this Kai'Sa deck. Where's the skin? I mean, come on. The Star Guardian skins are great. Okay, let's get a skin on that Kai'Sa. Come on. The normal. I'm fine if you don't want the blinged out versions. That's fine, but at least get the Star Guardian skin. Come on.
Yeah, I think Riot should contractually, obligationally give the Kai'Sa skin to everybody that tops with Kai'Sa.
Yep, and just give every single person in the top 32 the Kai'Sa skin. Yep. Definitely.
And actually, anyone that qualified for seasonals period should have gotten the Kai'Sa skin.
True. I think anyone who makes up a word on broadcast, like obligationally, should get a Kai'Sa skin too. So Mo, your Kai'Sa skin's on the way.
Yeah, that's true, right? Where's my Kai'Sa? I already got gypped out of a board. I'm not getting a seasonal board. Like, where's my? You can at least give me a Kai'Sa skin to make up for it.
Well, you got to win to get the seasonal board.
Yeah, if only I could do that.
I mean, you got to win after they announced it, not before. I mean,
you mean they're not going to retroactively give out rewards for absolutely no reason?
I mean, I wouldn't. I don't make these choices. Although if they did give me the choice, I'm definitely not giving it to old seasonal winners.
Yeah, those guys aren't real seasonal winners. That's true.
True. I'd give one to Push B. But anyways, we are here. We interesting little start here on the side of 4LW, and by that I mean half of Ptash's life total is gone. We see the Kennen Ezreal deck banned on the side of Ptash, and looks like that is the TF Nami on 4LW side banned.
Yeah, we were kind of joking around there for, I feel like it was only a minute, and we turn around and we're on turn 4, and Ptash is less than half HP.
Usually we get a little bit of time in the beginning to banter about, but yeah, this game is almost done mid-third joke.
Yeah, I think this game could probably more than likely be wrapped up next turn, depending on how 4LW wants to take it. Ptash looked like he just had an extremely slow hand. We see the double, or we see the Kai'Sa Concerted Strike. You don't want that early. Rallies, you don't want that early. Oopsies, 2 of my 8 drops in my opening hand. Don't want that early.
There's, let's see, 16, 21, 25, 30, 35, 30. There's 30, almost 40 mana of cards in Ptash's hand.
Yeah, that mana, that's a lot. That's almost equal to your age. That's a lot.
Wow. All right, can we get... Can we get him off? Can we get one of my back?
But yeah, this is
anyways
kind of an insane opener for 4LW. You can probably just stun a Kaisa here, or stun even the overall unit, who cares? Kind of just get ready to destroy Ptash on this open attack, or even develop the 6-drop. I like the stun Kaisa, block Vile Feast. He has so many good lines to set up for just straight up lethal on turn 6.
Yeah. I am like I get the wanting to stun Kaisa. You don't want that attack to come through. Does a Kaisa that's not leveled up attacking even matter?
No.
Like, could you? I almost want to just save that stun for offense in this case when your opponent's at 8. Like, I almost like that a little bit better, but I can see the thought process at the very least.
Yeah, I think the idea was you wanted to flood the board as much as possible, because now as 4LW, you get to slam down this big 6-drop, and this you also have an additional 3-2. Whereas if you don't play the 3-2 previous turn, you're just missing out on damage. And when you're this low, literally any amount of damage could just be the difference maker here.
Yeah, that is a good point. I keep forgetting it's so early in the game that we're still a little choked for mana here on both sides of the board. But yes, the 3-6 coming down, going to really put the pressure here on Ptash. And Mo, we may have caster blessed 4LW at least in this first game.
Yeah, that'd be really nice. Like I said, this could potentially be his last competitive LoR season, at least for a very long time, while he goes back to school to finish his doctors there in Brazil. But I hope he is able to finish it off with a well-deserved seasonal. If there's any Brazil as a region is absolutely insane, by far the strongest region. Everyone always says, oh, NA's stronger than EU's stronger, blah blah blah. Honestly, I think Brazil as a region, if they were their own region, would just dominate everybody. It is not even close.
Well, I guess luckily or unluckily, because we had to play, because the US and NA has to play against Brazil in their own region, but we get to also adopt them into the region as well, as we share the Americas shard here, at least in LOR. So we take that for what it is, with this a big attack here on the side of 4LW. Going to, at the very least, force some awkward blocks. A Kaisa having to put itself in harm's way. We have the concerted strike to minimize some of this, but it is still looking a little bleak.
Yeah, so you're going to go ahead and pump the 3-1 here just to represent lethal, which is insane, because what Ptash really needs to stabilize is this Radiant Guardian. But if 4LW presents lethal with this Mark of the Isles here, off the Shadow Isles Tellstones, well, Ptash is now forced into Concerted Strike. Yeah, you live, but you can't play this Radiant Guardian anymore. You're not going to get the lifesteal. You're not going to get lifesteal onto your Kaisa. And you're looking like you're in a very, very rough spot.
Yeah, I'm wondering... Yes, I definitely like presenting lethal here, but that does mean that you don't get to kill the Kaisa. If your opponent has an answer, they're going to go into their turn with the Kaisa.
Kill the Kaisa? It's unleveled bluff. You win. You kill them. You don't need to kill Kaisa. You'll kill the Nexus.
Right. No. I get that point, but now the Concerted Strike comes out. The Nexus is not dead, and the Kaisa is not dead.
Yeah, I think the important thing is Kaisa isn't evolved yet or leveled yet, or even if it does get to that point, 4LW just goes, okay, this is my plan now. I'm going to full block you, and then go ahead and go in for this harrowing. Oopsies, I have a full board now, and I'm just going to kill you. On top of that, this leveled Kaisa is not that scary, because your opponent has two options here. They either develop the Sivir to evolve and level the Kaisa, and then in that case, they're not playing Radiant Guardian, and then you just really don't care. Or you just draw or you just draw a Stun Spider and stun the Kaisa, and it doesn't matter either way.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty fortunate here for 4LW with how this game has turned out so far. I'm just wondering, is there some sort of...
It's not leveled?
Oh,
Blevin.
No. Okay, well... I was trying to think of a way if there's like an overextension or something from 4LW where the Kai'Sa gets to attack twice with a rally, but that's just not gonna happen.
Yeah. So for game 2, I think Ptash. I mean, realistically, there's could be a line, possibly here, where 4LW's internet goes out. You know, that spotty Brazilian internet. You never know.
Okay, well, we can Vile Feast in response. That will likely get the Absolver. For some reason, I was thinking it's called the Resolver, which it definitely is not called. But
I mean, it resolves the game state often.
True. Now, if the problem is that even if open attack isn't lethal, opponent can rally. Maybe the barrier levels up Kai'Sa, but then there's still another action for 4LW can develop. The barrier rally comes out, and then you still get to attack before Ptash gets to.
Yeah, surely the barrier levels the Kai'Sa, but I'm not sure if that matters. I don't think the open attack is lethal because you're only 1 wide and you don't have any more burst speed pump spells. It's not going to be lethal. But you can kind of just play the second dancers and then say,
right,
okay, now I really just developed 2 units because the dancers makes another unit when it attacks.
Right.
You still don't have lifesteal. Now I'm going to be super wide against you. And then you have to develop a unit to block and not die. And then if you don't develop a unit to block and not die, you're just dead.
Yeah. We're rallying now.
Yeah, I'm assuming this level's Kai'Sa, and he's just trying to push as much damage as possible.
Yeah. But now, I guess this could maybe make 4LW think that there's another rally, which maybe makes them makes them take a less than optimal open attack. But like you said, you can just play the second dancers and go, okay, play a rally.
Right. Because especially since you're going to be playing, you can sack the spider also because you're going to be playing just dancers. It's like each of these dancers represents 2 attackers. So that's 2 attackers, 4 attackers, and then this 3/2 is going to be the 5th attacker. We could keep this 1/1 back just to have that full-on 6-wide attack. And obligationally, I would keep the 1/1 back just to have the most amount of wideness as possible.
Right. But in this point, I'm willing to trade 1 damage for 5 damage if I'm 4LW.
Right. Well, it'd be more than 1, right?
1.
Because you have the hollowed plus you have this burst speed spell in your hand.
Oh, right. The hollowed as well.
Really, this is kind of like a 5/1 spider.
True.
So I really think going wide there was probably the answer. We'll see if it pays off. I mean, I'm sure 4LW has a game plan. These players usually have immaculate game plans that see multiple turns into the future. So we'll see how it pans out for him.
Yeah, and 4LW right now, we obviously see, okay, there's a bunch of units. Almost none of them matter. If not, all of them are irrelevant at this point in terms of what they can do to impact 4LW's chances of winning. But 4LW does not have the same vision of Ptash's hand that we do. So 4LW right now, of course, looking and thinking about what options. Can I win through Concerted Strike? What if there's another rally? What happens in those scenarios? If there's a sharp side, plus these are the things that 4LW is thinking about right now. And of course, in the top 32, these are the things that you need to be thinking about because one misstep can certainly throw things off if you make a poor call. Now, in this case, probably not. I mean, the game's pretty in hand for 4LW, but you definitely want to cross all of your T's and dot every single I before you commit to anything in the top 4.
Yeah, this game is actually going to be extremely close here, Blev. Because we're missing out on that 1 extra unit.
Wow.
We're actually gonna be short on lethal, which is insane.
No way.
If we had the 1/1 Spiderling, We could put the 1/1 Spiderling in front. Again, that represents probably a 4/1 or a 5/1, depending on what the Hallowed is. And then they can only block 4 units. 2 units get through. 2 units, they're all going to be at least 3 power. That's 6 damage.
We could get that Spiderling back with Vile Feast right now if we wanted. There's no mana on the side of Ptash.
Yeah, this Vile Feast is guaranteed 100% lethal if 4LW finds the line.
Oh no.
But because we're only going to be 1 more wide than our opponent, we're not going to have that lethal. We're going to be off by 1 damage.
Oh no. Yeah, we block out, and now... Okay, there's no scout on the side of Ptash, so... Technically, we're still at least okay. The Kaisa and the Sivir... actually, Sivir might level
Sivir
before...
lives, yeah.
Yeah, Sivir's going to live, so we're going to have a 7/6... We're going to have a 7/6 with 58 keywords and a leveled up Sivir here. Mo, did that spider block actually cost 4LW this game?
Yeah, I mean, like I pointed out, when he did that block, all that mattered was we were more wide than our opponent. Because at this point, going to 1 HP does not matter. You lose to rally anyways. You lose to the next attack anyways. So might as well just say, heck it, go to 1 HP. Or not even 1. I mean, you just take 5 here, go to 4, and have that guarantee.
Not 0.
Right, go to not 0 and win the game. And at least now, not only was that kind of a misplay with, looking back at it, but you could also consciously look at it now.
We see the Draven emotes.
Yeah, you can look at it.
And I think 4LW realizes it now.
Yeah, I think he realizes the mistake. He also could have Vile Feasted this turn, Blev, and still made up for it.
Yeah. Hey, Ptash.
So there is an out here, and it's exactly the second copy of Unspeakable Horror.
Oh.
Because we've already used the one of Tellstones.
Is there?
Oh my goodness!
We got it! Oh, never punished. Never
the
punished.
Plot armor. This is your Brazilian king.
The double caster blessing.
Where's the 4LW emotes? This guy loves his emotes. Yep, there it is.
Just always had it. Just never once didn't have it. And there it is. 4LW gonna end up taking game number 1. And is now 1 game away from making it to the finals here in this seasonal Mo. Kind of crazy that it was as close as it was.
Well, if you know 4LW, you know he's a showman. He's not really just like a, show up, do business, go home type of guy. Yeah. He's very much a showman. He brings these wacky decks all the times. He builds wacky versions of the decks with these really, I wouldn't want to say bad because he's obviously here, but we'll just say weird card choices. So he posts these weird decks on Twitter all the time trying to bait people, weird card choices. So the fact that he obviously knew that card was on top of his deck, he just wanted to make it close for the viewing experience.
Yep. Well, now we get to see even more Kaisa here, and we'll finally see Kaisa get a win because it's on both sides here as 4LW. And I gotta say, the Kaisa deck is definitely one that I feel good trying to get 1 win out of 2 tries, almost regardless of what my opponent has. Like, it is the type of deck that's like, oh, curve out perfectly, have Kaisa leveled up on 5, I win, thank you. I'll go to the finals. See you next time. Like,
yeah, I really want to see that one of Jarvan come into play. I want to see this be a very stale, like, back and forth game state, and then 4LW just go, haha, just kidding. I text for this. I planned for this. This is exactly going how I wanted it to go. I'm playing chess while everyone else in this top 32 is playing checkers. Here's my Jarvan, free LP. See you in the finals.
Yeah, definitely what they are hoping for. Luckily, they're not going to have to think about the single Spiderling that cost them a game in the top 4, as they did get bailed out by the Unspeakable Horror. Now, just needs to win 1 more against Ptash to advance to the finals here. And Now, Ptash not looking to take the kill on the 1-1 there, Mo. Would you have looked to eat the 1-1, or do you just want a full health Broadwing here?
I think if Broadwing still had Challenger, I would look to make that.
That's right. They nerfed it.
But fortunately, they made Broadwing a more balanced-ish kind of sometimes card. Yes.
Fairish card.
And he isn't just a 2-mana 3/3 Challenger for some reason.
Oh, because if it takes damage, then it becomes less than that, and that matters, right?
Yeah, Smiley. That definitely mattered a lot. This curve is amazing for 4LW. He has 3 keywords. He's already halfway to evolve. The Kaisa will put him 4 out of 6 to evolve. The what is it called? The 2-mana Valor will put him 5 out of 6 to evolve. And so if 4LW can find one more keyword, either tough or even play the Kaisa, use Kaisa spell to get that overwhelm, you can definitely level up Kaisa by the time you're ready to attack with it on turn 5 or 6.
Yeah, this is looking like a, let's see, we'll have 4, 2, save 2 into 5, so we'll be 1 off, I think 1 mana off from being able to do that.
Yeah, because it's supercharged nerf.
Yeah, well, actually, we'll be 2 mana off. There's Overwhelm. So we can just go 4-drop, Overwhelm, Kaisa levels herself up, and then we're off to the races.
Yeah, this is a very good spot for 4LW. He's had an immaculate curve, has units every step of the way, well-statted units. His important units kind of do better than Ptash. I really like that pass by 4LW.
Yeah, no real reason to put your unit in harm's way. Give your opponent more information. If they want to pass there, I think you're just fine with them not taking an attack, even though you don't get to develop. You, as we can see, can and want to use the spell mana. So yeah, really high level pass there that I definitely like, and it didn't end up mattering anyway, but it certainly could have, and I think 4LW would have been in a fine spot if that pass did end up ending the turn.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to use the spell mana as much as playing Sivir here seems really solid, and you don't want the Sivir killed, because what this is going to come down to is who sticks a leveled Kaisa first. And so when you're in 4LW's spot, you're really far ahead as far as card advantage go. He doesn't know this, but the quality of his hand is much higher. So you just kind of play for this late game plan of, I have 2 Kaisas, I'm going to play Sivir this turn, play my Kaisa next turn. My opponent has to have an answer to Kaisa. They have to have a concerted strike. If they don't, I'm going to get Spell Shield on my Kaisa and win the game. And then if they do have the concerted strike, you just say, okay, that's fine. I can still play second skin on my Sivir here anyways. So that way when I play Kaisa next turn, guess what? It comes down with that preemptive Spell Shield.
Yep. Second skin, definitely a unique card, and let's just say it, a busted card in general for Kaisa.
Yeah, it's a lot more fair now that it's slow speed. You can interact with it. You can either kill the unit it's targeting to cancel it. You could kill the Kaisa in response, stuff like that. But I think being able to play it after your Kaisa's not on the field anymore is kind of silly in my opinion. The fact that you could just say, oh, that's fine, I'll still give my unit Spell Shield permanently, and all the future copies of it is kind of crazy.
Now this is interesting. 4LW just taking the open attack here, not even developing the Kaisa. Maybe he just wants to wait. Now Kaisa still gets the second skin even if she's not evolved, right? So you can still play it here, but looks like he just wants the Kaisa to come down evolved.
Yeah, I was gonna say that play was extremely, like, super duper heads up, was to play the Kaisa after your opponent's committed mana, and then you get to target second skin now that they can't concerted strike your Kaisa in response.
Right.
So then your Kaisa just gets Spell Shield. And then it forces out the Quicksand from Ptash, and your opponent is now completely down to Quicksand. You still have 2 champions in play, and you're looking really, really solid. However, we decided to go with the just 4/4 Overwhelm, like I said, or like you said, to probably fill out that game plan of getting your Kaisa down leveled, getting it down evolved.
But now these are the types of games that I find myself in when I'm playing Kaisa, where it's like, I feel like I am a step or at least a half a step behind, and I don't know that I'm coming back if my opponent has any interaction. And we see multiple pieces on the side of Ptash right now with that quicksand and with the concerted strike. The spell shield giver is going to be killed here, so Kai'Sa is not going to be protected on that front, which means concerted strike is basically going to be a zero risk play here from Ptash. It's not looking as good for 4LW as it did just one turn ago, Mo.
Yeah, I think it still looks really good from, especially if this one drop has any playable keyword right now.
Sure.
But yeah, you could play the Kai'Sa here. It's gonna be leveled, and the really cool thing is, I'm sure he planned this out. Is your Kai'Sa's evolved, so the concerted strike doesn't actually kill Kai'Sa anymore.
Yep. That's a really good call out that I completely forgot about, is that Kai'Sa is going to be too big to concerted strike now that those trades ended up happening. So, yes, definitely huge heads up play from 4LW on Kai'Sa being now the 6/6 when she comes down.
Yeah, you'd have to pre-commit the sharp sight and concerted, and that just feels bad. Like, you just go down to 2 cards in hand, and that's just not very good. You're not in a good spot there.
Is there a reason that 4LW is just not wanting to play these Kai'Sas on opponent's turn?
Sure. So right here, it's because he wants to play the Supercharge, I assume. He wants to play the Kai'Sa spell. So this is unfortunately going to get punished like we saw by that Sharp Sight. But I think 4LW is just going for this very late game plan of, I have Abomination, so I will eventually kill you with this Abomination, even if you have a way to answer Kai'Sa. However, we do see Ptash also has that Abomination in hand.
Right. Yeah, the line and the logic behind it has made sense up until now, although I know this should... Okay, yeah, we're not going for the greedy play of putting the spell shield and overwhelm on the Valor here. No reason to do that. Although that's the type of play that I would have made, because why not be extra greedy for almost no value?
Yeah, I mean, this game looks fairly wrapped up here. We're going to see Quicksand remove the spell shield and the units from Valor, and this is what making second scan slow speed did for this deck, is it actually lets you interact with it. Because if second speed was still that focus speed, essentially burst speed, 4LW could have done that extremely greedy line that you were talking about. Give your unit overwhelm and spell shield, and then now you're just open attacking.
Yeah, kind of crazy to think how good that card was, or how good that I guess skill. Well, I guess technically a card, but how good that generated card from Kai'Sa was.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy to think just how good Kai'Sa was when she came out.
Who would have thought? Oh my goodness.
Oh, you know what?
Who is this guy?
Another Kai'Sa. What? Abomination coming down. Challenger, regeneration, spell shield, scout, quick attack, evolve.
Yeah, I mean, the super duper crazy thing here, Blev, is that if Ptash cannot present lethal on this attack without forcing down the Kai'Sa, then 4LW gets to go to the next turn with a Kai'Sa and an Abomination in play, and second skin, and the attack token.
Pretty good.
And the Abomination, even though the Valor lost the keywords and wasn't able to grant it to the Kai'Sa because of the quicksand, Abomination doesn't matter. As long as it had that keyword at some point in time, Abomination is going to come down with those keywords. So I really like this play. Play the one drop. Now our Abomination has lifesteal. And then now this isn't lethal for 4LW.
Oh, no.
None of these units have Overwhelm, Blev. He didn't play his Void Blaster.
Oh, there's no Overwhelm.
There's no Overwhelm.
This has got to be a lot of damage, right? Nope.
No.
Just chump. Just chump block.
Yeah, 4LW can just slam this pass button. Ptash has to try to do something. There's no way you could pass back with this attack token. And then 4LW just goes, okay, here's the top decked Kai'Sa. Here's the Void Abomination. Ptash knows what's happening to him.
Yeah.
And he just has to accept it.
No way. Yeah, there's just no way you can pass there.
No.
As much as it would be great to have your opponent skip their turn on 7, it's just so much worse. That's just like well, I guess I'm just never trying to win the game if I don't attack here.
Yeah. And then even if you want it to be 4LW, you don't even have to block with this 2-1 Valor. Because we know Ptash has 0 amount of reach in this deck. If it is a rally, you lose anyways. So you literally can never beat a rally here. So you might as well just go to Wood, have this extra unit in case you need to pull to the side something, and call it a day.
Yeah, don't do with the think about the last game with the Spiderling.
Go to one for W.
This is your Spiderling. This Valor is the Spiderling.
Yeah, I don't think it's nearly as impactful as that Spiderling.
No.
But you can most certainly still just go to one, use this HP as a resource here.
Yeah, like you said, the rally is going to kill you regardless. Being at 1 versus being at, what would be, 7, you're still 1 shot from the Abomination anyway, so...
Yeah, Ptash has to draw... Regardless. He had to have drawn Concerted Strike or Cataclysm there to win this game.
Yeah. Cataclysm... yeah, would be effectively a rally, and it would kill the Kaisa. So yeah, it definitely would have been good. It would have been good enough there, but...
Yeah. But Ptash is not 4LW. He does not have the plot armor that this Brazilian god has. And I believe, if my math is correct, this is 2, 3... This is a lot of damage coming through.
I was going to say, if my math is correct, this is roughly 10,000 damage going through.
And it's 10,000 damage and 1 person locking in their spot in that grand finals.
Yeah. Because Ptash can play... some blockers, sure, but we're going to have 500 keyword Kaisa and the Abomination attacking as well. And, you know, Valor can attack and challenge something for good measure as well if you really want to. And, oh, by the way, they have Scout, so we're going to be able to attack a second time.
Yeah. And we see Ptash just wanting their limelight, trying to stay in seasonals as long as they can with that rope, knowing damn good and well there's nothing they could do here to potentially even maybe stay alive.
Yeah, and unlike Ptash, 4LW's units have that overwhelm, so this is going to be hitting on both fronts here. Yep, and even just the first attack is going to be presenting lethal, and I think even through the sharp sight, it is going to end it here in favor of 4LW.
Yeah, this was just immaculate back and forth gameplay. We did see 4LW kind of draw pretty well towards the end of last game, draw pretty well towards the end of this game, but all in all, very few misplays from either player, and this was probably one of the highest quality matches I was able to watch all day.
Yeah, well, and you think about it, like, yeah, sure, any game can come down to draw diff. That's, you know, goes without saying, but not like too crazy different. But you think about it, and like this game could have gotten out of hand one way or the other at almost any point in the game leading up to this, right? Where like, oh, maybe one of the Kaisas gets committed too early, and then all of a sudden Ptash gets to pull ahead. You really only need to get a little bit ahead to close out the game in these scenarios, but 4LW navigating it perfectly, playing into drawing those cards, playing into having that good draw, and is able to take it out and has locked themselves as a finalist here in this season.
Yeah, that was a great series by 4LW. And if you're somebody who is maybe new to the game, you're watching at home and you're trying to figure out why these players do so well every season, the answer is they pay attention to the small stuff, right? Both games in that series, 1 damage mattered a lot. 1 damage in terms of drawing the unspeakable there at the end to get that 1 damage in, right? What an unspeakable ending to that game. And then in the second game, right, 4LW goes down to 1 health. So again, that 1 damage difference, if you can just squeak out these kind of like little bits of damage here or there, or you can make just 1 play, it can be a pretty big deal. So congratulations to 4LW moving on to the finals. Well deserved. And here we can see the match score 2-0. I'm not surprised 4LW won, but I am honestly a bit surprised that it was a 2-0 victory into Kaisa like that.
Yeah, we definitely saw, I mean, we finally got to see Kaisa on camera, and Well, I mean, I guess it technically was guaranteed to get a win in the second game, but we saw it get 2-0'd. And I think this was, just given what a lot of these lineups ended up being, this was not super uncalled for here. I think a lot of people expected there to be Kai'Sa, and I think a lot of players brought lineups that were playing to ban it. But of course, 4LW here said, you know what? Nah, I'll just beat it twice. Charmer taking your third B there in your triple Bs of a seasonal.
Yeah, and this is just shows what master lineup building can do for you, knowing that seasonals is, again, a good format and not best of one, so you can bring multiple decks and you get a ban. So instead of banning it, you do the triple B, which is beat it, and 4LW did that so well with these decks that you don't really see on ladder too much, or they don't do too well on ladder. You know, the TF Nami with super tech version, this Kai'Sa, super tech version. You get to play these decks and then just build them specifically how you want to beat exactly what you want to face. And then sometimes you don't face a bunch of mid-range and you lose even harder. But other times, if you have the right read on the meta, you get to hit exactly what you planned because you're a good planner, and you just get the most free wins into, grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, you really hit the nail on the head there, where it's not obviously you have to be playing super well. We've seen even small mistakes get punished here in this seasonal already, but like you said, that foresight, being able to look ahead and predict what the meta is going to be, and you're not always right, but when you are, that playing well, having prepped well, predicting the meta correctly, all those things lead into what makes a seasonal champion. And of course, we're going to have another one named here in just one more round here, Charmer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We have one round left, the finals. And obviously, we're going to take a break before we kick that off. I actually know who both finalists are, but we're going to leave you on a little bit of a cliffhanger. And instead, we are going to say goodbye to Mo. This is Mo's last round on the broadcast. So before we send you off, do you have any final thoughts for the day? It was, of course, great having you back on the desk again.
Yeah, it was very cool. It was very fun to be here. I'm super happy that I didn't have to cast or even see an infinite combo deck. That was really nice. We even got to see a little Kai'Sa deck in there, but every time we saw Pirates, it won. Whether it's because the Pirates player played amazing or other reasons, but Pirates won every time, just as predicted. Because Kai'Sa got completely smoked last round, which makes me happy because I personally am not a fan of Kai'Sa. And yeah, I can only say that this Grand Finals is going to be a banger.
Well, we sincerely appreciate you having... we sincerely appreciate having you on the broadcast. Wow, I got so excited about having you here that I couldn't even remember how to speak properly. But again, wonderful to have you. And with that being said, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, the finals of the Forces from Beyond seasonal will be underway, so don't go anywhere. The finals when we return.
Want to line up for your beatdowns or go all at once? Think you could fish up something to eat after this battle?
Catch and release only! Do you kill everyone you beat?
Let me show you how we did it in Acacia.
Jack said there'd be contenders out here.
Just me, or did he get a lot scarier in here?
Huh? No, Jax. I'm on your side. Don't worry.
Glad there's a chef on the team now. What's for dinner? You got nothing I can't handle. 1,000 years of battle and I'm just warming up! Korihim, I'm Halvaligra! Keep it moving, team.
Today, we stand.
Need a weapon? You're gonna want to watch this. Winning never gets old.
To restore this legacy is my greatest honor.
There's so much to learn. How will I know when I'm ready?
Even as a so-called master, there is so much I do not know. Good, good. A clear mind. Blade and mind, honed and sharp. Concentrate, June. See the spirit realm in your mind's eye.
I can feel it. It's vast and blinding.
A quiet spirit.
In each hammer's blow, his spirit lives on.
Just the one I was looking for. My helmet could use some work. Violence is and should always be the last resort. Hope lives in the edge of my blade! A calm heart. Each strike spells a new legacy! Alpha Strike! Form before strength. Let us see if you are worthy.
Does the wind stop to consider which direction to blow, Master?
You are a fledgling child flailing his arms. Voodoo style. Meditation calms a cluttered mind.
Wu-Ting style!
Form before strength. Show me your skill. Come now, is that all? Our opponent was worthy, but inferior. My lesson is complete.
I seem to have misplaced my, self. Cup of tea? Fine by me. Fancy a cup of tea? I'll warm the kettle.
Hello, Yumi.
I'm ignoring you so you know I'm mad you left.
Bless my socks. Aren't you just a sight?
Step lively. Don't be shy. I got your 6 shortcakes. Oh, spittle spat. I'll just keep the water boiling then. Portals, portals everywhere. Well, aren't you the cutest thingamadee I ever did see? Off we go. On it and on 'em. Oh, the suspense is terrible. I hope it lasts. Portals, portals, up and down and all around. I think I'm quite ready for a new adventure.
dearie me.
Home is just around the portal. A good cup of tea, just what I needed. A journey's end is just another's beginning.
The child is gone. The killer remains. They will fear my name.
And grovel before mine.
Cowards hide,
but never escape. Kill!
Yes. I do not seek redemption.
Merely power.
The rage, let it loose.
Finally free of that mortal constraint.
The order.
Let me hear your screams. Submit to me. Time to reap. Mercy. Triumph is built on a foundation of death.
Welcome back to the Forces from Beyond seasonal tournament for Legends of Runeterra. I am still your host, Charmer, once again joined on the desk by Doza and Blevins, and we are getting ready to head into our finals. We're going to crown a seasonal champion. Both players will be for the first time potentially, and I left you with a cliffhanger before the break, so let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and see who is actually facing off. We know 4LW is one of the finalists, and the cup is mine. Ended up eliminating random. So both players here having what I'll call plot armor. I'll steal that phrase from Mo from earlier, because these are two players that both had wins that came in, I'll say, a non-traditional fashion with a little bit of help, a little bit of fun along the way. And it's going to be, I think, a heck of a showdown. These are great players. Brazil taking on Canada, the whole 9 yards. I'm really excited for this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was very much pulling for random. I think everybody is well aware of that. Unfortunately, lost to the cup is mine. But I mean, either way, we have yet again another Brazilian in the finals, 4LW, and 4LW did not have an easy path here, right? I mean, 4LW, we saw Ptash, a great player, also taking down Makis, his fellow team member, and if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the fourth one for 4LW. This is the fourth top cut and potentially his first victory.
Well, even going a step further, right? We also heard that it might be his last event for a while. So this is a heck of a way to go out, even if you fall a little bit short. Going all the way to the finals as kind of your send-off before you go and just casually pick up a doctorate seems like a great way to go. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and take a look at our head-to-head matchup here. We know what both of these players have brought. We've seen them both on the broadcast. Blevins, how do you think these two lineups just kind of overall crash into each other?
Yeah, I mean, I said it last round, and after how last round played out, I'll say it again. I'm definitely in favor of 4LWs here, and we saw I would say, just based on what we saw in the rest of the tournament, the non-standard choice, the non-standard B of the Charmers 3 Bs of just try to beat the Kai'Sa deck. We saw 4LW do that. I won't say easily, but definitely did in a 2-0 fashion. We see that Kai'Sa deck on the side of Cup is Mine, so honestly could run back the same exact game plan as last round, try to 2-0 Kai'Sa Sivir and, end up with a dub on the day.
Yeah, with that in mind, we've got the Cup is Mine, their lineup. We're going to dive into the decks here. So right out of the gate, we've got Pirates. Mo mentioned, as far as on the broadcast goes, has not lost yet. And so if you think you're going to be targeting Kai'Sa, this is one of the two decks you would consider banning. Doza, is this what you would be targeting, or would you be more afraid of that Kindred Nasus deck that we're going to see in a little bit?
Yeah, well, it's funny you asked me that, because I was actually just thinking as I saw the head-to-head there, is this another one of the matches where we actually just get the Sivir ban from both people? That's been happening most of the day today, up until last round where we actually finally get to see Sivir a little bit. So to be honest, I'm not sure. It seems like it's a little all over the place. I do think this aggro deck in particular is very, very scary. We do see the other, the Gwen Katarina deck as well being played here. So I don't know. I really have an inkling of a feeling. I feel like it's going to be both Sivir decks that are banned.
Well, the Cup is Mine. Yeah, no, that's all right. The Cup is Mine. Obviously, two decks that are not Sivir Kai'Sa are potentially options, but this, as Doza was saying, has been a deck that's been banned most of the day, but we saw 4LW 2-0 a list like this just last round, and so if you feel really confident going into this, then it would make sense to maybe take out one of the other ones. Blevins, tell me what you're thinking here as far as this deck goes.
Yeah, I am maybe going a little too deep down the rabbit hole here, but it's about as high of a level of tournament as we get here in LOR. I have to think that there's some sort of strategy into letting your opponent play the deck that they just have not been able to play all day. Like, there just has to be some, like, in a scenario where you're looking for just fractions of a percentage of an advantage game to game, and every single little thing matters. Hey, this deck that you expected to be banned, and up until this point, and maybe even all of yesterday was banned, and you haven't played it all, and you think, oh, this is an easy deck to play. It's just mindless. I play Kai'Sa on 5GG. That you put no practice into. Here, play this in the finals of the seasonal, and oh, by the way, you get to play it twice, and I'm going to 2-0 it. I like to think that there's at least that thought is going through 4LW's mind and saying, you know what, let's let these players play it. I doubt that it's, you know, quite that extreme, as obviously all of these players are, you know, doing a lot of testing and preparation, but I wouldn't be that surprised if Cuppa's Mind has fewer reps on the Sivir Kai'Sa deck at this level than the other decks.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point to make. Obviously, the last deck, because we've seen both these players, we know what their lineups are. The last deck is, of course, Kindred, Nasus. This is a list that I personally was really excited to see, and we know that it can be kind of controlling against some of these mid-range lists. So, Doza, take me through your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I love seeing this deck back around, honestly, right? So no more Thresh. We're back on the Kindred now. I don't expect we're going to see any 3 aloof travelers to get rid of all the Nasus in the deck like we saw last time. So I think we're actually going to see this deck function as is if it's not actually banned. But I absolutely love the 3 Undying. I mean, I'm going to say what I said before. There's the 3 Undying and the 3 Hate Spike. And I think the Hate Spike being changed to 1 mana and this Undying, you know, this combo is just absolutely insane. Not to mention, I think there's something else we haven't really talked about. Crumble. We saw the use of Crumble earlier, actually proactively to avoid, you know, Undying being essentially obliterated and removed from the game and keep it around so it could tick up another +1/+1. That going from 5 mana to 4 mana, I think, is another big boon for this deck. So awesome to see this deck. Very excited to see it play again.
I gotta, before we move off of this deck, I just gotta point out my long-standing public opinion that Undying is the worst card in Legends of Runeterra. I said this in the chat with one of my earlier. I've said it on multiple broadcasts. I think that putting the Undying in your deck just leads to you winning less than if you had any other card in your deck. That's just my opinion. Obviously, I think that the card. I do think that the card has plenty of synergies in the deck, like you said, with Crumble. We've got Rite of Calling. We have good old Ravenous Butcher, Wings in the Wave. We've got a lot of things to do with the Undying. I get that. I just think it's a dog water card that is trash, and I can't believe anyone would put this in a lineup and bring it to the top 32. That being said, of course, Cuppa's Mind is here in the finals, and we'll probably be seeing it. Well, I don't know. This deck might get banned. I don't know. I would definitely challenge my opponent to beat me with the Undying at any level. I just think I publicly saying it, and I'm doubling down. Card's trash.
Listen, you heard it here first. All right. I want to make sure that this is
definitely not
publicly said.
This is not first.
No. You heard this here first. He said any other card. So 3 Passage Unearned would be better than those 3 Undying. Beloved,
which we did actually see in the deck today. We saw one in the deck.
So, that being said, we do have a whole other opponent. Let's really quickly, gentlemen, hit 4LW's lineup. We know they brought Kai'Sa as well, but they have the spicy Jarvan tech. So, Doza, assuming that this is not the deck banned, what are we looking for here besides the Jarvan tech?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, there's not much. Of course, you give me this deck. Jesus, you play the card that does the thing on turn 5, and she does a lot of damage. I mean, the Jarvan. Unfortunately, I think this is the Jarvan that you want to focus on here, and especially if both Kai'Sa decks are up, right, and they're not banned. I do think 4LW does end up having the advantage because of Jarvan. Because of potentially playing 5 on the off attack token and then opening on turn 6 with an attack with Kai'Sa. That's something I think that Cuppa's Mind might need to be worried about. So I think that might be the difference maker in that matchup.
I have one point to make here, and we can skip all my other points. This is just something that came to my mind. Okay, 4LW, Jarvan the 4th. This is his 4th seasonal top cut, and what's the name of this tournament? Forces from Beyond.
I see what you did there.
The plot armor is real, and that was 4 different things that I came up with off the top of my head.
All right,
could not know.
It's my job as the host to keep things going, but it's also my job to protect the public from that kind of shenanigans. So, again, just quick reminders for those at home. We've got Nami Twisted Fate is one of the other decks that 4LW brought. Twisted Fate, of course, costs 4 mana. Zap Sprayfin costs 4 mana. 4, 4, 4. Jin,
all right, now we're
I don't
stretching
know.
it, guys. All right.
Anyway.
Mine
So,
almost made sense.
the point is that I'm also a boomer, and so my rambling makes as much sense as Blevins. We know what this deck can do, but we haven't really seen it a bunch on the broadcast, so it'll be interesting to see if this ends up getting the ban or if it's Kaisa. The last time around with 4LW, we didn't get to see this, so I think that's the real story here. And then the final deck, of course, in 4LW's lineup was the Elise, Gwen, Katarina deck. I'm a big fan of this. Would not be surprised if this is a ban target as well. Honestly, 4LW's lineup is, I think, very imposing because I wouldn't want to play against any of these lists. I think that this was a great lineup to bring to this event. And, you know, with the game right around the corner, right now, we're going to send it to you two. This is the finals. We're going to crown a winner. Doza, Blevins, take it away.
Thank you, Charmer. Doza, we are here. Finals of Forces from Beyond seasonal tournament here. And here it is. We've got some aggro. It looks like Pirates versus that Elise Gwen deck.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, two aggro decks start things off. So that leads me to believe we might have had the double Kaisa ban, right? So we'll see in just a second, I'm sure.
We'll get bans on screen soon.
This is going to be interesting. And honestly, I don't know if we've seen this matchup yet today. So this is finally, I think, going to be a really good test for the Pirate aggro deck going up against what seems to be the second favorite aggro deck right now, if you're not counting Kaisa.
Right. I definitely like the Gwen deck a lot, especially with Gwen specifically. Obviously, a card that is very aggressive, very powerful, and also drains, right? Like a lot of time, in a lot of matchups, it's just, oh, she's doing more damage. But she drains, which makes it even better. No, we do not see the double Kaisa ban. So we have both Kaisas in play. Both players opting to play against Kaisa. The Kindred Nasus banned on the side of Cup is mine, and I completely missed the other one. But we have
Nami
TF. So this is the same same deck banned from 4LW. As the last round, and we saw how that turned out for 4LW last round.
Yeah, I don't mind the Nami TF ban, to be honest with you, because if I'm not mistaken, it actually ended up winning. What was it, EMEA? It was in a winning lineup.
I believe so. Yeah,
so it's having a little bit of a resurgence. So maybe just trying to prevent that same outcome there. The other thing I want to mention, you mentioned Gwen. Shadow Isle is having a little bit more access to drain, right? Even the Unspeakable Horror. And I think in this particular matchup, aggro versus aggro, being able to do 1 damage to the Nexus and also heal yourself, I mean, that is literally a game-breaking card in and of itself.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it definitely is. And I'm looking at Cup is Mine's deck right now, and the number of cards that actually can kill Gwen, just straight up, 1. Riptide Sermon.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. It is a good. I mean, Riptide is one of the better cards in the deck, so there is that. But I think that's going to be an issue, especially already being at 10. If we can't, we can probably just take this to the face, honestly, and be okay with her
only
drain.
8. It's not even that much damage. Yeah, I like this. I mean, it's okay. It is a lot of damage, but
wait, an aggro with 2 aggro decks are going against you. Like, oh, you did 8. Well, I'm doing 12, so I don't.
Right, I'm doing 12, and I'm gaining 2 back. I'm gaining multiple life back too.
Yeah.
This also progresses Gwen's level up, which is hilarious. I love the block because it does open up Gwen to dying to make it rain, but all of the other spells already kill Gwen. So like Noxian Fervor already kills Gwen. So putting her from 3 to 1 doesn't matter in that scenario. We're getting the snip here. Going to be draining even more, technically presenting lethal, though the blocks here can come down. Elise getting pumped, and Cup is Mine is in no place to try to deal with this board. Says nope, we're going upstairs with what's that, 3, 6, 10 damage in hand already.
Yeah, and honestly, we might be able to clean things up with the burn spells and zap, right? So the other zap in hand, not to mention the other on board. Yeah, in the sermon now to actually get rid of Gwen. So as great as Gwen is being able to get this lifesteal and now actually leveling up, I don't know. I mean, maybe the burn power of Pirate aggro is just that much better than this version of aggro that we see from 4LW, because that is a lot of damage in hand from Cuppa's Mine.
It is. Right now, Sermon does
like
two. Sermon does 2 or 3. I forget how much it does to
9.
face.
I think it's 2, so it's 9 plus 2 with the zap, and then whatever zap pulls too.
Right.
I mean, if zap pulls another Noxian Fervor, then we're in the clear, I think.
Well, zap. Okay, yeah. We have even another zap too. Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be... It's certainly going to be tough. It's going to obviously depend on what 4LW targets here and what they draw. We can use the Unspeakable Horror potentially.
And again, that might be... Oh, there's 2 Unspeakables. 4LW loving this double Unspeakable, man. This is just going to be his calling card for this tournament.
I mean, it certainly is. That 2 life is all too relevant here. Oh, but another Fervor.
That's so much damage.
But here's the thing. The Fervor, where's the Fervor going to go? The Unspeakables can react.
Oh.
Oh, but he's casting him now.
Why is he doing it so early? Oh, wait, what?
Okay, he's going to try to kill...
Oh, interesting.
He's just going to kill his app now. Okay, that makes sense. I almost would have liked to just cast 1, because you have the flock. Doom Beast. I feel like I'm going
Doom
back.
Beast is an amazing hit. Oh, my...
He can make an elusive blocker. Okay.
Yes.
Open
okay,
attack
no,
coming
open
through.
Attack. But... So again, I gotta go back to that first statement I made. Shadow Isles has the drain. It has the lifesteal. This additional Doom Beast, like, look how healthy 4LW is staying. The Cuppa's Mine has no way to heal. No way to heal.
No.
And now the attack token is gonna go back over to 4LW.
Is there a world?
You have to decimate and put the fervors on the stack, I think, is like one of the only
We don't have enough mana to do that right now. And like, yeah, now we're just gonna go back up. We're gonna go up again.
So what I was getting
not gonna be able
at,
to come down.
Well, I was saying, instead of playing the Sermon, right? If we had played Decimate, then next turn we could have played both fervors. But I think if we're playing the Doom Beast this turn, I don't even think that would have mattered.
Right.
It still would have been too much damage because of all this drain.
3, 2, 4. We're only getting, I think, 2 through here. We have 10. Still not enough to cast Decimate and both fervors here.
I think. I mean, with Cygnus, I mean, we have the set. Well, we can't play Cygnus and the Arachnoid.
But we can play the Fragment and Cygnus. This is that Overwhelm Fragment as well, I think?
I believe so. I don't see...
It doesn't actually matter.
Yeah, I don't see any way 4LW loses from here. Okay, we're just... Wow,
right,
okay.
harrowing.
We're going to do a harrowing on 1 unit.
What? Does it get Gwen back, I guess?
I think, yeah. I think Gwen's the strongest thing that's come back.
I'm assuming.
Or that's died. Which, I mean, again, that's probably the most impactful thing you want anyways, because that's going to heal you for 3 more.
Attack trigger is just going to...
Yeah.
Is going to end it.
Gwen is just like is a beast, is an absolute beast in this match.
Plus, you can give Gwen Overwhelm.
Okay, that's not a blocker.
Rearguard is going to eat a Noxian Fervor.
We do have a burst summon as well, so we could get 1 more blocker from the Cuppa's Mine.
True. Oh, right, because we have the we're getting the pump. Yeah, the Nagakaburos, but we're getting the pump, so the Overwhelm is actually extremely relevant here. Oh no, it looks like it was quick attack. Okay, it wasn't Overwhelm, but even so. So
that's, well, yeah, the 3 to face, right, just from her ability actually ends the... I don't see... There's no way to actually prevent this, is there?
Does it still go off if she dies? I don't actually know.
Yeah, because she's not going to strike prior to the ability going off, so it's still going to... Unless she... if we double Noxian Fervor, I think the ability goes away,
yeah. That's what I was wondering.
Yep. But then the question is, all right, great, we lived. Congratulations. Now, how do we win? It's like...
we're not. I'm not getting to that point again. That was never consideration here. This is a how do I not lose right now?
Oh man! All right, well,
Winning
we made
is
it there,
off
I
the
guess.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about that.
Is this another perfect example of we just need to top deck decimate into top deck decimate?
I mean, technically that would be enough right now.
All right, Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate. I don't think
That gets rid of 2
it?
units on the board, so there is
True. Yeah, Flock can come down now, take out the zap, which just puts you even further from winning.
that. Wait, hold on, back up. Why didn't we attack with the Legion Rearguard? It's not like it can block. Oops.
I'm not sure. If I'm being completely honest.
I think that was an oopsie. I think it's not good for anything else, to be honest with you. So
I guess. Well, we've already seen all 3 fervors, right? So, or no, maybe only 2.
2 out of the 3. Yeah.
Okay, another unit can't block.
Oh, this is looking rough. Yeah, this is just it's too wide. The open attack alone is going to be fine. There is 2 decimates in hand too.
Cool.
Oh my god. Well,
and hold on, wait, J-Doza, how much damage does decimate do?
A lot.
4. It does 4 for 4 LW. I'm telling you, it's meant to be. As 4LW is now 1 win away from being a seasonal champion.
Oh my god. That was honestly, I can't say I expected that matchup in the finals.
No.
But now that I've seen that matchup, because we haven't really seen it in the top cut today, I can't necessarily say that I didn't expect it to go that way. The Shadow Isles, any aggro Shadow Isles deck versus any other aggro deck, I think will always have the advantage strictly on the basis of Drain and Lifesteal. It's just way more prevalent in Shadow Isles.
When you get to play Doom Beast versus Noxian Fervor, I mean, you also get to play Noxian Fervor, but like just the comparison of what those do, it's a difference of 4 life between the 2 or 3, right? So it's as simple as that. It breaks down. It breaks down to that. But we are here. We've got the Kaisa deck on the side, 4LW versus those Pirates. See the awesome arcade skin from Misfortune, but not keeping the MF in the opener here. Cup is Mine clearly has a game plan going into this matchup.
Guess what, Blevins?
Wait, it makes sense now.
We're in game 2. We're in game 2, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And starting off game 2 is not looking good for the Cup is Mine. We have Lifesteal RNGing 4LW. That plot armor coming in hot. That's a huge keyword to have.
It definitely is, though, for what it's worth. Has not gained any life on it yet, though likely will here.
I think, honestly, it's funny. I played a game on ladder where the same thing happened, where I rolled Lifesteal on turn 1 like that, and I actually did not block with it until I knew it could become a 3/3.
Nice.
So I think that's what's going to happen here. I think 4LW is just going to keep that bad boy around until it can gain more life.
Possibly. There's another Voidling. Fearsome. Sure, we take Fearsome. Now, are we trading and cracking in here? Are we holding back?
I don't think there's a reason to go in. I think you might as well hold on to it. I think... Okay, so actually going in at the 1/1 and looking at our Cup is Mine's hand, this actually makes a lot of sense going up against something like a TF, right? So you're not really going to be able to wait around, or you can't afford to wait around and not utilize that Lifesteal. But luckily, not even going to be able to block it, so it's going to still force the TF out next turn.
Yeah, this is a 4LW essentially hedging against the TF of like, well, I want to get something out of these. I can get that.
Yeah.
Like every point of life that you can gain, and not let alone deal to your opponent, is certainly going to be relevant. And we're going to see it here. Granted, now Cup Mine doesn't even need to play the TF. Can play Make It Rain into Misfortune, and that looks pretty decent. And it's not even turn 5 yet, so the threat of Radiant Guardian is not quite there.
No, that's rough. And I don't know. 4LW probably passes back here. I mean, there's really no reason to give vulnerable to the Legion Rearguard. You're okay taking 3 on 1 turn, I think. Yeah. Yep.
MF comes down. Let's give it vulnerable. Find a gift for Renekton. Yep. Now, I mean, you're definitely attacking. I think pretty solid block. I wonder, is there...
I love that skin.
Yeah, it's such a good skin, and also there's an Arcade Quinn skin, so you get to play both in Scouts. Just fantastic. Is there a thought potentially to not taking the block here, taking the extra 3, pulling, and then having a effectively leveled up Radiant Guardian?
Yes. Yes. In short, yes. I mean, we're not too low on life, so I think what 4LW is probably thinking is I can afford to wait another turn to actually get down Radiant Guardian. The problem is the only way we're going to get that down now is probably losing a Kai'Sa. I mean, we'll be able to get down Merciless Hunter next turn, but we still won't be able to block with the Merciless Hunter, right?
Yep.
All right, there's a stun onto the Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Kai'Sa is stunned, and now we're gonna have we've got mana to kill, right? We can play the Sermon.
Oh man,
Riptide Sermon. Yeah,
this
is
mean,
huge.
This is huge for 4LW, I feel, because now we get the free Radiant Guardian down.
Oh, you're right. But
this is better. I was just gonna say, I think Cup is Mine might be able to play around the Radiant Guardian with both Noxie and Fervors in hand.
Right.
But just completely ignoring that, and I think that honestly might have lost Cup is Mine the game.
You know what? You might be right, because now, like, Kai'Sa was the bait. We didn't need the Kai'Sa. We wanted the Radiant Guardian. That's the real champion here.
Yeah, this is the one and only matchup where Radiant Guardian's actually the better card.
Wow.
Oh, man, that feels really bad. And not only that, I mean, there's another one in hand. So even if somehow Cup is Mine deals with this, it's not looking pretty.
No, it's not. But the good news for Cup is Mine is we have 2 Noxian Fervors. Like you said, you can kind of play around the life steal. But the thing is like, you can do that for 2 turns, but you need to... The rest needs to be there, right? There's still 3 more damage that needs to happen, and if there's a strike spell drawn, that throws it off. I don't know that you're beating that anyway at this point, so...
You can't play around it.
Can't play around it, so we need to draw a Decimate, another Fervor, or something at this point, or else, if that Radiant Guardian gains pretty much any amount of life, I think the game might be over.
Well... I think we're coming back to what we always come back to with aggro Blevins, and that is if Cup is Mine can top deck a Decimate. I think that means they win the game, because if we block the Radiant Guardian and Fervor this turn, we know it's going to succeed in preventing the lifesteal. The question then becomes, what do we top deck for additional burn? Because we need 3 more points of burn. And I think, is there another Noxian Fervor? Or we already used one, or no?
We did not. We used the Riptide Sermon, right?
So we have 4 outs, I think, in the deck right now.
Is there... Okay, there's not a way to do 2 damage, I don't think. I guess another Riptide Sermon would allow another Twisted Fate to do 1 damage, which would end up being 3, but I don't think there's enough mana for that, or actions.
And Riptide Sermon is very expensive as well, so I don't know.
Right. I don't think that it would work.
Oh man, this is turning out to be a lot closer than I had thought. And again, Cup is Mine is still actually able to avoid the Radiant Guardian. I thought we were gonna actually just try to avoid it coming down, period, but dodging it for now, and this is why Noxian Fervor has been a staple in so many burn decks. The card is just ridiculous for this exact reason.
So we're going to be going into 8 mana. We have 1 left, 9, 3. Okay, so this Twisted Fate red card...
This makes sense. This makes sense. We're drawing to the outs. This makes 100% sense. Cup is Mine knows we have to draw Decimate or Noxian Fervor here.
I think if we went red card here, granted we now know that wouldn't have worked, but if that puts Sermon at lethal as well. Now Sermon is no longer lethal. Okay.
And we would have had a different Sermon. Yeah.
Definitely, I think it's just probably a higher percentage play, the one they went for. Yeah. That is not a burn spell, which means now Decimate is off the table. Decimate no longer does it.
We need only Noxian Fervor off the top.
But actually, I don't know, because we can't. Oh, no, can we attack? Does this, this actually just lethal?
Wait, no. This pushes 5, I think. So now we have more outs because we Fervor whatever the Radiant Guardian blocks.
Right.
And then we get through 1 damage.
Yes.
So it's never never mind. We still only have Noxian Fervors now. I don't think this actually matters.
4, 5, 6. 2 things are gonna get. Oh yeah, so no,
because they're gonna block the Sand Soldier, right?
Right, but there's everything else is doing 2. is this just lethal?
No. Oh god, math, Blevins.
If 2 things are getting through, the lowest things are the 1/2 and the Sand Soldier, right? That means we're going to be getting 2 + 1 + 3 is 6. I think this is it.
Yes, I think this is lethal. Yeah, sorry, I was thinking there was 5 attackers, but there's because of the Dunes guy.
Dune
I forget
Keeper.
his name right now. Dune Keeper.
But guess what, Blevins? This is lethal.
That Dune Keeper. So there was actually more top decks than we thought. It wasn't just Noxie and Fervor. Dune Keeper actually ended up winning this.
Okay,
for Cup is Mine.
it was Mirai Warden spawning Dune Keeper.
Oh, sorry,
because
Mirai
that is
Warden.
not in the deck. That is not in the deck.
So
yeah.
So 4LW actually getting a little taste of his own medicine. Now, if we remember that double unspeakable horror, right?
Yeah. Wow. This was absolutely insane.
Oh my god! I can't believe Cup is Mine pulled this out.
2, 3 + 3. That's 6, and we're at a spot where Cup is Mine. Like you can't even not play it.
He just has to not. He just has to not forget to play the card. That's it.
Yeah.
We're fine.
Wait. What? Oh, those are blocks. I'm like, wait, is the time running out?
Yeah.
No, just a snap play from Cup is Mine.
Wow,
that is.
Yeah, he's
6.
like, I got to do this before the time runs out.
4LW has nothing, and that is going to be exact lethal and bring us to a game number 3. Doza. Wow.
That was. I'm sorry. I really thought that first sermon was going to lose the game for Cup is Mine because it enabled the Radiant Guardian.
What? Someone do the math on what? How many drops come out of Mirai Warden, and how many did it there?
Yeah, it's like a 0.05% chance that we grab Dune Keeper.
Right. Yeah. It's like, okay, you need to get Noxian or you need to get Decimate, or you need to get Maestri Warden, and then hit a 1 out of like 50 or whatever. Like,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. How dare we only think of outs in just the deck? Blevins. This is how dare we do that as casters? We should have known the 37 randomly generated cards that would have led to that victory. Jesus.
All I'm saying is Drizzoth would have found that line. That's all I'm saying.
Probably, yeah. All right, here we go. Look at that. You know, could we have thought of any better way to end this seasonal, Blevins?
Than to have the Kaisa mirror in game number 3.
Oh, see, we avoided it all day for the most part, and now we have the mirror for the very last game of the day. This is what we get. This is what we get for mentioning it all day.
Yeah, this is you get exactly what you deserve, and this is what we deserve. A game number 3 in the seasonal finals. This is the last game. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There will be a seasonal champion crowned after this game.
You were, man, I don't know what I would do without you, Blevins. I don't. Oh, but hey, what I will say, 4LW, right now, 2 Kaisa is going to feel really good compared to the Cup is Mine only having just a lowly Sivir at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Absolutely got to feel good. The thing I will say, though, in the match we saw before, I mean, the draw diffs, sure, that's always going to happen, but it is very much a, like, there are multiple different lines and thought processes you can go for, and depending on what your opponent does, it can make a huge difference, right? Like, What Am I and I were talking about certain lines for a match, and 4LW went a different direction, ended up working for them. Or maybe it was Mo, I don't remember who, but like you can definitely take different avenues and plan out. Are you playing for a short game, a long game? Are you all in on Kaisa on 5? Are you looking to play like if the first Kaisa dies? Like these are all things that 4LW and Cup is Mine are thinking about, and depending on where the pieces land and your opponent, what your opponent has, like these decisions are extremely impactful.
Well, let's start the count. Hey, Blevins, we got Spell Shield and Fearsome, so we're ticked up by 2 right now. We will get the Overwhelm as well next turn. I don't know if it's going to be a turn 5 Kaisa because we don't quite have the mana to get the 4th and 5th keyword from the Valor, but we're pretty close. We're definitely going to have it by turn 7 with the attack token.
Yeah, and Cup has what, 4? I mean, there's 3 on the Broadwing, and then Faded is 4. This is going to be 5. Yeah, this is already a level. This is already an evolution from Cup is Mine. Yeah, Broadwing going to get that formidable.
I'm curious to see. I'm always curious. This used to be in the Sivir Akshan matchups, but I'm curious to see if Ricochet plays a role. Because I feel like this card in like competitive tournaments from seasonals has actually like done some crazy work in some random situations to either clear a board or just straight up win a game. It's crazy.
I mean, that is, I think, one of the more understated like mechanics of Legends of Runeterra are champion spells in general, right? Like, especially a card like Ricochet, where it's like it sees on average 0 copies in any deck as a regular card, but is of course in every single deck that has more than one Sivir.
Yep.
So it is a factor, even if it's almost never played as a regular card. So yeah, I mean, we have seen traditionally in seasonals it make a pretty big difference in a lot of these games, and it very well may in this one too.
It might, and actually the way everything panned out, Blevins, it looks like with this quick attack, Kai'Sa is going to come down, going to get that last one. Did I miscount? Nope, I got it. Yeah,
nope,
let's go.
You got
I
it.
know how to count. Let's go.
Hey.
I try.
There it is. That is going to be Kai'Sa evolved and therefore leveled up, and here it is, the Ricochet.
See? See? Like, what is this?
Where does it end up, though? What do we see?
All right.
Okay.
All right. It's only 2 damage.
Only 2 damage, but like notably the Valor dead, which is huge.
That is huge.
Like, think about it. If it missed the Valor, which it could have technically, I think.
It could,
I think
it
it's
can.
like
Yep.
the game's over. Like actually,
Yep.
actually over. The game is like that is the seasonal.
Yeah, for anybody who might be new, or for anybody, God forbid, if you have not seen this Kai'Sa deck somehow, which good job. If you see Valor on the field and Kai'Sa's on the field and has that spell, Second Skin, you have to get Valor off the board immediately. That is always the number 1 priority. I don't care how you do it, it needs to die. Because then Scout plus Quick Attack plus Challenger, those are probably single-handedly the 3 strongest combined keywords in the entire game.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yep, and with Kai'Sa's on attack ability.
Oh yeah.
Ping the whole board. Lather, rinse, repeat, game over.
And
that had to have been a very stressful Ricochet.
Hold my breath, press the button, let's see what happens.
Yeah. I mean, there was no other choice, but definitely, a lot of stakes on if that Valor gets hit by that Ricochet.
Well, listen, Cup is Mine has found the Kai'Sas, okay? So that is something to keep in mind. And right now, there is the Concerted Strike. The Concerted Strike is going to save 4LW's Kai'Sa from the Sivir, and more importantly, prevent the Sivir from leveling up. So it's basically going to be Kai'Sa versus Kai'Sa. The right negation might be kind of a difference maker for 4LW, so I'm curious to see what that does eventually end up getting used on. But it's close. This is neck and neck, Blevins.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, yes, you can do that. You could also let this Kai'Sa die, play Radiant Guardian or the other Kai'Sa in hand. I guess it just depends, like, would you rather have the second Kai'Sa in hand, or would you rather save this Concerted Strike? It looks like 4LW going for the Concerted Strike here. This certainly makes the open attack look a little stronger, but the thing is that the Kai'Sa still has vulnerable.
Yeah.
That is not going away.
Well, now that you mention that, I actually... So is that another Kai'Sa in hand? Or is that okay, because I wasn't...
They had two in hand.
Okay, I wasn't positive if that was just the spell or not. So I actually do agree with you.
90+% sure.
I do agree with you, because I feel like getting a fully healed Kai'Sa with no vulnerable is probably way more valuable.
Yeah. Yeah, and you also get to... You would have, instead of that supercharge, you would have another concert. You'd have that Concerted Strike still in your hand.
Unless we're thinking about just going for like game here.
Can you actually do it though?
If you open attack, that's going to be 3 keywords. That's 3 damage. It would
kill
6. Now if we just use the second skin, yeah, I think this might be. Oh no, well that was a 6/6 blocker. So is this? I don't think it's game. I don't think it's game, but 4LW will be able to trade down this board a little bit.
Yeah, but then there's Kai'Sa. Then there's Kai'Sa after Kai'Sa after Kai'Sa.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think on the Crackback Cup is mine. I think on the Crackback Cup is mine might be able to take this with the Kai'Sas in hand.
Yeah, just the second Kai'Sa is just going to rot in hand, and you even get to pull 4LW's Kai'Sa. Now the difference maker here potentially is going to be whether or not you can save the 6/6 overwhelm.
Yeah,
so that you can give your Kai'Sa overwhelm. Because I guess if you can't, that might keep 4LW alive. But this is tough because I don't. This is certainly not going to be lethal. I don't think.
Well, it's not lethal if you block with the 6/6 with overwhelm, right? Okay. That was all right. This is going to add one more to her ability, which I think maybe I don't know if that does too much.
Not enough.
Oh, maybe just guaranteeing we kill the Valor. Maybe that's why we did that. Oh no, it already guarantees it anyways because it's the lowest health.
Yeah,
right?
the Valor's right.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little confused why we played the champion spell. Maybe just worried about some sort of spell killing her, I guess. But
yeah, but the Kai'Sa still has vulnerable. You can still pull it.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't. And now, yeah, and to that point, right? If it does get pulled next turn, now we don't have the second Kai'Sa to play.
Right, and now Cup is mine, looking and saying,
wow.
Yeah, let's go to 1.
Wow.
Slam a Kai'Sa spell. Could be it.
And I guess
you want to go to 1 or 2. Cup is mine says 1 is fine.
Wow. This is very, very close. Going down all the way to 1. Cup is mine. I'm trying to think, like, does 4LW get Radiant Guardian down somehow? Or
no, I don't think so.
And not only that,
Void Abomination.
Oh my god.
Certainly gotta do it, right?
Oh my god. Oh,
but will it have overwhelm? It doesn't matter because it's going to have.
Well, no, I think that does matter. Oh wait, no. How much attack will it have? It will only have 7 attack, right?
Right.
But
it will have.
Oh no, it does have overwhelm because we had the 6/6 with overwhelm. Oh no! So wait, so if you pull it, that's 3. No, that's 1 short, but it's got scout.
No, it's got scout. Yeah, you pull it, it'll deal damage, and then.
Wait. And it has quick attack. Okay, it's got scout. We're fine. All right. So I think with scout and quick attack, yeah, this is going to be enough for lethal. And wow, I think Cup is mine going to pull this out. I think so. Yeah.
No, because now it's.
This does 3. No. And then it's going to do 1 more when we pull the 6/6. Oh wait, we have another 6/6 that we can play down.
Yeah, we have another 6/6 to block.
Oh my god, this is so incredibly close.
Yeah. The problem is 4LW does not have the 4LW I think can survive here, but does not have the crackback.
Because we use the Kai'Sa spell.
Exactly.
I still don't understand why we use the Kai'Sa spell. I'm so confused on that one.
I'm also not 100% sure, but it is what it is, and now. That can't be right.
So what can that just dies, right? So
right.
What can 4LW top deck here?
Another Kai'Sa would do it, right?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, I mean definitely would do it.
Wait. Hold on. If we top deck a Jarvan. If we top deck a Jarvan,
that would be lethal. Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa is also lethal.
Listen,
there's no way. There's no way.
Wait, listen.
There's just no way that Jarvan is the top card.
The 4th. You said it. It's Jarvan the 4th.
No. There's no way. There's no way.
I'm just saying.
There's no way.
Is this Jarvan? Oh, it's Void Abomination.
It is Void Abomination.
It's Void.
And Compass Mine has nothing. That's got to be it.
Is this lethal? Wait. We can play Kai'Sa. And the Voidling. But Kai'Sa does, wait, it's
This has gotta be it.
It's got Scout, it's got Quick. Yeah, we can do 1 damage. This is it.
Wait, can we do 1 damage?
I think we can do 1
because
damage.
it has formidable. It has formidable.
So
it's only 6 power.
Oh my god, you've got to be kidding. Oh, wait. Yeah, but we can pull 1, and then the other Overwhelm can come in versus the Voidling and deal the 1 damage. Okay. Wow, you scared me with Formidable. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. This is coming back to bite us now. Like, come on.
Wait, hold on.
I think 4LW is realizing the same thing.
Wait, it's what middable?
Oh
Formidable! It came back again.
Blevins, I hate you so much. I hate you so much.
This is lethal, right? Like, are we missing something?
Honestly,
Abomination.
It's me and you, so I would not be surprised. But
right, we kill it here, right? Because it's formidable.
Then we pull the Kai'Sa, and then the 6/2 over the Voidling.
We'll overwhelm the Voidling. Yeah.
I think we got it. And well, we didn't even play the Voidling.
Oh,
so
and Compass Mind didn't even play it.
And
that's gonna be it for LW with the plot armor, able to take down the seasonal here. Wow. Just wow. Charmer, did I have an adequate number of 4 puns in that?
Yeah, I think you had an adequate number. I just want to say that I was very happy that went to a game 3. Behind the scenes, I was saying there's no way this doesn't go to game 3 because both of these players have been stealing wins. It felt like all broadcast. And I do want to highlight that both of these players played to their outs, I think, incredibly well today. Yes, 4LW got the victory, but in that game 2, when Cup was kind of behind the 8 ball, right, the aggro deck staring down Radiant Guardian, it looked like all hope was lost. Still played to the outs, ended up finding the victory. And so I cannot stress that enough. If you're watching at home, especially in tournament settings where there's a lot on the line, don't just give up, don't mail it in, because you can find those victories as long as you give yourself the opportunity. You know, we say, you know, there's RNG, there's luck, there's all those things, but luck really is when preparation and opportunity meet. So if you put in the preparation, you give yourself the out, you might find the victory. But that being said, let's take a look at where we ended up. How the bracket finally unfolded with 4LW being the victor, coming out on top, finally getting that big win. Been around in the community for a long time, tournament mainstay, and might be taking a break to pursue that doctorate, but gets the victory.
Yeah, just, I mean, absolutely spectacular. I love that Mo brought that little nugget in.
Yeah.
Definitely gave us a little bit of a story. Maybe made us a little biased and maybe a little rooting for them. But, you know, I mean, all jokes aside, I think it's really great to see that. I mean, it's great to see someone, you know, potentially go out, at least for the time being, on an extremely high note. And I got to say, you know, the prize money from the seasonal certainly will help with those, with the student bills, I'm sure, for 4LW.
Yeah, I am incredibly excited for 4LW. This is 4LW. Like, there were so many great players, so many great Brazilian players, as we had mentioned. But I don't really think we could have went wrong with any one of these people winning the tournament. I think they've all been playing a while. They're all great players. They're all super experienced. And again, 4LW, this no stranger to the top cut. Finally, now taking home the #1 spot, the victory, the championship. This is awesome. Great job, 4LW. Congrats.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see back-to-back Brazilian winners, not just because historically they've been some of the best players in the Americas Shard for Legends of Runeterra, but also if you're new to Legends of Runeterra, or maybe you just don't know, the Brazilian community as a whole is just incredibly passionate. They love this game, so seeing Trevo last seasonal and now 4LW this seasonal get those wins, kind of representing Brazil, it just, I think, is very satisfying for that player base in particular, because they really are passionate. They put in the work, and it couldn't happen, I think, to a better person. So want to give my quick shout out again to Cup, though. Gonna still get some prize money, right? That's still a good chunk of change. You're coming up second. That helps you out with your Worlds qualifications as well. We got to keep the big picture in mind there. And also, as I said, I think just played incredibly well and stole some victories, but did so through what I think was really solid play throughout the day.
Yeah, I mean, huge shout outs to Cup is Mine, and huge shout outs again to 4LW. Was definitely a force of nature. Had the we talked about it earlier. Had a little bit of foreshadowing.
Please stop.
But through some good fortune, was able to take.
I'm leaving. Okay. Listen, I tried helping you out with the Jarvan. All right, like I'm like fourth Jarvan the fourth. Like he's gonna pull it. We're done. We're done. Blevins, we're done. It's over.
That would have I would have screamed if that was the end of the tournament, the Jarvan the fourth. I would have been like, we are in a simulation, everyone. This is definitely for sure. But I mean, huge. All jokes aside, all 4 puns aside, shout outs to 4LW. Shout outs to everyone who made the top 32. I mean, we didn't get to see them, but there were some players. Ian Neguera, a player who has an old timer, has come in and out of the game.
It's like he's 83 years old playing the game. Like,
he's like older than Blevins and me.
This might be the oldest we've ever had on broadcast at one time. So we're the Boomers Club right now.
Boomer trio.
We're gonna be having some nice adult beverages after this, I'm sure. But shout out to him. Shout out to Jason Florent, who was mentioned earlier in the show, but this is their back-to-back seasonal top 32 after so many heartbreaking last round of the open round losses to not make it. Now has made it back-to-back, of course, doing stuff for nofreeadvertising.com, but definitely love to see that. And shout out to everyone else who made the top 32, because it is absolutely no small feat to do so, and regardless of where you finished in it, it's definitely an accomplishment and you should feel proud of yourself.
So before I get the final thoughts from you two gentlemen and we send you off into the sunset, I have to give my own shout out real quick to 4LW, not just for winning the seasonal, not just for winning $10,000, but for being the first player to have the seasonal champion board, because there's no way it'll be retroactively given to people like Mo, right? So it'll just be 4LW and the other 2 winners, of course, in APAC, in EMEA. Congratulations to them as well on that fantastic new board. But this is the end of our broadcast. It's been a great one, in my opinion. So I'm going to start with you, Jay Doza. Any final thoughts before we sign off for the evening?
Listen, honestly, it was an absolute blast casting. I'm glad I got to cast with the one and only Mr. Emotional, as well as What Am I. It's an awesome opportunity to cast along 2 great players that honestly I think I've casted a bajillion times at this point. So that was really fun. And then not only that, being able to cast a game like Random and Trevo with What Am I. I mean, that's think about all the knowledge just in those 3 players alone. It's absolutely incredible. But yeah, shout out, like Blevin said, to everybody who just made the top cut in general. That's a big accomplishment, and it's good to see some new faces, as always. Some new people. Can't talk. It's been a long day. New people, showing their face in the top cut there. But at the end of the day, Brazil still pulling out all the stops. So congrats to 4LW, man. You deserve it.
All right, and guess what, Blevins? It's your chance for final thoughts before we sign off.
Yeah, definitely. It's great to be back on the desk. I know it's been a little bit for me for casting lore, but absolutely love to be here in my element where I absolutely love to be. And I'm glad that everyone, showed up in the chat. I, of course, as per usual, keep an eye on the chat, even though we're a little bit delayed. Love seeing you in there. Love seeing the support there. And if you want to see more Legends of Runeterra content and whatnot, let Riot know. Tweet out your love for the game and for competitive, because that's what we all want at the end of the day. More tournaments, more stuff going on in the community, and we absolutely love to see it, and we love to see you there watching it as well.
All right, and that is it for the broadcast. So I'm Charmer. Again, this was Jay Doza. This was Blevins. We want to thank you for taking the time to watch. That's it for the Forces from Beyond seasonal tournament. And until next season, have a good one.